Hello, my friends, and welcome back to another beautiful episode of Classic Life. Today is about chickens. Not just any chickens, boom chickens. One of my favorite.
Best chicken.
Arguably my favorite spec to play in the entire game right now. I'm beyond hyped. I will try not to talk the entire time to let these gentlemen who are much smarter than me tell you how to play the game as well. First off, Sarthe, my friend, how are you doing?
Doing great, doing great. Happy to be back and blasting out as many of these as we can before the game actually launches. So everyone watching, we're going to be doing at least 2 a week. We are trying to hit all of the classes very quickly.
Yes, and just to piggyback off that, in order today is Boomie, and we're alternating Tuesdays and Fridays besides this next one. And Tuesday, we're going to do it on Monday probably, or Tuesday early morning. And then, because that's pre-patch day, I guess we can do it before pre-patch. I don't know when pre-patch. When does pre-patch drop? What time? Did they say
I would
a time?
assume like 3 p.m. PST. Does
Oh,
anyone
yeah,
know?
we can still do it then. It'll be the Shadow Priest one.
Yeah.
We can still do it then. That's fine. So, we're every Tuesday and Friday we're doing them. Today's Boomie. Then we're gonna go Feral, Shadow Priest, Enhance, Elemental, Ret, Lock, Hunter, Warriors, Tank deep dives, Healer deep dives, and then Wrath prep episodes. And then, yeah, we're PvE Andes, but a lot of people have been reaching out to us about doing PvP episodes, so we're gonna look more into that. The scary part about
we
that
bring
is
the people that are better at that.
yeah, the only part about that is we don't know anything about PvP, so it gets a little bit harder to do that. But I know like Chanimal and the other guy, those big guys will come on here, and I know that we can get them on here and stuff. So I know they're out there just figuring shit out. So yeah, this should be on Spotify. I worked on it yesterday. We're figuring it out. Saving the best for last. Yeah, the Wrath Prep episodes will be. Got some people coming on who made the big spreadsheets and how you can pre-quest your the same things you kind of did for TBC, but we're just trying to make you guys have it all here instead of having to wonder who to go find to do it. You know.
Hell yeah.
Boom beasts, I like that. Today we have 2 guests. Lastcare, who's been who's taught me most of what I know about Boomie, and then Lastcare, who taught me the most in Classic world about Boomie. One's from private servers, one from Classic. They're both playing them now. How you doing, Go?
I am amazing. I'm excited to be here, dude.
Yeah. How long have you been playing Boomie for?
Go, do you have
Been
a
playing for
beer?
a bit?
I'm so happy right now.
I mean, it's a little bit. It's been growing for a little bit, but I've only been playing Boomy since BWL in Classic.
Yeah. Get it, my man.
So the last year and a half, 2 years, something like that, and that's all I played. Like no alts, no other classes, no other casters, nothing.
Okay, nice, my friend. Well, I'm glad you're here, brother.
How was the struggle to find a consistent guild playing Boomie when you were doing that back in Classic?
I kind of lucked out because I was on a small server, Azure Song, and the population was like less than 2K, I think. And it just so happened when I was looking for like a new guild at one point when Nax came out that like the top guild on the server, they had a Resto Druid that didn't have the best Fairy Fire uptime, and they wanted that Fairy Fire uptime for all the warriors and rogues and everything.
Yeah.
So I had a trial week, and I had like a good Fairy Fire uptime, so they gave me a spot.
There we go. I love it.
Yeah, that's how it worked out.
That's
You hear
like
that,
the
guys?
job.
Fairy fire your ass off. Get that uptime, and you can slide onto a lesser person's shit. There you go, right there. I didn't even know how to form that sentence correctly. Go. What's your favorite Boomie spell? Lich King wise?
Right now,
Yeah.
or in
Just-
Wrath?
In Wrath. Fuck
Oh,
about
in Wrath.
TBC. We out of there.
Starfall, man.
Starfall.
Starfall, baby.
There you go. Okay, good answer. Mr. Cares of the Last, my
Typhoon's
friend.
pretty close though.
What's going on, man?
Typhoon's really fun.
Dude. How are you doing? Welcome. Introduce yourself a little bit. What do you play? What guild? What server? You're Classic Andy, so you got this. What's up, my man? And then, of course, your favorite spell afterwards.
Yeah, so I play Boomkin, obviously. I've been playing Boomkin since retail TBC. With the exception of Classic, I played Resto and Feral because there wasn't really room for Boomkin. I play on Peggle in a guild called Relax, Premier Dad Guild.
Dad Gamers
favorites-
Unite.
Yeah. Favorite spell? I mean, it's obviously Typhoon or Typhoon to Starfall. Probably a tie. Typhoon's super fun in PvP. Just making people so angry.
Yeah. Are you a glypher or a non-glypher?
100%. I'm a PvE Andy. 100% glyph. 100%
I fucking hate glyphing that thing, dog.
Wait, what's the Typhoon glyph?
It makes it so it doesn't now come back.
So
Oh my
it
God.
increases the radius, so like not the distance away from you, but how wide it is.
Yeah.
but removes the knockback. So 100%.
You know I'm a troll, so I'm over here. Get away from me, pulling aggro. You gotta
Yeah.
watch it in heroics because the aggro is so crazy. Unless you got a good tank, you got to be able to knock something back.
So heroics is different. You can get
Yeah.
away with not glyphing in heroics.
In raid,
I'll
if you
still
knock
piss some
things
tanks
back,
off.
every one of your melee would be like, I hate you so much.
Melee tanks, you knock it back wrong. You knock all the mobs behind the tanks, and then their backs turned, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's a bad day.
It's a bad day. Well, thank you guys, both of you, for coming. I'm really excited for this. I've been talking about you guys for a while. We would have had another. I was gonna get the Wonder. I think his name's Wander in here, but I would have if I knew Zarian wasn't coming, but we didn't know until last minute, and I didn't know if he could join last minute. But I appreciate you guys. We both appreciate you guys. Everybody appreciates you guys
thanks for having
coming
us.
here. Lastcares has been working a lot on the sim, which is a big deal, and obviously most of you guys who play Boomy know who Classic Go probably already is. Next we can go on to the blue post. Any news, Sarth? Anything from the world the past? I mean, I guess we had episode 3 days ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else you want, anything we missed or anything you want to talk about.
I don't think so, because as I do, I'm always away on the weekends, so I didn't see anything yet. And the only thing is that they tried to fix the like bloodlust cooldown resets, but they didn't. I don't know if we even I think we talked about it last one, but like they didn't. They just set like this arbitrary like 29 seconds of in combat with the boss, and then you could reset all of your CDs. So like realistically, you'll have like rogues double evasioning right now, and it's resetting all of your cooldowns for the entire raid, no matter where you are inside of the raid, because raids are global cooldown.
Oh.
Or like global combat. So it is going. It's a little crazy, a little wonky. We'll see how things go with this.
Okay. Since
Yeah.
I want to touch on because we can't talk about blue post stuff. Are you or either any of you doing anything with Fresh?
No.
Either you go. You're not either, or are you?
No,
Nope.
I am. Yeah.
You're going full
No.
Fresh, aren't you?
I plan on. No. I just want to get to level 60, cut off my XP, and do some like PvP against all the fresh DKs.
I love it. There you go.
So it's going to be like a 39 DK, 1 Boomy, Alterac Valley versus 40 DKs.
Every time, yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Every dungeon group leveling up, it's 4 DKs, 1 Boomy. It's like,
Yeah.
you're the healer, right? It's like, we don't need a healer. You're DKs, dude.
Yeah.
And Sarth, you're not doing that to the Fresh, I take it, right?
No, I'm going so hard.
Oh,
on
you're
that
DKs.
normal.
Yeah, you gotta have a DK too,
Yeah.
right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna.
Oh,
hit it.
yeah.
I'm leveling. I'm gonna do it just for content and because I like leveling, and I'm not doing. I have nothing to do in the pre-patch, so we'll see how fast I can go to 70.
Oh, I have so many characters to get ready on pre-patch. It's going to be an interesting time.
What do you guys do? What do you mean get ready? I was thinking about the same thing. I don't really care about getting them ready that much, besides my main, but like a lot of boosts. I'm boosting the characters to 70, and then I'm just gonna.
I think for
That's it.
me, it's going to be gearing the Death Knights. Like first things first, it's obviously you get like your brutal weapons, but like I'm just because I've got EU DK and NA DK, and I also need to want to finish up another NA character. So it's just going to be like full gearing those, and also making sure I have as many pre-quests done as possible. You know, so that like right on launch, it's like whichever characters I do start each time, it'll be like you'll be 71 within like the hour of logging on.
Yeah,
to
you
that
got your
character.
hands full, bro.
Yeah.
Damn, with both DKs too. I forgot about you going twice on them. What about you guys, Last?
Yeah.
I am leveling a second Druid right now, and then I'll probably be boosting a third for dungeon gathering.
Damn.
It doesn't matter if it's Boomkin or not, but you can't really get gathering professions if you're going to be raiding at at least somewhat higher level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you gotta have other Druids.
Yeah.
That's a clutch alt to have the gathering professions.
Oh,
That's an
100%.
extremely clutch
Yeah.
alt.
Skinning's really good with skinning. They can pull up a lot of I guess we'll touch on that when we get to the gold farming, but yeah, just about all gathering professions work really well on Boomkin.
Yeah.
I gotta boost all. I'm boosting all my character. I need to boost a Shadow or an Ellie and a Druid up, but I'm not gonna do. I'm just gonna.
You're like, I'm not even gonna gear them.
I don't
give
care
a
about
anything.
That. I thought about PvPing because you can get like season 4, and that'll get you to like they say they can get you to like 74, 75 or something, right? Like
Yeah.
the gear will hold you to questing gear at 74, 75. But I low-key don't really care about that much. But You know what I mean? I think it'd be more fun to try to see, like affliction leveling is way too much fun. I like in a fresh. I love the fresh feeling too. Like everyone going fresh, racing at level 1 sounds so much fun. Even if I'd lose.
Yeah. That's fair. Go. Are you restarting a character? Oh, you're full restarting. Never mind.
He's got a classic
Oh
character.
no,
Right? Yeah.
no, I've got I've got a bunch of boomies. Like the only thing I'm doing on fresh was making that 60, but I'm still carrying all my TBC tunes full. So I'll have, I think last count I did was seven boomies if I
Oh
can get them all
my
there.
god.
So it depends on
Damn.
like the season of mastery, what server I can transfer my level 60 from season of mastery to, and then like if that's in the pre-patch, then I can level that one up, and that would be my 5th one. And then if I booted one, that'd be 6, and then I have like another alt that's like 29 that I could start leveling in a pre-patch too. So yeah, the goal is 7.
7 boom. All
Oh,
boomkin?
7 boomies.
Oh yeah, there might be one pharaoh ish just to like stealth farm. We'll see how that one goes, but I need one for like strictly PvP, one for strictly PvE, one for farming, like one on a different server. So yeah, there's a lot.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Well,
Um,
you guys are crazy for that. That's a lot of boomies, bro. I'm doing the same thing.
yeah, I
have some
thought like my
casters,
3
but-
hunters was a lot.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, well, I'm also doing a hunter for second raid that we're doing for our guild. So I'll be watching a lot of Sarthe guides here pretty soon.
There you
I've been
It's so
too
fun.
slammed with Boomkin right to even learn how to play the class. So it's gonna be a little bit winging it is a good word.
There you go.
I definitely got you. I'm working on the pre-patch guide tonight.
Get the guides to guide you, right?
Yeah.
It's hunter. You're gonna love it because like I think, well, from watching Crix, it seems like he loves Boomkin, and you see all these numbers, especially when you click that starfall. It's like
Mhm.
you're like now you just like don't have to wait. It's the same thing, but it's like volley, and it's like every time you're like, holy crap, this is strong.
Yeah.
Like yeah, it
Trying
is
to
gonna
find
be
footage,
fun.
but I can't find it. Well, in the meantime, okay, I found it. I'll put it up in a second. We can talk about how Boomy feels on the betas next. To be honest, I'll rant about it for a while, but I'll let you guys go first. If Go, you want to open up, and how do you actually? Yeah, Go. If you want to start, because you're big on private servers too. I want to kind of know if we can even mention it beforehand. What is your input on like how Boomies felt? How do you like them? Do you like them how they're feeling now versus how they're in private servers? Do you kind of feel like it's the same? Do you feel a big difference on them? Because you're enjoying yourself with them. Do you like them more? I like them more than it was on private servers, but I'm weird.
I don't know where you got it that I played it on private servers. I think I've heard you like bring that up before, but I've never played Boomy on private.
Okay. I thought you were.
How
So
dare.
no. I did play a private server, but I don't even remember what I did on it. But I mean, it's feeling amazing. Like there was a nice transition from classic to TBC with like all the changes that they made, and then now it's just like it feels even better than that transition going from TBC to Wrath. Like all the improvements, all the spell changes, the AoE, being able to do more in Moonkin form instead of having to get out, like it's really nice.
What do you think?
Innervate change, amazing.
What do you think the biggest change for Boomy is right
I
now?
can't wait to talk about like who gets the innervates. So yeah.
Dang, I already brought up the word. I shouldn't have even said
I
it.
know. I was like, I like it piqued my ear really quickly too.
There's literally a whole section about it too.
Yeah, I know.
What's your favorite thing about Boomy? Not the spell, but like an example, a hurricane. That hurricane change is like fat to me. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, and it can crit too. Like that surprised me the first time I cast Hurricane and it was critting. I was like, wait, what?
Can you describe the change? Sorry, for anyone that doesn't know.
Yeah, Hurricane, there's no 1 minute cooldown on it anymore, and it can crit, but like your talents for most of the other spells you have will make it 200%, but Hurricane's only like 150%.
Oh,
so it does crit, but it's not like double damage. It's only 150.
Yeah. So yeah, it's Hunter Volley. It's actually good spell now.
Yeah. And it can't proc like Omen of Clarity or like Nature's Grace either.
Yeah, which it could on the private servers. So that's one big difference going into Wrath Classic that people need to know.
How big of a hit is that to overall mana? Have you guys like been testing in the raids? I guess mana's bugged.
A massive hit. Basically, on private servers, you could cast one Hurricane, it would proc Omen of Clarity, and then every Hurricane after that would be free. Now you're spending 2,000 mana every time you hit the button.
800, bro, so expensive.
800? Okay, yeah.
Oh, 28. Hurricane's 2,800.
Oh, 28. Okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
So it's a lot of mana. You can use other spells to try and fish for like an Omen of Clarity proc, but it's only 1.75 procs per minute, so it's not a very high proc rate.
So you can,
but Hurricane's better.
Use like you can still buff to fish for it, right? In between packs.
That is reduced to like by 92.4% off of the 1.75 proc per minute.
Oh my god.
It's like almost non-existent.
So is it inefficient then as a Boomkin? Because I know I've been now playing a lot of Feral, a medium amount. I'm trying to learn Feral, and like being able to fish for that proc in between packs when there's like nothing else to do, like seemed like a good way. But like now it's like it just didn't happen often. But as a 15% on the full raid, wow, yeah, super mana inefficient, right?
Yes. Majority of your AoE damage is going to come from Starfall, which you're kind of waiting on anyways. Without Starfall, our AoE damage is it's all right. So nobody's really relying on the Hurricane to get you through the packs and stuff. So you don't really need to spam it. But as we get more and more gear, we're going to become more mana positive, and it's not going to be as big of a hit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is Hurricane? How does Hurricane scale up? Like, does it feel very powerful? Sorry for all these kinds. I don't know the class at all. Like, does Hurricane by itself feel very powerful, or you have to have that like Starfall into Hurricane for it to be the big pulls? Because I know like on those pulls, like you shoot up in the damage, obviously.
It feels like
so like
when I Hurricane, I do it definitely you feel the difference of not obviously not Starfalling, but I feel like a Hurricane. I get asked this a lot. It's not gonna like show off like a bunch of seeds will or like a Mind Seer or something like that, but it still does good damage, right? You'll see at some point I'll do it here without it. Like right now I'm doing it. I don't have a Starfall up. So like it does. It still will get you up there. It's just not gonna give you that extra umph, right? And there's a lot of times when you can do it because a lot of like not this example, but there's heroics and other times when you know, like spiders just die right away, for example, or something that dies like right away. Like you might get a tick of your Starfall off, but I mean, and that's where it sucks with Hurricane because especially running like in a lot of these runs we're just holding W the whole time. And
it's hard.
Ass with mana, especially I'm innervating myself the whole time. Fuck mages, and then I'm mana potting, and then I got to worry because if you're moving and if you're not control, it's like one of those things where you have Hurricane, which is fat, and you do it. Starfall travels with you, right? It's like stars up in the air, so whatever's around you personally as a target, and then we're Hurricaning, but then the tank moves out of the Hurricane, and that can fuck you. So it just depends on you knowing when you got like a lot of the gather points. I don't know how they're gonna do them, but like, yo, we're gonna pull all these mobs to this spot. This is where we're gonna Blizzard Hurricane and everything. So you're not sitting there wasting your mana because that is 2,800 mana every time you do it. And obviously you can do things like farm clear cast. Use your clear casting is the biggest thing you can do on it. Get clear casting of something and you slam a Hurricane with that, and that helps you save so much. Like one run, I wasn't paying attention to it because I had the sounds for it, but I couldn't visually see it on a weak aura. And then the next run, I could see it on a weak aura, and it was like my mana was so much better, right? And you have mana talents too you can take, but I don't think it's optimal to take them. But I don't, I'm not these guys. They'll speak on that more.
The clarity isn't being consumed by Hurricane right now, so hopefully that is a bug. Because I think it had been working, and I think something might have screwed it up in one of the recent patches they did to it. Because I tested it, I think this morning maybe even, or at least last night, and I got the Omen of Clarity proc, cast Hurricane, and Omen of Clarity is just chilling up there in my buff bar.
I've seen that too. I didn't know if it was what I assumed was like a tick of Hurricane proccing it or something, which I don't even know if that can happen. The first
another thing with Hurricane I'd like to do for AoE is I have the minor glyph to reduce, like to take off the pushback. So you can Typhoon, and then it's pretty much guaranteed a Nature's Grace proc, and you're going to reduce the cast of your Hurricane by more than the GCD of Typhoon. So you
Whoa.
Which is
Typhoon
nice. Oh.
and
Yes.
get your Nature's Grace proc. So it's just like bonus damage. Like all of that Typhoon damage is just added into your Hurricane, pretty much like a non-Nature's Grace Hurricane.
That's why you glyph.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's why you glyph right
Yeah.
there.
That seems
But
like
it's
you
it's-
have to, right? Yeah, that seems like a overall damage wise, that would be a huge upgrade.
Yes.
and-
Go ahead.
the glyph is just kind of hard to control because that extra range. And from what I've seen, it has increased the distance too. But maybe that's also not supposed to happen. Like not even just the sides, like the range on it too. Like it hits for over 40 or over 36 yards because I can be max range Typhoon with the minor glyph and it's gonna hit something outside of my range.
Yeah.
It's ridiculously far, but if you can like aim it right and control it and not pull extra packs to use it for the Nature's Grace for Hurricane, then it's really cool. So that's something like in between your Starfall cooldown, like the next pack after that. Instead of using Starfall to like get Nature's Grace for Hurricane, you can use Typhoon.
There you go.
Yep.
I love it.
And then also the ability to use it on the move, like for like W key purposes. You can use it as you're running in and kind of use that and Starfall to get you a little bit past the pack that you're currently on and set up in a position to where you can immediately roll into the pack after that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of good like kind of movement aspects to it.
Can you be ahead often and like pulling with it too? Like would it be viable by any means to like just kind of stay ahead and like get that out? Like I don't know how long the range is, but if you're like running up to a pack, just use it so you get that nature's grace, nature's grasp. The
Yes.
proc right away.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
So that's actually what I use to pull when I'm doing open world AoE farming.
Mhm.
Is I just like slam a Typhoon and it pulls. It's wide and it's long.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So yeah. So I actually use that to pull mobs for AoE farming. So yes, it is viable. I don't know. I didn't really use it too much in the raid that I did. I didn't do a ton of raid testing. I don't know if it applies to days to the trash mobs.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it does.
Mhm.
So you're gonna have time, and
Oh.
it's gonna create separation. They're gonna be slow coming in, but I mean, you can pull multiple packs with one Typhoon if you're pulling.
Raid allows it.
Yeah, if your raid allows it.
Hearing the days part, I'm like, ooh.
Like looking at the footage that Crix has up right now, you can literally walk into Faralina's room and shoot a Typhoon down the middle and pull all of them.
That would be crazy. Actually, that might actually be useful.
I did 5 or 6 Naxes on the beta, and I sort of got it took me 4 of them before I checked. Actually, I think you, Cares, told me, is one of you guys came from the Discord and told me to look at Typhoon damage. I was like, okay, I'll look at Typhoon damage.
Yeah, how good is it?
It was good, and I didn't know that it was that good. And it took me 4 or 5 runs before I think it was Lastcares was like, yo, use Typhoon more. I was like, all right, and then I was like, oh shit, this is big damage, and so I can't wait. I cannot wait to go and test this fucking raid again. I hope they let us. I hope this week they do right before pre-patch, right? Could you see it happening? I really hope so because I fucking can't wait. There's some shit you learn that you get so excited to play.
Yeah, they have to do one more at least round of testing for the raids because they have still so many bugs in the raids themselves. Even if it's copium, but like Heigen is still not doing the Heigen dance whatsoever, right? We weren't able to test the raids with AoE cap whatsoever. Rogues had like giga broken energy. DKs if they use the glyph were like stupid, right? So like it'll be interesting to really see. Shadow Priest, and Warlock like had
Oh yeah, AF, yep. AF got fixed for the most part. AF's fixed. It's almost completely fixed. Typhoon does Typhoon does more than 1 tick of Hurricane on average. That's dope.
Oh, that's so huge. Yeah. So that on Typhoon is. Glad you brought up the glyph so early on because like that is like essential, and also like one getting more range. So like that's gonna like lead for like Boomkins are gonna be like the biggest instigators of ninja pulling shit when people like. If you didn't like, you have to glyph the Starfall range, right, to reduce the range. Like you have to.
I mean, there's ways to do it. For speed, yeah. I tried a Nax without it, and I found myself like running into corners and like trying to hide when I popped it.
Yeah.
What, you know, without
it
focus?
just, yeah, without focus. I was like literally looking for like random spots, the farthest possible spot away from any mobs, and like then hitting it, and it wasn't fun.
So I said Hurricane was proccing Omen of Clarity last night and consuming it. Had 3 procs in a row on 3 different Hurricanes. Wow.
I did a run.
Wait, Hurricane procced it?
Hurricane procced Omen last night and consumed it. I like 3 procs in a row yesterday on 3 different Hurricanes. Oh, I don't know. I've never noticed that.
What if they changed it and they're like, yo, now you can proc it infinite mana, boy.
Well, I mean, I've been spamming heroics past few days. I haven't noticed that. I haven't seen
That's
that
what
yet.
mages can do, right? They can just get their clear casting.
Yeah, it goes on. It's just like on cast. Yeah, like the first one when you do it, it does, but not like it doesn't proc like Blizzards do, like Blizzard.
Yeah, that's
casting.
insane.
If it does, I haven't seen it, but I mean, I'm not denying it. But I live on a Boomie and I haven't seen that once.
Yeah, no, I literally haven't seen it either.
Just rank
that'd
one
be dope.
fish.
That'd
That would be
awesome.
dope because I don't know why it doesn't do that. It's more expensive than
could
Blizzard,
actually,
much more expensive
you could
than
actually
Blizzard.
rank one fish, and then on top of that, like
Why would you rank one fish? The mana's still the same, right?
Just
the
get
down
first.
ranking.
It depends on how often it. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you wouldn't down rank.
Yeah, the only reason down rank doesn't change is if it's like an example is corruption for warlocks, since it's a shorter duration of a dot. It's different. It's a different spell. But yeah, if you get down rank, that'd be so fucking huge.
I'm just an idiot. That's all that was.
I'm the one who brought up the suggestion. I'm not over here playing mana classes other than like my hunter, I guess technically, yeah. Which has probably more mana issues than anyone else.
I get upset. I'm not upset, but so with the glyphs, I switch between focus, which is limits the range of Starfall, and then for the Moonfire or for the Starfire one, right, the one that extends your Moonfire on the target. Because it's better for single target. So I did a whole run with focus off the whole time, and there's one time that I pulled. It was that eel room, that fucking eyeball eel looking room. You know what I'm talking about? Going to like whatever boss it is. I don't know Nax that well. That one is the only place that I had trouble with like the range on the Starfall.
You're
like
running.
You said, I was sitting Starfire over focus just because I didn't want to. I was trying to switch between each boss. I would take off focus and I'd put on. Remember? Yeah, maybe you came in here and told me to take it off for a whole wing. It was like a plague wing. When we were talking about that with Lotheb,
yeah, Plague Wing. Because I mean,
well, Lotheb you can do it. You got to cancel Aura.
Yeah, you got to cancel Aura or run focus for Lotheb.
Yep.
But yeah,
will it just kill the spore? Oh my god!
It just kills the spore.
Oh yeah, and it murders it fast too.
One tick, yeah.
So
one
grief,
tick.
dude.
Yeah.
Boomies are gonna grief hard on that.
If you don't have focus on, it'll literally like, it'll global it as it spawns.
Yeah, which is crazy because on private servers I was in a pretty serious guild and they were like, "Oh, Boomies don't Starfall at all," and I was like, "What the fuck you mean don't Starfalls? I'm Starfalling the shit out of this." And then I did it and it was like, "Oh, okay, well, now I know why." But then you can still do it. There's time. Spores on the other end. You got a good time to do it. You just cancel or get a couple ticks off. You're fine. There's ways to work around it, right?
You can work around it.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem on that.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Starfall is like. I think that's what's most people always ask me. I played all the casters and like what's the most fun, and I always say Boomie overall is just so much fun, and I think it's because of Starfall because you make it or break it with it. It's all about not just the trash, obviously, because if you blow Starfall on a 4-pack, a 6-pack, because you're like, oh, this is huge, and then the next pack is like a 12-pack, you just lost right there, or you get a greedy because you see 17,000 spiders, but then they die in the first tick of a fucking howling blast or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you have these bosses like this Max boss makes or whatever you say her name, where you can try to time with the spiders, or you don't. You know what I mean? But that's just so.
Oh,
much
those
fun.
are going to be howling blasted instant.
Yeah,
well,
but you
no shot.
Oh, you get
once we have perfect timers.
Get a tick off. I'm getting a tick off.
Oh, no way!
No
way!
Yeah, it'll tick right away. It'll tick just as soon as you do. I'm ready for it.
Oh, does it? It's literally instant.
But you gotta hold it for like 35 seconds. I think it was. You gotta hold it, which sucks because if you do the math, that's where it gets tricky. It's like you always want to kind of hold your Starfall. For when you can.
It used to be a race to see who could get a sapper off. In Classic, it literally everyone would try to get a sapper if you were trying to go for like the damage on boss.
Just doing a sapper instead.
To be honest with you, because you're gonna be engineering as a Boomkin anyways, which we'll get into. But yeah, just sapper when the spiders come out and Starfall right off the rip.
Yeah, I think you save it. Yeah. Good call. Thank you, Sarthe. I wish they would have.
We're not gonna be able to use sappers in a speedrun though on my Xna.
I wish they could.
It's gonna be a wasted place.
Like they could let you Serenite. If you can time the throw, that'd be tricky, but you might be able to.
Yeah, that would be.
Warcraft Logs did not in Classic remove the spider damage it was in it. Usually Warcraft Logs does remove like external mobs, like one in particular, like on the meters in the background, I did like 11k DPS on Grand Widow Fairlina. Warcraft Logs only tracks the damage to the 2 worshippers and the boss, but like everyone's numbers on your details is going to look way too nice on that fight.
That's I think that's absurd. There's so many of these fights that are gonna be Boomy fights. That's such a good Boomy fight. It's crazy because you Starfall single target, bro. That's what the best thing is. It's not like you literally Starfall as single target rotation, so you don't even have to hold it. Like, it's just times you're just gonna pop it. You don't. I mean, yeah, you can hold the cheese like you would some other stuff, but you don't really. You know what I mean? I love it.
Yeah, just pop off right away, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying before that. But
by the way, could you guys describe the actual ability Starfall? I think I understand it fully, but I also have not logged onto a Boomy to.
You want me to do it, Karis?
Yeah, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, I'll just log in on a Boomy. Go ahead.
So I was really confused the first day of the beta when I got on it and used it too. So it lasts for 10 seconds and it can do 20 stars and it can do 2 stars per second. And each of those 2 stars can splash a 5-yard radius and do extra damage. And it also does the splash damage to the target of the star.
The target getting hit also eats the splash?
Yes.
Yeah. So if it's single target, it gets hit by 1. So it'll get hit by 10 stars and 10 splash damage.
Oh, so you need the 2 targets to get the 20 out. At least 2 targets to get the 20 out.
Yes, it's 10 only. Because the 2 stars fall at the same time. So it's 10 single target, and then if there's a second or more targets, then it's 20 total stars.
And it's just random. It just picks whatever target it wants. Like, it's not like the 2 closest targets to you or anything. It just picks whatever's in your range.
Which is another thing.
Randomly hits 2.
Do you glyph or talent a shorter cooldown? Is it 1.5 minutes always?
Yes, it's 1.5 minutes. 1 minute with the glyph.
And which is a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. And then that's another reason why focus is so big, is because it chooses targets at random. If, say, your tank is like one of your tanks are pulling another pack, as that pack's coming in, it's going to take the stars over to that pack and take away from the bigger pack that's sitting there getting DPS down currently. Yeah, so if you have like different stuff coming in, you can get a wild star out there that's doing barely no damage when the big group is over here.
Land on a rat that's in the corner.
Yeah,
it can also target critters.
Yeah,
lame.
So focus gets it.
That's so
it's real close. You know, it's all about controlling it as much as possible.
Yeah. There is a lot of rats in Naxxramas, which is like useful if you like want to like before pulling to get some runic power to get some rage or something. But that's so late. It just grabs one of your starfalls. You just like feel bad, dude. Oh. Yeah. All right. So that's like your biggest CD for the most part, right? It's like getting that is like every minute. That's a lot of carrying your overall damage. And how much does it affect your single target? Like
single target, you feel it. I feel like it doesn't look like it's a lot, but you feel it, right? Like you definitely
you're gonna use it during any eclipse. Like, it's not gonna matter if you're in lunar or solar. If you have starfall up, that's gonna be your global.
Yeah.
But Treants actually is a really big use too.
Yeah, that's your number 1 damage global cooldown is Treants, but Starfall is it's a lot of
breakdown.
It's a lot of a lot of damage single target.
It really is.
Because it's I mean, you got to treat it like a dot. You got to treat it like a really high damage dot. You can cast while it's going off, so you might as well use it.
While you're moving, everything bursts. Yeah. It's crazy. What is the only you can get stunned and it's still up? You just can't shapeshift. Oh my god.
Anything that causes loss of control to your character will
cancels.
Pause it. It doesn't take it off or anything, but it will. While you lost control of your character, no stars will fall, and then it will resume damage as you come out of that loss of control.
Okay.
The duration is not paused, but
Oh,
the
so
stars
just
won't fall.
the stars. I thought it was duration was paused, so it was like, all right, you still
Oh
have
no,
10, like
no,
6
yeah, no.
seconds left after your 6-second stun or
No,
something.
the time still keeps ticking. So
you
it,
lose
like,
out on 2
in
stars per second when you're stunned, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
I
Yeah,
just don't
something
shapeshift.
like that.
That's all I know. I have burnt too many starfalls when I was learning. My Naga mouse buttons are my shapeshifting, and I'll, you just moving kind of quick on a Naga mouse, and sometimes you bump a button and it'll shapeshift you, and it just blows you out of it, and it's so tilting.
Does I don't know. Go, you play Horde, don't you?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So I don't know if you know this off the top of your head because they've changed a few things. I don't know if Starfall still falls when you're shadow melded as a Boomkin. I'm actually just gonna test that right now.
Yeah, I know it did at the beginning, and that was kind of broken.
You can do it right now too if you want.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
Alliance,
that's cool.
if you pull aggro, you can shadow meld, but if Starfall is up, you are just coming right back out of stealth and getting.
You're good. I just
getting hit.
melded and still have it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that just some food for thought. If you're using shadow meld to save yourself after you pulled aggro, that's gonna pull you right back out of stealth.
You can make like a cancel up.
Yeah, you're gonna
macro with
cancel or
shadow meld. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna cancel.
I mean, if you're doing it with worry of getting pulled out, you're doing it to save your life or something, then you probably would cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that being important in some places. I think people not running focus is a big mistake. I think people need to run focus a lot of the time.
Yes. There are other things you can do. I mean, like as we progress further into Wrath of the Lich King, trash packs get a little more spread out. Bosses are kind of just
like
alone
and stuff, yeah.
with the exception of like Freya. Freya focus is probably gonna be a big.
Oh my god! Imagine that room without focus, dude, pulling all over the place.
God, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So Freya, you're gonna want focus. It's not as big of a deal for a lot of the other stuff, especially kind of down the road. If say like, with sim and specific gear levels, you can swap this out and it'll be a little bit more damage, then that might be the way to go. Yeah, so we'll see and play it by ear, but currently in phase 1, focus is 100% the way to go.
It did proc 1, look. It just did.
But it didn't consume it, did it?
Yeah. Oh, procced again. Yeah. See if it does.
Wait, do you have 3 casts?
Wait,
what? It didn't consume it. Look, right now it's not.
Oh no, no, it consumed it and immediately just procced it.
And you have you're just going up in mana.
That doesn't go away until you. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's not consuming.
You're literally just going up in mana right now.
Okay, well that's a game
it.
changer. That's a game changer for AOE. Oh, just
see, Toto knows everything, man. Toto knows everything.
Toto knows everything.
Up.
That's sick.
Yeah, no, that was not doing that.
Was not doing that. Ago. Yeah, it was not. That's crazy, dog. Hell yeah, Toto.
Yeah. Okay.
Toto, baby. I was wondering. You know what's crazy is I was wondering because Blizzard, it does the same thing as Blizzard. And Blizzard can crit. I mean, Blizzard can proc it. They're clear casting, so I'm like, yo, that's not even fair, dog.
Yeah, I mean that's insanely powerful now.
Yeah. No.
If it stays, if it's supposed to be like that.
Yeah.
There's been too many things I've gotten excited about, and then the next build comes out and it's gone. I'm like, fuck.
Like mana.
Yeah, dude. Like I still have flashbacks.
I knew that felt too good to be true.
Innervate and TBC and the beta for that. Like Innervate was just like a full mana bar.
So obviously broken though. That was like so obviously like Innervate is now doing 9,000% or something like that. It was like instant mana.
Oh, it was great. I said the I word again. Damn it.
Oh yeah, Toto. If we can add someone to this if they want to join the call. I don't know. I'm always down.
Yeah.
We got room for another box, Toto, if you want to come through. I think to close on how the Boomie feels in beta, I think it feels amazing. I was worried about so when I was playing private servers, I did not see a lot of Boomies, but I saw one Boomie. Shout out Turbo Swipe, man, Turbo. He was absolutely blasting in the guild that we were in, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start playing because I want to try to see if it's good. And then I started loving it, and then now I was worried because everyone's like, yeah, it's Warmane, and Warmane's gonna have like their crit values or yada 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 and some shit, but it fucking feels great, and I love how it feels, and I'm very happy with how Boomie is. Yeah, it starts to add him to the call, and I'll make a little box for him.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with how Boomy feels on single target. I knew it would feel good overall, no matter what. Like I knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it was single target that I was worried about. And it does feel like ass when you don't get procs. But we are in template gear with that RNG, and it's not that bad of RNG. It's that, yeah, you can get shit RNG on it, but even at like a really bad pull, it's like, yeah, you'll feel it. Like if I have a bad pull, but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be in the template gear too. And it just gets better too with gear.
It's definitely a class founded on RNG, but it's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm excited for it. We're gonna add the homie to the call.
All right.
Before we go over anything else, we'll ask him how it feels on beta 2. You know what I mean?
There we go.
Intermission.
Let's see. Technical issues are like
Can hear now.
Oh,
There we go.
Can they hear us?
Yeah, now they can hear us.
now can stream hear?
Okay.
Oh, yep.
All right.
Stream can hear us too.
My
So
bad.
since
I
we
have a
covered
Go
Innervate,
LXR, my Go
we
LXR
can
is
move
like
on.
busted. Have they heard anything for the past like 5 minutes?
No.
I
Yeah,
thought
so I'm
so.
glad that Innervate talk got over with. Yeah, I got a Go
Yeah,
LXR
yeah,
and it's
that's
like a few years old, and I think it broke on me finally. So like every time I move it barely, it like shuts all my shit down. Sorry about that.
Joe, mine does
shit.
that too. It
Yeah.
like does like it glitches your screen for a split second, and then it like
Mhm.
all your sound goes out.
Yeah, we're joking about the Innervate talk. You know.
Yeah.
Totoo,
Yes, sir.
how are you doing, my friend? Welcome.
I'm
Thank
doing
you-
very good.
Thank you for
How are you
coming
doing?
on. Perfect. I'm doing fine.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Better now that you're here. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
So, I mean, before we continue on, you want to introduce yourself a little bit. What do you do, man? What's up? How you playing? And then how do you feel you are in the beta?
I've been at the moment I'm playing in progress. My name is Toto, as it says on the screen, I guess. Currently I'm playing Ellie Shaman and Enhance. Gonna be Boomkin in Wrath. Play Boomkin a bit on Wrath private servers. And yeah, I guess that's it.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. How do you? I mean, we could skip past much stuff, but you've been playing on the beta. How do you think? How do you like and how Boomie feels?
I said it earlier. I think it's about the same as private server at the moment. Earlier, before the fixed Hurricane clear casting proc, it was a bit worse, but now it's about the same with like mana and damage and everything.
You haven't been
So
able
it's,
to test though within like a raid situation with this fixed.
No,
fixed
I want to
proc,
done
right?
heroics and dungeons with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably gonna change a lot because especially on A1 wing where you AoE like very often, it's gonna help a lot with the mana.
Were you finding yourself in raids before that having to stop often ever?
I was basically innovating myself on CD.
Oh,
So yeah.
Crix.
Yeah.
It wasn't just me, bro. You got okay. If you're holding W, you need to innovate yourself. If you're
Yes.
not, and you have time to get your mana like 80, like most of the people will have time to, then you don't need it, except for like Dadius maybe, but you don't need it otherwise. And give it to whoever your great leader says.
I'm starting to play with the super unselfish glyph of Innervate actually. So I'm because if you need to give it away, right, you're probably gonna give away to Holy Pala.
Yeah.
And glyph of Innervate still gives you mana, so it gives you 45% of your base mana over 10 seconds, even if you give it someone else. So I
There you
think
go, helping the raid.
So I think the play is for at least for the first raid when you're not gonna play with improved insect swarm. You're gonna play focus, starfall, and innervate. Because it's just not worth putting up dots at that point because it's just less damage per global.
I like that more because every time I look at Moonfire, I'm like, this is a garbage ass. It's nice, but like when you're just running, you're not even. That's 747 mana for Innervate or for Moonfire, right? Like you're gonna sit there and spam Moonfire on everybody.
Yeah, and on average, Starfall or Starfire does more damage than the Moonfire would do overall.
I was wondering about that. I'm glad you mentioned this. That's good because I fucking hate that glyph.
But with the Starfire glyph, it's extending the duration of Moonfire.
Yeah, but if you don't put up,
100% more.
it's not worth to put up the dot even if you're not running the improved insect farm. That's at least from my testing. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but that's from what I've got out.
Yeah, so the sim's not an alpha yet, so we're not going to be able to get 100% out of that. But from right now, it's looking like dots might actually be worth it DPS wise to apply outside of Eclipse.
Outside of Eclipse, 100%.
Outside of Eclipse.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
Inside of Eclipse, it is 100% a DPS loss if you have
100%
it.
for sure.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
we're still waiting on Insect Swarm to be recoded because right now it's only showing that it's doing like about 60% of the damage it should do. So we don't know if it's
very
worth
low
it. But
damage.
Moonfire is actually doing more damage than not applying Moonfire.
Yeah, I agree.
So-
I'm just not spamming outside of it. Eclipse. I guess we can talk about Eclipse. I guess we can talk about Eclipse when we get to the Boomy section. Because that's next.
All of it's the Boomy section.
Yeah, right. I guess so.
Yeah.
The Boomy overviews. That's where we're gonna have to open the talents up and talk about it. Is there
Because
anything?
the class
for
changes
you
a
guys-
lot, right?
Yeah. Is there anything for you guys that have been played? I didn't play Touch, but I don't even have a Druid created on TBC yet. Okay. But what's some overall Druid class changes?
Everything. It's a complete
bit,
class
like-
overhaul.
like-
Yeah,
big
it's a
ones.
basic complete overhaul. Yeah,
Like,
I would say the biggest one is Hurricane for sure.
Hurricane. removing the 1 minute cooldown. Still does the attack speed reduction.
Oh
And
wow.
we've got new spells: Starfall, Typhoon.
All right, you're the new Thunderclap bot.
Yeah.
Thunderclap bot.
And then Eclipse is the #1 biggest change. Then that's what causes us to go from just spamming Starfire and TBC to actually using more of our abilities. I'll let go if you want to
explain.
If you want to go over your little class changes list.
Oh yeah,
I made
that thing is big beautiful. Ass list.
Yeah, hit it, bud.
Because that's way more prep than I did.
Hit it, buddy.
All right, I'm just gonna bounce through these. If you have any questions, Sarthe or Crix, just let me know. Stop me. So there's a little bit less armor in Moonkin form. It goes from 400% down to 370. So not huge, but losing a little bit of armor. Barkskin's not on the GCD anymore, so you can kind of like put that into a macro if you really want to, but it's not gonna be like a 1.5 second GCD after using Barkskin before you Hurricane or anything.
So
you
nice.
use Barkskin, Hurricane all at the same time.
Which is so nice because a lot of the times it'll be like I will Nature's Grasp before I do the AoE, Starfall, Hurricane. Need a Barkskin because you pull aggro.
Especially that, like if you're typhooning and getting insta procs, right?
Yeah.
Nature's Grasp is baseline. It's not a talent anymore, and you get 3 charges for using it, and each of those 3 charges can root a different target. And then you can also, Entangling Roots, a 4th target, like cast a root, and all of that can be done indoors, outdoors, doesn't matter anymore.
Big.
This is a huge change. Soothe Animal is an instant. It's not a 1.5 second cast. So those bears in the pre-patch and ZA, you can just keep running and soothe animal.
That's crazy. To go back on the root thing real quick, I didn't play Boomy and I didn't play Druid in TBC. So when I started playing Boomy, people were like, "Yo, you're rooting inside." I'm like, "Yeah." Like, how are you rooting inside? I'm like, "What are you talking about? How are you rooting inside?" Like, you couldn't do that in TBC. My mind is blown. Logically, why can you not do that inside? That's crazy.
It sucked for like the flag room in Warsong Gulch too. You couldn't root in there.
Oh yeah, all the
I never thought about that. Yeah.
All the dungeon rooms or even open world farming rooms that like you can clearly see the sun or the moon but you still can't cast it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Fairy Fire, a big change. It's up to a 5-minute duration instead of 40 seconds. So mostly
Huge.
one cast per
40
fight.
seconds in TBC.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if Fairy Fire drops, it is you are so griefing your raid if you're the Imp Fairy Fire. It's so crazy, and like literally it's so much DPS for your entire raid that like these types of changes are things that I think are really, really good for like your class, because if not, like you're just sitting there making sure Fairy Fire's up.
While you're on Fairy Fire, when are you Fairy Firing and when are you not? Like, what do you see in your raid where you don't Fairy Fire?
Okay, so if there is a Shadow Priest and a Feral Druid, you don't cast it. As a Boomkin, you don't cast it. You still take the talent points because you still gain the benefit of 3% crit for anybody's Fairy Fire being up. But you don't need to cast it because the Shadow Priest will take care of the spell hit, and I know Feral Tanks are going to use Fairy Fire. I don't know 100% if cats are talking about it or what. I couldn't get a straight answer.
Do it on pull. I don't know why you wouldn't, unless you're opening with your whatever ambush that it's called, which can happen. But yeah.
Yes,
put it
you
up and
can.
start since Ferals want to be in stealth. They have Feral Fire. Feral. I don't know how to say it. I'm bad at that word.
Yes. So like Bear Tanks is what we're leaning more towards. If it's like a Feral DPS, then we're likely going to be the ones that are going to be applying it. I couldn't get a set in stone answer from them, so I didn't want to just go ahead and say that anything either way.
That's what I was gonna say. Bear Tank.
Yeah, Bear Tank. Yeah.
I feel like you're gonna run a Feral, so like the cat can put it up in cat form. Like they don't have to, right?
That's a global, and Ferals are like
why
with
they're
their
going
extra.
in though?
Because
so
you have like a feral charge
pop
thing that you can do, but then like you would be brought out of stealth. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure on the opener, because if your opener is not using your like ambush, then totally easy because you can do it while you're in the movement of the feral charge thing. But if your opener is the ambush, then that would be like kind of a lame global to use when.
Right.
What if you're
the
not using
Boomkin
feral
could use-
tanks? Locks?
So it's a global for both of us. It's just whether or not ferals would be able to do it. Like yeah, if they start out on stealth, then it's 100% going to be us casting it.
Yeah, but I don't think they start. See, like Grifton is saying, yeah, you don't stealth on pull, too expensive. You feral charge, haste pot, GCD would suck for the feral fire.
Yeah, but I mean we're pre-potting and getting everything ready too, so it's gonna suck for somebody. So I mean,
Yeah, Toto, what do you think?
Alternate.
I mean that's what I'm saying. Like
Just run
what
a bear
I
tank,
would
fuck
do is run a bear tank. No, like the slash roll at the beginning of the raid. Like no, you're the bitch this week. So I mean
At that point, it's just the question of like which one is the most or least DPS decrease for
the
use
first
the
global.
one global for. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mm,
Which,
I would assume is the
think
least
it's-
is the least for Boomy,
yeah.
but that's just my gut feeling.
well, I don't know, because
Don't
if
have the
I
math
send a
on that.
fucking wrath and that wrath would have procced my shit, but instead of that wrath I fairy fired, I'm mad.
Oh my god.
Crix likes the parse, of course.
Yeah, I'm like,
That's what the Boomie's for.
That's true,
Dude.
actually.
I don't
It's
mind. No, I
always
mean, as
been
the
the
Boomie, I
Boomie's
kind of just
job.
as a Boomie, I kind of you just do it. It's kind of like whatever first global kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I feel like
it's whatever.
I mean,
we-
we've
Precast
been
your
doing it
wrath and
for
throw
an-
that shit out there and call it a day. You know what I mean? Couple
We've
wraths.
been doing an entire expansion. You know, no breaks
Just-
though.
it's just gonna be muscle memory at this point.
Yeah.
Just make
Oh,
Hunter
tame
a
I can't
wasp.
wait till the first raid where I'm like trying to reapply Fairy Fire mid rotation or something, and I'm like, wait, what am I doing?
I did that on bait already. I was like, just had my internal timer. It's like, okay, yeah, now it's time.
It isn't
that's
got
gotta
to
be such a change.
No.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. I
No.
think.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes. It's a global cooldown for somebody, and I mean, it just depends on what you want to. It's likely minor DPS difference between the two of them for casting.
I feel like I
We'll
say that,
see.
but
It's gonna be the feral.
I say that, but you'll never see me
Yeah.
fairy firing in those VODs.
Bro, I'm gonna be so salty if I'm in raids and like straight up my Boomkin is 100% not fairy firing. Like, I mean, if you
Why?
have the two, but
I
like,
guess the armor.
imagine not having the debuff up. You know,
Are you gonna play a
and I've
Boomie
been
Sarthe?
in. Oh no, I
God,
might
could see
level
you
a
getting
feral.
fucked up by that start for all the aggro on the Boomie.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, Sarthe, just get a wasp and don't worry about the 5% damage. Or 5%.
The fuck out of here, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh,
Oh,
So
yeah.
I know it's a little bit
imagine
later.
not having a wolf.
Go ahead.
Imagine.
I'm gonna tell Stat to get a wasp so he can keep it up for himself.
Yeah.
But like the stackability of Boomkins, I know that's later on in the conversation. But if you have two Boomies, then you can have one be the support for the raid. They can throw the fairy fire up. The other Boomie can send it in wrath.
Yeah.
I can't wait to
And then-
Somebody's putting Fairy Fire up.
Yeah.
Or if there's two ferals, the ferals could pick one of the ferals to be the support and throw up the fairy fire.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if someone literally like if someone refused to play to fairy fire, imagine like to not put the debuff up in your raid, you would be like, dude, get out, you're kicked.
Yeah.
I promise you, warlocks aren't going to curse the weakness that. So go ahead and quit that right away.
That's why.
What? I don't need
That's
that.
why I think like an alternating schedule is fine. I mean, like
Yeah.
unless it's like an absurd amount of DPS that difference between who casts it. I just do what the locks have been doing with curses for the last 2 expansions.
Rotate.
True, actually. Like, this is the biggest problem. He's gonna put up Fairy Fire.
I just
Yeah.
slap that shit up at the.
Yeah, that's like so. I'm over here doing.
I'm not worried
I'm over
about
here
it,
doing
like-
Hunter's
Yeah.
Mark with like the fastest rotation in the current game. You know,
Can't you
Like,
Hunter's Mark out of combat ahead of time though?
yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
right.
horrible example.
But it
yeah.
drops. It drops and takes the GCD in boss fights
Yeah. So
unless you're fast enough. But yeah.
Hit it, go ahead and continue. Fairy fire.
Alright,
I love these.
let me
No,
see where I'm
by the way,
at
I
here.
love when we rant off like this. It's my favorite thing about the show is that we sidebar like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love it.
Yeah.
Hit it, baby.
So Force of Nature has a pet bar now, so you're not going to pop your treants at the boss's feet, and then they decide that they're going to just run back and stand by you for the 30 seconds. You can control them now. Put them on passive if you killed something, and
I bugged mine
they
out. Whoops.
start to run off. Oh, are we all muted again?
No.
No, you're good.
Okay.
I'm just showing what it
But
do
yeah.
as you're talking about him.
yeah, he bugged out the tree.
Yeah. So if you if you finish a pack and that you see your treants are starting to run to pull something else, you can put them on passive so they come right back, or you can send them in if they're just standing next to you.
Do they spawn like I feel like everything right now currently is spawning in aggressive, so like you have to macro in passive on spawn.
Yep.
Yes.
Like playing enhanced on like spell hands, you have to do that, or else your fucking pets just go off.
Now, does passive work in a way that's gonna get them to stop attacking the boss when they're spawned?
Well, on spawning
So
you send, so like I mean, I guess
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
used to a pet class, so like it's inadvertent, like literally without thinking. One of my first actions, if I have a pet ever, is like to
Pet
send
attack,
pet.
yeah.
Yeah, and that is I mean, you could even macro that in if you're like lazy to like your normal abilities. So when you change targets, your pets move with you. But yeah, it's super easy. And then also I'm literally doing Hunter and DK, which is double pet class. So yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
But I feel like that's something that a lot of people should know, that at least currently on the beta, if you ever spawn pets that have a pet bar, they are spawned fully on aggressive, and like in between pulls, they'll just run off to fucking Narnia and start attacking something. And it's super annoying.
Very.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
All right. Innervate is now down to 3 minutes instead of 6, and it lasts half the duration. It's only 10 seconds instead of 20. And I was really confused on like the wording of it. Like it's what 225% of your base mana. So like I was really confused because I was getting the same amount no matter how much gear I put on or took off. But it's like finally yesterday I sat there in Dalaran, like I took all my gear off. I had like 5,300 mana, and I'm like, well, that still doesn't make sense. But it's not including like your base intellect either. So you have to subtract your base intellect from your base mana, and then it gets down to like 3,500. So then it's 225 of your 3,500 base mana, and it's just static throughout the whole expansion. Like it's just going to give you 7866 mana over 10 seconds.
Server shut down.
For everyone.
Raid testing Inc? Question mark?
Raid testing.
Oh, imagine.
Abolish poison. That's another spell that we can now use in Moonkin form. In TBC, you couldn't abolish poison. You had to swap
Shift?
out.
Yeah.
There's no more like melee swinging in Moonkin form to get mana back. You just get mana restored on a single target spell crit. Celestial Focus, you can't get your stun anymore from that talent. It used to be like a 15% chance if you had 3 points in Celestial Focus to stun a target randomly. That's gone. And the pushback of the spells that it gave changed to Starfire, Hibernate, and Hurricane instead of only Wrath. So like Wrath, it doesn't reduce the pushback anymore, just Starfire, Hibernate, Hurricane. Lunar Guidance, we used to get some 25% of our intellect as spell power. That's down from 25% to 12%. So a little bit of a nerf there, but we get 30% of our spirit as spell power in improved Moonkin form.
So is that a buff overall?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it just really makes us want that spirit gear now more than before. Because we used to want the spirit gear kind of for like our innervates, but now we're getting that spell power from it, and 30% is huge. Like,
change your gearing quite significantly. Like, I mean, I guess not necessarily, since that's always how the class is in Wrath of the Lich King, but like when you are going up against other classes for some gear, are some things like more significantly strong for you, or like because of it adds the spirit, and that's like also more spell damage instead of like other classes looking for things that are like purely like intellect and like crit or haste or some shit like that?
I know that other casters have also gotten buffs based off of spirit that scale off of spirit. I think what mages have crit, and then I think warlocks get something as well.
Warlock is spell power.
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the casters want spirit now. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that would be like given straight to the Boomy over the warlocks, or mages in this example. I'm trying to think of something. I don't really think there's
Shadow Priest gets spell power also. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody,
casters are kind of casters. I mean, there's some trinkets like mages will prefer over a warlock or vice versa, but I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think of anything off the top. Yeah, nothing off the top of my head that is like we want that nobody else wants.
Yeah,
Okay.
there might be some TBC gear that you can get from like Sunwell that you might want to look at now instead of before the pre-patch that has Spirit on it.
Yeah.
I don't have any examples off the top of my head, but yeah, like just look out for Spirit in the pre-patch too.
Just like yoink before
Yeah,
people realize.
give me that.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of getting around word around town is everybody wants some spirit shit though. Even like like Golden Staff, like people the KJ Golden Staff, like if people know that it's starting to get around. But if you're in those DDPs or something, swoop them up for cheap. Remember all the healing gear it's converted out.
Yeah, things are going for so cheap, dude. I grabbed some
Yeah,
pieces for my Warlock because I was like, why not?
KJ healing stat's gonna be huge for leveling as well. And anything that's gonna reduce your downtime of regening mana, and that staff is just like huge for that. I mean, we're already gonna be over haste soft cap and pre-patch anyways, so that's not gonna be an issue. Like, take that step for leveling if you can get a hold of it.
Yeah.
We used to try to get a couple points maybe into subtlety in the resto tree and TBC for some threat reduction, because salve has changed now, so it's not like a 30 or 20% buff, whatever it is in TBC for everybody. You can still get salve from your pally, but it's just like a single target thing now. But
Yeah,
we
hand
can
of
get,
salve.
Yeah, we can get 15% or 30% if we put 2 points in Nature's Reach now. So that's the talent that extends our spell's range, and we can also get threat reduction from that. So it's not mandatory to have 2 points. You can kind of like float and just get 15% threat reduction, have a little bit less range, and spend that second point somewhere else. Just depends. But
Do you guys find yourself having threat issues? Because I do not in the slightest have threat issues ever.
In AoE?
Not even with AoE, when I'm with my guild doing it.
Once they fix Paladin, no, yeah, right?
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely going to be a bigger talent for like rando heroics. But
mandatory heroics.
because the threat rate reduction is one thing, but then it's also tied to our range. And I mean, we're going to be getting close enough for Starfall to hit the boss anyways, so arguments can be made that we don't really need that extra range until we do need the extra range.
Wait, okay, wait, Toto,
yeah,
I'm
since we're
curious,
getting
because do you see a use of that extra range as you're like moving quickly through a raid, like to get like another cast off as you're getting closer?
I think for speed runs, it's definitely a use.
Yes.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, like, imagine you have someone pulling in front, and you have your staff or your hurricane. You can just stand back with the hurricane. You don't have to run forward like 10 extra yards or something, 5 extra yards.
Yeah, and that's like 2 seconds of ticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that increased range is also affecting Starfall's range, because without that, Starfall's range, if you're using Glyph of Focus, you have to basically be standing on top of the boss
20
or on
yards.
top of the mobs. I think it's less than that.
I think it's 20.
Without Nature's Reach.
I don't know. I know it's 30. Use the glyph. Down to 20, right? I can look it up here. Continue. I'll look it up while you guys are.
Yeah, but that sounds like as a talent really powerful in my head when I'm thinking about like overall, like having the range on. Yeah.
And the ability to have Starfall up and while you're doing movement through trash and stuff like that, and still hit everything while still taking Glyph of Focus.
Yeah, it gives you that like sweet spot of range. Yeah.
Yeah, 15 yards. 15 yards with Glyph of Focus and without Nature's Reach is Starfall's max range.
And it's 21 with the reach and the glyph. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Does Starfall go through LOS?
No.
Sorry for interrupting. I just watched Crix you like LOS while you had Starfall up, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you have to be in line.
Okay, that's
it's hit targets.
I think it's like once
you have to be in line. But let's say if you have like an upper floor or something, and you can see something, a mob up there, you can still pull it like that.
Yeah, because it stops. It does like one tick here, and then it stops. I have a border here, and then nothing comes up right now. It would have already ticked, and then now they ticks again right when I come out.
Yeah.
But I pushed away because I did it early.
Sorry for it. That like I caught that. I was like,
keep
no
going.
way, dude. That would be so crazy strong, and also annoying at the same place where like you would do a lot of like ninja pulls where you'd like stall fall through LOS. It would make no sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think I like Nature's Reach as a talent. I'll be taking it.
Yeah, I've always had 2 points in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any case you wouldn't take it.
Yeah, is there something you could have gained better?
It just depends. There's so many
We'll
different
see.
talent choices.
Yeah,
in
there's like some
specs
random
that-
flex points you
yeah.
could do if you wanted to, but they're not that.
Yeah.
important.
that'd be
Yeah.
something that you could maybe put into like a mana talent instead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like maybe put it in Dream State or something, or Moon Glow.
which we'll talk about when we get there. But I really haven't had to run mana talents yet. But I've also
mean, yeah, if-
mana posters on cooldown, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
if you're hitting
you
that
know, mana
WP
was
through
bugged.
the raid, then
yeah. Oh, and mana was bugged. Yeah, that's right. Did they fix
Yeah,
that? They fixed it yet?
Yeah, they fixed it, and
But
you
we
can
haven't made a
tell.
raid yet. Raid test, have we? I couldn't tell in heroics on the Boomy, but I could tell on the Ellie.
What's your Boomie's gotten some gear now, hasn't it?
Yeah, the one of them does. Yeah, I have like 5
Okay,
Boomies.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's not
Like
that
5 Boomies. I'm like fucking god.
Fucking hell.
bad. They're so
Yeah.
much fun.
That's more than me even.
Well, because when I was raid testing them, like the first one I did, it was all right, but I knew it's like learning where you're starfalling. And the next one is learning how much I can use my mana. And then by the third one, I felt comfy enough to pump, and that's this one. And I was like, oh, now you keep learning stuff, but they don't let you reset lockouts, which I guess is fine. So you got to make a new one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make the new template.
Yeah, that would be probably really easy for them to do. Like, it makes no sense for you to be locked on the beta because it's like, now I just have to run again. It's just make a new character.
Pull Maru from Twins and Prepatch. Crazy.
Oh yeah, that's actually like a thing. Not so much pulling Muru, but you could, when you're going under that bridge where like you got the Painbringer, the 4-pack right there, right before you go up the spiral stairs.
Oh yeah.
If you starfall on that pack, you will pull the 2 guards upstairs right outside Muru's room,
And they
So
will
Starfall
bring.
is
and they will bring everything.
like
Yeah,
a
they'll bring the
surrender.
imps. They'll bring the dogs.
Oh my god.
Speedrun
So,
meta win.
Yeah, because
Actually, we all have so much more AoE. We actually could fight that.
Dude,
We
the game
yeah.
itself has so much more. A raid is gonna have like, just think about how much more AoE a raid does now.
I mean, other than like the
Actually
double
crazy.
dogs doing like something to just murder your entire raid instantly, because like the dogs can actually do that. Our AoE is actually way stronger.
Every class, look at hunters are smacking. You got hunters, shadow priests weren't even AoEing, and now AoEing majorly, big AoE. They both have huge AoE. Boomy's AoE is drastic now, going from what they didn't have it. You're gonna have DKs in your raid clapping. There's a lot of AoE in these raids now. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
In person.
so we're not going to be griefing if we starfall extra
Oh,
shit
yeah,
and
they
pull
don't.
it.
Oh,
No,
you for
I
sure
forgot
are.
Starfall.
if
It's
you
not till
speed run.
75. Get
I've
fucked.
literally been preparing my guild leader for the accidental trash pulls.
Yeah, look at this.
We already have a meme in progress that druids are the new hunters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually true.
It's like full on. Like it's gonna be
Yeah.
crazy to see it happen in like a speed run where it's like one of the pulls that like wrecks or like it makes it so it's like really scary to actually pull off. Like one person dies, that speed run loses by 6 seconds on world record or something.
I've already started to look at spots where like you can stand not to pull stuff with Starfall. In that
Yeah, for the raid, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's actually gonna be like very clutch for like overall and for movement.
Yeah, I think like you kind of need to map out that stuff before you actually go into the raid, just to know where you're gonna stand
Yeah.
for minimum movement.
Especially because a lot of like most of it, other than the Starfall itself, is like it's channel. Like your AOE is channeled. It's the
Yeah, Hurricane
yeah.
channel.
That sucks.
Yeah. So like mobility, geesh, mobility is rough. Like you can see like even like halfway through a pull, you get into position to start doing it, and it's like that like means you missed the pull, right?
It's
The
one of
only
it's
time
one of
you really
Go ahead,
you really could move is when you do the Typhoon, right? So you can just move in the GCD. That's the
Yeah.
only thing you could really move.
Mhm.
Mhm.
They, it sucks. Hurricane is, I think it's one of the worst AoEs in terms of that because it has the longest channel. Mine's here is also a channel too, but this is longer. This is long.
Can you talent a larger radius on your hurricane?
No, this is just
Oh.
straight hurricane damage too. No, I saved Starfall this time.
That's
no,
rough.
that was just nope. That was it. It doesn't feel bad because I mean it feels bad if you move a lot, but think of in terms of speedrunning or in terms of your guild, you guys are gonna know where to stand. Hey,
yeah,
think
for
of a
sure.
speedrun, you're gonna be like, all right, we're going here, we're pulling, especially because of how big AoE damage is on Boomy. It's fucking huge. It's like, and same
Yeah.
with blizzards too. Blizzard mage's damage is huge when they can sit in the blizzards because it crits and reprocs itself. So you get a lot of damage off of them, which will be nice. But yeah, you can
Yeah.
definitely hurt yourself on mana a lot because remember, if you're holding W, you're not getting time to drink. You have nitro boost, you have dash, your glyph dash. You can keep
Hurricane
up a little
is
bit,
hasted.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's base 10 seconds,
Yes.
and with the our haste soft cap, it's about 8.4 seconds. So it gets a good chunk off. And then if you get that Nature's Grace before casting it, it's about a 7-second cast.
And I had no
Mhm.
idea about that typhoon thing too. So this whole thing's I'm not even doing that. So it could be even more. It's like this is just me trying to figure out Boomie. These guys are the actual Boomies, you know. Mine's here tasted as well, yeah.
So does it make it so that you tend to like to haste pot on trash, or you still wild magic because the crit just seems too powerful, right?
You're gonna be mana potting on
Yeah,
trash.
you're definitely
like,
mana
Yeah.
pot. I was about
Yeah.
to say, well, if it's a
Yeah.
situation where yes, but if it's a situation where you're not speedrunning, then you're not holding W, then no, because not everybody watching this right now is going to be holding W. A lot of people are going to be drinking in between packs and drinking in between
Yeah.
bosses. If you're in that situation and you have free reign of your potion, yeah, then pop a potion. You don't have to worry about mana potions. But a
But at
majority
the
of
same
it-
time, the people that aren't W King probably aren't popping potions on trash.
Yeah,
yeah, but you never know. There's people out there.
You would-
There's
fair,
there's people who are playing with their friends that are god gamers, and they just like playing with their friends for the past few years, and they're just chugging along and whatnot, and they don't have mana issues, or but
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, one last thing for Starfall, especially when in Prepatch when you don't have focus. You can set up the range of the bars that go above the mob's head. The little, I don't know what they're
The
called.
nameplates?
Nameplates.
And you can set it to your Starfall's range. And if you can see nameplates above a mob, Starfall can pull it.
oh, I know.
What is the range?
If
31.
unglyphed 36.
36.
Yeah.
Okay,
unglyphed
yeah,
36.
you can, yeah. 'Cause
So
what-
you can.
Our largest is what, 41? Is our
Mhm.
what we
Yes,
set it to
largest is
now?
41 with the smallest of
Yeah.
20.
Yeah,
20, I think.
playing a range
So, yeah.
class with lower range on your nameplates is so rough.
I don't.
Oh, yeah,
you
no,
just kind of
it's-
know. After a
You,
while,
you're
you'll
not
get
you're not
used to
gonna
it.
need it. You're not gonna need it in Wrath when you have that glyph of focus. But in pre-patch, you're gonna 100%. I mean, your plate's already at 41 yards. Just drop it to 36. It's not gonna be a
Yeah.
huge difference. And then that'll tell you like, is it safe to Starfall?
Yeah, you'll get
Yeah.
used to it too. The more you play, the more you start far, the more you'll know the range yourself. It's kind of those peripheral
I've
vision
already,
things.
Yes.
Yeah,
Practice
I've
while you
already-
level.
yeah, exactly.
I already changed in next or in Sunwell now just to get used to it.
Yeah.
The
down
nameplate
to-
distance?
Yeah, pop down
Yeah.
to 34 yards just to be safe.
Yeah.
Smart.
Does it
34 is
feel
smart.
awkward at first?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit actually. You see everything right, and now you just see like way
You're
less.
like running up to the next pack, and I don't know, like, cause I try not to tab anymore, so I'll be like anticipating a health bar popping up, and it doesn't come.
You ever press turn nameplates on and off because you're like, hey, why can't I see that nameplate? You're just not close enough.
I did it the first rate actually.
Yeah.
The setting is in game. Usually it's in the game or whatever add-on you use to do it. It's like a Blizzard,
Yeah, it's a-
Blizzard
there's a
improvements
CVAR
or something like that.
Setting.
It's in
Leadership Plus
interface, right?
should also be able to do it. I always run the little script that's like set nameplate distance. I could find it.
It's
I'm
in
going
these
on.
it's in the settings in the Wrath client.
Yeah.
I haven't checked on Burning
It's
Crusade.
on TBC client as well.
Okay, so it's
Oh,
on
so
both
it
should
sides.
be-
It's got a little slider.
It should be in the interface section.
hmm
Yeah.
Okay.
Under
got it.
names, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is names.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got I'm like Plater and KUI over here. I'm like, it's just like that can also just set my distance.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
using Plater as well. I don't know. I was used to it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. That
You
makes
want
sense.
to pick up where you left off there, Go? Or did you finish that?
Yeah, we're almost done. I think there's
Oh, you're
like
fine.
3 more.
No worries.
notes
No
here.
hurry
Yeah.
at all. I'm vibing.
Yeah, oh yeah. So Nature's Grace changed. It increases your casting speed by 20% for 3 seconds now, instead of reducing your next spell by 0.5 seconds. So it used to be like it would only benefit one spell, and that was like the base casting time. So it kind of worked weird with haste. So it wasn't actually like a complete half second off of your cast. If you had some haste built into your spell, then it might be like 0.43 or something seconds that it would take off. But you can now, like, if you are getting some chain crits, you can just continuously wrath for 1 second, like nonstop. Omen of Clarity It used to proc off of like just melee hits and maybe like resto stuff too. I never looked at the resto stuff, but now it's a passive buff. You don't have to buff yourself with Omen of Clarity, and it can reduce the cost of your next spell by like 100% of its mana cost.
Clear casting.
And then
Pop.
yeah, and then the last thing that I had was the change for Shadow Meld.
Okay.
War Stomp is the same, but Shadow Meld got completely like reworked.
Yeah, so it can be used in combat now, and it's a defensive cooldown. If
You
tanks,
use it
if
as a
the-
tank to kill your second threat.
Yes. I think it's really good for tank swaps when there's no taunt. But for Boomkins, there's really one use for it, and that is an oh shit button. You're gonna want to macro a cancel aura for Starfall because that's generally the only time you're gonna pull threat. If your tanks are doing the correct thing, and it doesn't remove your threat; it just hides it for the time being. Once you start moving again and come out of Shadow Meld, your threat goes right back to the point it was when you casted Shadow Meld. But it can't be used to, oh shit, I popped Starfall and Hurricane, and now I have 40 mobs headed my direction.
Did we figure out if if I'm in like, let's say you're higher on threat than me, but you're shadow melded, but your starfall is hitting, like will the mobs be able to have you on the threat table at all and then come find you while you're in stealth, or will you just be like invisible from their threat table during the time you're in shadow meld while your starfall is still going?
Yeah, so the mobs are going to kill you if Starfall does not get canceled. That is just from I did it. I did it a couple times because I didn't cancel aura. Yeah, Starfall pulled me right. Like I think one time Starfall just pulled me out. Like the tanks picked up threat or whatever. I just shadow melded. Starfall hit a target and immediately pulled me out. So I'm not 100% sure all of the kind of interactions that it has. I've done not a ton of testing with it, but it can be used as an oh shit button.
Did you
One
see
thing I
yourself
used it-
using it, Toto, often? Oh, sorry, go for it.
So one thing I used it for was after I got an 80 and I sent my alt Druid the Tomb of Cold Weather Flying, is like while trying to AoE grind, you can like if you mess up your pull, you can have a macro to shadow meld and then flight form and just fly away.
Yes.
That's
Oh my
good.
God.
Wow, I
So
didn't think of that.
It's nice.
in dungeons with other people, if you're solo, it's fine. In dungeons, it will not pull you out of combat if there's somebody else in the party that is in combat. If you are solo, it will pull you out of combat, reset the target, and then you can cast stuff from it. So yeah, it'll work too as it'll combat break, and then you'll just go straight into flight form and fly off.
Yeah, cancel
You
order
guys-
Starfall. Yeah, that's what I mentioned
Toto
earlier.
just went live too. Way to keep me distracted on the side. Progress is doing their speed run and they just finally put it on live.
Oh wait, they are. I haven't even kept up to date.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. But one thing I was really curious about, it's like something I have no idea, is like your actual rotation as a Boomkin now, because it seems like you have quite a bit, especially with the Eclipse procs.
Yes.
Could
So
anyone touch on that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna go into next. This is the biggest change to Boomkins going into, or like the biggest overall change to how a Boomkin works. So Eclipse is when you critically hit with Starfire, you get 100% chance of going into Solar Eclipse, which increases the damage done by Wrath by 40%. This lasts 15 seconds, and as soon as it pops, it'll put it on a 30-second cooldown, so you can't just keep using the same Eclipse over and over again. You have to kind of ebb and flow through the rotation. Now, when you critically hit with Wrath, you'll have a 60% chance of increasing the critical strike chance of Starfire by 40%, which is massive. So basically, your rotation's going to be kind of like your opener, which we're still nailing that down exactly what it should look like, but it's going to be pre-pop Wild Magic, dropping Treants, Fairy Fire if it's your job, Starfall and Dots, and then you're going to go into your rotation, which you're likely going to start with Wrath, and you're going to fish for those procs to buff your Starfire damage. Once that Lunar Eclipse procs, you're going to swap to Starfire, and it's gonna crit most of the time. You're gonna see, I think in the beta we were seeing like 11k average just chain crits the entire time. You're proccing
65% crit too. Like it's crit a lot.
You're proccing Nature's Grace, so you're getting 20% extra haste on top of these crits, just keeping it running. Once that falls off, you're gonna replay. You're likely this is kind of where the gray area is. We're waiting on the sim. You're likely gonna be putting dots back up if it's a DPS increase. If it's not, then it is what it is. And then you're gonna go back to casting Starfire to try and proc that solar eclipse, and then go through like that. And then it's kind of rinse and repeat. You just kind of ebb and flow through the whole thing. We are seeing, once you get a certain amount of haste, that during things like Heroism or Bloodlust, you're going to only really want to cast Wrath to proc the Lunar Eclipse. But if Heroism's still up, you're not going to want to follow the Solar Eclipse. You're going to just keep casting Starfire through it.
Okay, so you don't want to like take advantage of the new crit or whatever. You just still with the haste.
Yeah, so because you're gonna have so much haste at the time, your Starfire is gonna be low enough to on a cast time to where it's gonna outpace Wrath even at 40% more damage. And on top of that, with that amount of haste, your Wrath is clipping GCD.
I've actually been playing around. I've actually been playing around with this. This is not on a raid setting though, so this is probably not 100% accurate. But I'm playing around with Lust, and my testing was that Wrath with Lust was still more damage than just spamming Starfire, even if the Wrath was, I think I got down to like 0.85 seconds cast time.
Right. So what I'm talking about is like possibly 0.7 to below
like right
0.7.
now when I'm casting.
Yeah, okay.
Wrath cast time, where you're almost clipping half of your Wrath cast.
Yeah,
that is when it's going to take. It's going to be at really high levels of haste. That this is going to be a thing. You're likely not going to see it in phase 1 unless you just aren't following a gearing.
Yeah, unless you just go full on haste, you won't.
which would be a DPS loss. But in certain scenarios, it is possible for you to meet the right conditions where ignoring Eclipse could happen.
And you just keep fishing for the Lunar, right? Then you just stay.
Yeah, and so you would basically
time, like if you look in the background right now,
time.
Outside of Starfall, you'll see this is Eclipse. These two back ones are. This is when I need to spam. When it glows, I have to spam Wrath or Starfire, and you'll see a global cooldown thing come after it. So right now in the beginning, after you do your open or whatever it is going to be, you spam Wrath until you get a Lunar proc. I now have a Lunar proc, which means I'm spamming Starfire. I don't worry my dots when I'm in Eclipse. I'm not doing anything with my dots right now. When this, I don't think I do it here because one of my first runs. When this runs out, as long as I didn't proc this right away, I'm going to re-put my dots up. Because one, with Insect Swarm, you're fishing a little bit, right? Like right now this is out. Now I have a cooldown.
To be
15-second
determined.
cooldown. Yeah, I have a cooldown right now. And then now I have to keep, I'm putting dots up because I'm spamming. I put a Moonfire up because I'm spamming Starfire in order to get a Wrath proc. Now I put both up, but I didn't know it this time, so I was just doing that. Now a Wrath proc happened. I have Insect Swarm up. I'm spamming Wrath. And then you just do that back and forth. The fine and tuning of it, I guess you got to wait for the sims to come out, but that's pretty much what you do the whole time.
An interesting strat you can also do when you would just want to spam Starfire, if you get your solar proc, you can actually cancel it by just like cancel auraing it. And that will, if you are not on the internal CD of Eclipse for Lunar, you can still proc Lunar, yeah.
Okay. As far as I was aware, there wasn't any need to cancel aura because you can't be on cooldown of both of them at the same time.
This is just if you get like, let's say you get a late solar proc with like 2 seconds left on your Lunar, cancel it whenever the Lunar come up.
Okay, yeah,
it's
swap back.
So I think we were looking at this like the ignoring solar, like I said, phase 1's probably not the best time to talk about it.
These are more
I think Crix was at like 0.67 speed on his Wrath cast when this happened. He was getting like a lot of haste buffs. It was kind of crazy. So it's not gonna happen in phase 1, but down the
Hey,
road it will
when
happen.
lusts go out, the only reason I did it in the first place when I brought it up is because on private servers the big brains on there were don't wrath and lust. We're in old war though, right? So obviously it's a little bit further down, more gear and stuff. I'm in temp,
At that point.
Yeah, so at that point, and it was because they're low, and then I carried that in the next thinking the same thing. But I'll tell you, and then we've watched it. I've done whole raids where I completely ignored that and I just acted like lust wasn't there and I just kept doing it. And then I did a raid where it was like I say we're in lust. I would only wrath if I'm trying to proc my eclipse. Like say my lunar eclipse is down. I'm gonna go ahead and go try to do wraths because it just felt gross sending wraths that weren't getting. It was just so short wraths. It just felt like I was wasting time when I could just start fire.
So we haven't confirmed like what the point, like what the cast time of wrath needs to be for you to ignore a solar eclipse. There's still a lot of work that's got to be done with the sim. They're killing it over there, but we got a little bit of a late start on ours. And I think they said that the alpha, they're planning on it being an alpha on the 30th. I think that's right. So pre-patch.
I heard something about that.
It'll hopefully be an alpha for pre-patch, and we'll be able to figure this out for real. But right now that can't be tested, or can, but they'd have to stop what they're doing with the rest of the sim just to make a specific rotation for this one thing.
Either way, I think it's good news because no matter what it is, we're talking like this is when you're getting sweaty, and we're talking about a little bit of damage.
Yo, I love that. That's what I'm about.
So do I. But the good thing is even Boomy is so strong without us even knowing, without even like us knowing the exact when you're supposed to put everything up. It's absolutely clapping, and that's what I like about this because once it gets fine tuned, because that just means I'm not playing optimally. That means even we're all doing Boomy's gonna do even more damage. What you're seeing from anybody that you guys have been watching it, right? Lastcares, when you guys or Totoo, when you guys came from Classic and Go, I guess, did you expect them to pump this hard? As hard as they are?
Oh, in TBC or Wrath?
In Wrath. Like I knew Boomies were gonna pump in Wrath. I've been the pipe man for it, but did you guys already know that too?
I knew it was gonna be really good, yeah.
Good.
So I played Boomkin in Wrath.
That's right. Good.
The first time around. So, but there were like 6 changes, 5 documented, 1 undocumented change to how Eclipse worked. So it was like we didn't know what to follow. There's one question right here. Why are the Boomkin sims so far behind? Working on the sim doesn't pay your bills, and
there's one dude
Boomkins
like,
don't have
going
Simon
hard
eyes.
on it.
a class. So there's not a lot of people play Boomkin. Like Warlocks, you got like 100,000 people playing it,
And ours is still not done, by the way. So.
And so there's chances are there's probably somebody in there that knows how to code and can work on it. Boomkin is a very like a smaller community, so yeah.
I would say
that's where we're at.
Also people got to remember that add-ons and sims and all this other shit, they're doing it for free. Literally, they do. Some people like help out with some Patreon stuff. They always have some of that, but it's like they're doing it for free on their off time. Dealing with people going, "Where's my fucking sim at?" You know what I mean? Just trying to rush them and shit.
If you have access to, or if you know where to go to look at the sims or whatever, go in there and like spread some love. Do whatever. Because these guys are literally
Put some
just
false information in there. It's like Wikipedia. Someone just like, you know what? This does 1,000% more damage. And you're like, oh shit.
Didn't that happen in TBC? Like a hunter sim or something? Like they made it to where, what's the Gruul trinket? DST. They made it so DST was like really strong for hunters when it wasn't supposed to be as strong as the sim was showing. To try to get prio to hunters. I mean, I'm putting you on the spot.
It might have been, no, I think it might have been.
Sounds like
early versions. Shit. No, early versions of Madness. Early versions of Madness were showing it crazy powerful, and then like those got adjusted. But like that was like talked about because it was like this is a very early. No one knows the proc rate or how this is going to affect. But if it, oh my god, if it was DST, yeah, give it to your hunter, easy. That was Ret Paladins is what DMX is saying.
Hey, Toto, real quick. Did you try the cancel Eclipse macros yet in the beta? I heard that they didn't work. They did work?
I just tried to cancel Aura though, not the private server macro. The cancel Aura works.
Yeah.
If your internal CD is low enough, right? So it's gonna come off cooldown, then it's just worth to cancel your solar to get into Lunar faster.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dig it. Okay, did you do? Was that all the class ones?
I think
Class
that's it for
specific
class.
ones.
I think
Now
that's
let's do
all it
Boomy.
for
Let's
class
go.
specific.
Now we'll go over the Boomy overview. You can do over the spec. I want to go over a spec, which you have pulled up right now. I'll pull up.
Okay.
Awkward.
Yeah, I threw a bunch of specs in there, dude. I was going crazy last
we
night.
spec
I
you
was
for
Yeah, I
solo, that's
saw
for
that.
so we'll save that one for leveling and the dungeon grinding. Okay, so the 81.
Yeah.
I want to go over a raid spec and then a dungeon spec. Yeah, sounds great. I like that. Let's do it. Let's go with the
Hell
raid one
yeah.
first since the raid one's up. Because maybe let's go with raid because they're so separate raids and
Yeah, and without the working sim, we don't have 100% set in stone spec yet. There's like I think 6 flex talents that can be kind of sprinkled throughout to fit your needs.
The thing that I love about Wrath of the Lich King is like your perfect ideal situation single target DPS, RIP progress by the way, is
Don't say the
almost
fuck.
always slightly different than what is best for like an actual overall run or like a speed or something. So there's always almost always gonna be 2 play styles and 2 specs. And it's really cool that in Wrath of the Lich King we have this like breakdown.
Yeah. There's even more breakdown because I'm a huge fan of Alchemy Frenzy, and it's not going to proc on every boss. It does proc on a couple. But
I've
I
actually
one
want-
tried
thing
it
that
as well. It's
I
I'm
want it
actually a good
so
fan of it.
bad for that to be good, and it just wasn't.
In heroics,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty decent though.
Oh, heroics, open world farming. Yeah. I spent probably 2 25-man ICC lockouts getting hit by everything I possibly could. I had a little pocket healer with me. It procced from just about everything. I think the silence from one of the understudy, or not the understudies, but the followers on Faralina. I got silenced by one of them. It procced it. Everything was procking it. It's just the proc rate is abysmally low. 15% chance. It's not enough to get a consistent damage increase out of it.
Yeah, I think on average I had like 5% uptime or something in Nax when I tried it.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
that's one of those things where you could maybe make like a cheesy par spec for like certain fights and then skip it completely on another spec.
Yeah, I think one
Yeah.
fight it would be really nice on would be Faralina, if you just stand in like when a fire all the time.
Yeah.
It's like if you just take
There's
damage, you
Just heal me. Hello.
especially when Immortal's on the table. There's a fine line between taking just a little bit of damage to try and proc something and just dying and ruining the run.
yeah.
So I don't recommend it for raiding. It has its uses, but they're few and far between. I mean, I saw somebody's logs. It was about 67 procs in an entire Nax 25 run. And then I did it myself, and it was 22 procs in an entire, and I was standing in everything.
So different. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so it's 15% is just too low. You can't get any consistency out of it.
But it is kind of nice too if you do get like threat from an ad in Nax because they weren't hitting that hard. So if you get like a trash
That's so
ad
true.
hit you and then your hurricanes are 10% more damage, it's pretty nice.
Like
Yes.
Spiderwing.
So especially like the trash, if you have like a separate spec and you have time to swap between bosses and trash, then I would love having 3 points in it for trash.
Perfect. So we can go over the spec. It looks like your resto spec, everyone, we'd always take this. I don't think there is anything different to take with the resto spec. Are they even showing right now? Besides the
only
addition of
thing would
Master
be-
Shapeshifter, right?
Yeah,
Only new one.
maybe you could drop Omen of Clarity. Like if your mana's completely fine, you could maybe drop that point out.
Yeah, there's
What? Really?
No, I would never
It-
drop that, probably. I don't think I
it's-
ever
Oh, I
would.
was like,
it just
no way.
depends. It depends.
it's still the number 1 mana regen talent per single point on the tree.
Oh, do you see that hurricane proc shit?
Yeah.
What you mean, bro?
Yeah,
Never in
dude.
my life
yeah.
ever did this. What? I wouldn't have
But
gotten
if
it before
it's
when
a
it
boss
was
fight, you're
proc,
not
yeah.
using
with,
Hurricane.
with
That's
Hurricane
true.
hitting it with Hurricane.
it's like
it's 100% like it's like
A patchwork fight.
10,000% better. But when Hurricane wasn't procking it, it was I was looking for every way to get rid of it.
I think in a speedrun scenario, there's no way you would ever drop it. Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
like it's
Nope.
so
Yeah, you
much
need it.
trash you need it for that point.
Yep.
Yeah, it just depends on the speed of your raid, but that's one of those
Yeah.
floater points that you might be able to tweak around.
Oh my god! I feel like even if you're in a really slow raid, that will taking away that 1 point is gonna like make you sit behind on like so many trash packs.
Oh no, I'm just meaning
Well, he
like
means,
single target
yeah,
boss,
dual spec. You have a single
yeah.
target,
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
a regular
yeah.
one. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
have time
not
to
full
do it,
uptime, because it's needed for trash probably for sure.
Yeah.
In the same breath, you would take this with Gale as well, right? Okay, well that's, I mean, nothing changes for that. We can go with here. This is the only addition where this gives you increases your spell damage while in Moonkin form by 4%. That's the new talent.
Yes, big talent.
Other than that,
Just
it's the
4%
same, right?
damage.
Yeah,
I mean,
free
take it.
damage. And
Yep.
then
That's
the
raw
same,
damage,
it's
not
still
even spell
30%.
power. That's really nice.
It's spell
Spell
damage.
damage.
It won't show up on your character sheet. It's just raw spell power or spell damage increase.
Yeah. Dude, Druids have the craziest talent points. I just gotta say really fast.
Yeah.
When I was doing Feral, when I first started like practicing Feral and looking up all that stuff, dude, their talent points are crazy. Everything is like, here's an extra 20% damage to all of your abilities. Here's 15% damage to every finisher. You're just like, oh my god, dude. Druids, let's go.
Yeah, the feral tree is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Ooh, Feral's next week. Get excited, boys. All right. This is all TBC one to the left, just so we can compare it if we need to, if you want to go down and talk about what's new to it. Starting with, looks like Nature's Grasp, which is now baseline. So these are both
Nature's
gone.
Grasp is baseline now.
It has 3 charges.
Genesis increases damage and healing done by your periodic spell damage and your healing effects by 1%. So this is only your dots.
Yes, Genesis is underwhelming at best. I've seen some specs, they take like 1 point in it just because they have an extra point, and it's like a late phase where mana's not an issue, and it's underwhelming at best.
In the spec I have made, I have Genesis instead of Moonglow, but I think for early on Moonglow would be the play for sure.
That's why I held over it, because I know that's where it goes. Usually it just goes back and forth from here to there.
Yes. Earlier on, we'll go into Moonglow. That's correct.
This baits a little bit because people don't see the periodic damage. This is just periodic damage. It's only your dots.
Yes.
People sometimes go in it and they're like, oh yeah, it's really good, but it doesn't have that other one up.
And your dots are really like not very.
Well, Moonfire is great, but it's like 700 mana, 750 mana or something like that.
We're still waiting on the sim to tell us how good dots are, but right now it's looking like Moonfire is a DPS increase to use, as long as you're not in an eclipse, and we're still waiting on Insect Swarm to get coded properly.
I'd bet they are.
it's still 1% for 1 point for 2 abilities that aren't even going to have 100% uptime on the boss. Not worth it.
Next up is Moonglow. Reduces the mana cost to your Moonfire, Starfire, Starfall, Wrath, Healing Touch, Nourish, Regrowth, and Rejuve by 3%. I like this. This is one of the 3 mana talents you can take. I don't usually use it.
Is that like a filler point? It looks...
It's a point to get to the next tier.
Yeah.
Let me see. Somebody like literally just did the math today on Moonglow is around 100 to 180 mana per 5 if casting continuously, if you have all 3 points in.
That's pretty significant.
What did you say it was?
It's 100 to 180 MP5 depending on if you're casting Wrath or Starfire. If you have 100% uptime casting.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anything change with Nature's Midst? Yeah, fuck that. I don't need to worry about that.
Crix, for the Wrath spec, is there still 3 points left? Is that the one that you pulled from the link that I sent you?
From the Wrath spec? No, there's no.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any points left. No. I just pulled the first one up that was on the thing. Phase 1 single target spec.
Yeah, there should be 3 points left, I think. There should be like three floater. Yeah, I left it out.
Okay, there you go.
I left 3 points out just to kind of like, if you wanted the AoE, you can throw it in AoE. If you needed mana, you can throw in mana. And even like Nature Splendor, I think is what it is. Like
I think you would go Nature Splendor.
Yeah.
Sure.
So like, it just depends. Like, but yeah, I left a couple points out just so you could like float them around wherever you wanted.
I'm comparing my spec to this spec. I'm trying to figure out where the last 2 points go.
Nature Splendor increases the duration of your Moonfire by 3% and your Insect Storm by 2%, or by 2 seconds.
One.
Yeah. So like you pretty
Gale
much want
Winds is
Nature
I love Gale
Splendor
Winds.
to make your insect swarm last the full duration of solar. So like
Mhm.
if you proc solar, pop up your insect swarm. Insect swarm's only 12 seconds baseline. So you want that extra 2 seconds to have it the full length of solar.
Mhm.
Yeah, Gale Winds is the damage one. This is the AoE one. Increase your damage by Hurricane and Typhoon by 30%, and increase the range of Cyclone by 4 yards.
Yo, give me that, dude.
Yeah, I
And
take
I
it every
usually
time.
like, yeah, I
It's-
like having
it's
Gale
good.
Winds and Typhoon.
This is
Like
where
if
my
I'm
free
getting
points
one
go.
of them,
Yep.
yeah, you got to get the other one too.
I love Typhoon.
I mean, it's knowing that Typhoon can cause the like those procs for your next cast to be like so short with your Hurricane, I feel like that's like such a good play style, right? It, like one makes the game more unique, but it sounds like as an instant cast while running, while you're getting into position, it can be pretty significant.
See, and I think this is like a situation too where we are kind of like 1 point shy, so we could take that 1 point maybe out of the reach to put it into Splendor. But then I know you guys are really on board with that extra reach from it.
Yeah, the other option is to take 1 point out of, I guess Gale. It's a single target spec.
Mhm.
So
Spec,
Gale
yeah.
wins, and then if you're not worried about pure single target, 1 point out of improved insect swarm to put that back into the Gale
This
wins.
is what I run with the
I think
one down insect swarm, with 2 in the winds. But that's because I'm trying to overall like hold W.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think we got a. I think I've got a spec here for specifically for W key.
Mhm. Another new talent is improved insect swarm, which give me my point back. Increases the damage done by your wrath spell to targets afflicted by your insect swarm by 3%, and then increases your critical strike chance of your starfire by anybody with your moonfire spell.
It's just 3% crit for Starfire when
Yeah.
you have Moonfire up. The Insect Swarm part it's negligible at best. If Insect Swarm turns out to be a not good to keep up, then it's not going to really affect us too much.
Oh,
Insect
this
swarm
we-
feels like ass, to be honest.
So does this
I like
then
it.
come out to being like a base 3% crit to your main damage dealing single target spell?
As long as-
Starfire, right?
As long as Moonfire's up, it's going to be 3% crit to Starfire.
Which I try to get moonfire up.
Yeah.
You get it outside of proc. You're
Yeah,
using it.
yeah.
And sometimes if I proc a starfire, I'll fucking put it like off a wrath, and I'll.
And then
Starfire.
running Glyph of Starfire, you're extending the duration of Moonfire for every time you cast it, so you're just getting more value out of it.
So it's like that raw.
Yeah. Well, you put a moonfire up, and you can extend it by 3 seconds 3 times up to 9 seconds. So you can only extend it for another 9 seconds, but it's still that's fat.
Okay.
It's just nice because that'll carry it over for a little while too. Only for moonfire, starfire works differently for the insect swarm.
There we go. Toto sent through his spec too.
I think that's the
You got
spec
it?
I've
Yeah,
been
go ahead, link
using
it.
on beta when I'm. Oh wait, is it not linked correctly?
That went through for. I see it. On 80.
Yeah, that's the spec I use at the moment. On beta for raids.
Gale with no typhoon.
Yeah. But I've been playing the mana spec a lot because we've been trying to go fast in the beta right now.
So you don't think it would be worth it moving quickly to have Typhoon to be able to like throw it in? I mean, how much does a Typhoon hit for?
Typhoon
I wanna
hits
say-
Pretty good damage.
for.
Wasn't too crazy.
Fuck,
but
now I
it's
can't
know it-
check is right, but
it crits for like 4K, I think so.
I think
it's
it is
hard.
about like 7.5k. It's like 4 and 5 mobs.
Uh-huh. And is it AoE capped? Because it's like you know how like if anything is like on the ground or whatever, it usually isn't AoE capped.
I've actually not tested it myself.
Mhm.
Yeah, I haven't either. It's
See,
hard to
these are the
find like a
questions. That's why you
group.
got me, guys. I don't know
Yeah.
shit about the class, but I can ask questions.
It's hard to find 15 targets to like go out and test that on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's
you would
very
have to do like a mass pull or something in the open world, just test it on.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, what
I
was the
could-
question? I was putting a spec into the
Is
tree.
Typhoon AoE capped?
Yes.
Yeah.
It should be. It's not a ground thing, right?
Yes.
Like I could just fly to Ice Crown real quick and find like a big ass group of mobs.
I got to go to the
Yeah.
archive threads or whatever. Somebody posted a picture of it being capped.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's 100% capped.
Okay, cool. All right. Good to know.
But I've been
Still,
also mostly running the mana spec at the moment on beta. Just because I don't think the improved instant form is worth it for like the first raid.
Yeah,
Especially not when you're trying to go fast and stuff.
I agree. I don't ever have mana issues, but I agree. This is, I don't like insect form much early in tier 7 right now. I just use it for fishing.
I mean, in the first raid, your job is to keep everything up, right? Or like to just like, keep up and keep DPSing. So like, it's not, you're not too worried about your single target, as like a lot of the raid itself. Naxxramas is quite literally trash. So if you ever have to stop and run out of mana, that would just be rough.
Right. So Dream State provides a lot. That's what a couple people are looking at for speedrunning. It's the only one of the 3 talents that doesn't require you to be casting. Well, 4 if you count Omen of Clarity. It's the only one that doesn't require you to be casting to gain mana per 5. So running in between packs and stuff like that, you're just full on regenning the entire time. I think Crix had just posted the spec we were looking at. I just changed it a little bit because Omen of Clarity is proccing up a Hurricane right now, so I had to take 1 point out of Dream State to put that over an Omen of Clarity.
So is this like a speed run talent build, you think?
Yeah, that's that one's from, like I said, I just took 1 point out of Dream State and put it over an Omen of Clarity. Probably could move it from somewhere else, but Omen of Clarity is just too good if Hurricane procs it. That one's from the Boomkin from Who made that spec.
Well, it looks like common sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's kind of
Dream
obvious.
State's
No
the
matter, it's
only
kind
one
of
that doesn't
obvious
require
where
you
to
to
put
be
your
casting.
points besides you have some mana points. And why, even if you don't
Yeah,
have mana
so-
issues, the less mana issues you have, the more you don't need to innervate yourself, the more you can innervate somebody else.
Yeah, the reason this one's more speed running tailored is Dream State's not the best mana talent, but because you gain the mana back without casting, it's the only one that like you literally get a benefit from the time you walk into Nax to the time you walk out, which is what you're looking for in terms of speed running.
I posted what I've been using right now, but I think for speedrunning, you would just change out the intensity points into Dream State points.
Change out which ones into Dream State?
The intensity in the rest of 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because at the
That's what I was
moment I
going to
have 2
ask. I
points in
feel like
there, so-
intensity. I liked intensity more. I didn't know which
Right.
one was more mana.
Intensity is going to be better on mana as long as there's like a certain breakpoint you have to hit between intellect and spirit for as to which one's going to do more. Right out the gate, they're pretty much the same, and just with like a little bit in favor of intensity. But like I said, if you're looking from a speed running perspective, you're going to want that extra mana regen when you're out of combat, not casting. In combat, casting. You're gonna want it to be just kicking in the entire. And that's what Dream State's gonna do for you.
It's interesting that Boomkins get what is that 4 separate talents that are related to mana? 3?
Yes.
Yeah,
Pretty significant.
I won't even really need it. I feel like
Yeah,
after a while.
towards like once we're in Uldar gear, we're not even gonna need any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Omen of Clarity obviously is the only one we're gonna keep because I mean Hurricane, if it procs it, it's I don't know how many times I'm gonna say that this stream,
I can't
but
believe
it's
that.
like I said, we were totally expecting it to not work like that. So
Makes me even more excited for the raid, then, to be honest.
yeah,
Well, I mean, we'll see if it stays, right? But right now I feel
when
like
did you
there's a lot
find
of
that it
things that are
changed, Toto?
What's that?
When did you find out that it changed? Because I swear I checked it last night and it wasn't working. like that.
Tried it last night when we were just doing some Nexus at out level 71 and it just kept rocking.
So I tested
Like
it
the
at
last
10. You
build?
tested it at 10:01.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
yeah.
I tested. I was like 11 or something.
Yeah. See, I was at 10.
Yeah, it was that hour change.
So yeah, we can where we at on the
We're just
which
going
talent?
over the talents. Now we're talking about whatever's new. Right here, we left off Dream State isn't new. We just talked about it.
yeah.
Improved Moonkin form is a new one.
Yeah, spell haste for the raid and turns your spirit into spell damage 30%. So 3% haste for the entire raid, and then a little bit of spell damage on the side for you.
That haste is very, very negligible though, right? Because you have haste from the
totem.
shaman. Yeah, and
Yeah.
And Hans will always drop it. You will always have a hot shaman, right? So you will always have a totem.
Would you ever drop Imp Fairy Fire if you have a second Boomy?
No.
No, because you get
It's
1% extra crit.
Yeah, per point. So it's 3% crit. That talent's just 3% crit.
Oh, that's raw crit right there too. Yeah, 1 per 1.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
That's 100%. You take that talent.
So let's say if a fire puts up Fairy Fire, you still get the 3% crit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, anything affected by a version of Fairy Fire gives you 3% crit.
Gives you 3.
Uh-huh.
You don't get the hit off of it, but I mean you're not worried about that because Misery also.
Yeah,
puts
if
that
you have
up.
Shadow Priest, you're fine.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wrath of Cenarius is just bonus crit damage.
Oilkin Frenzy. You want to talk about it? Did you already talk about it?
We talked a little
yeah, we
bit
did.
about it not being, it's just
Worth
too
it.
RNG.
Yeah.
It's just too RNG. I love it for leveling. I love it for open world farming. It's PvP. It's gonna be invaluable. It's an awesome talent that just doesn't work out in raids.
Attacks done
So
to you while in
I'm
Moonkin.
still.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still Team Alkin Frenzy, dude, because I'm like Sarthe. I want that little tiny bit of cheese damage wherever I can get it, and that's a talent that you can abuse and cheese.
If it wasn't 3 points to get 15%, like those, where are you taking the 3 points from?
I'd have to look at my
I've
splits.
been
Some more
spending-
guaranteed damage, because
When I tried it, I put 2 points in it, and that
Yeah,
seemed
I
like
think that's
the
what I
best
got.
I could do.
Yeah, whatever spec I had
were
with
you-
it was only 2 out of 3.
Were you able to ever have it proc in raid, Toto, with like Wind Force running around holding aggro and everything?
It procs off AoE damage as well, right? It's like
Oh,
Rain
okay.
of Fire or something. Anything that hits you can proc it.
Initial ticks of like ground effects as well can also proc it. In PvP, a Paladin's Consecration initial tick can proc it.
Wow.
It procced off of like every spell I tested. It seemed like AoE volleys. It procced it. It just wasn't. I mean, I had a really bad run at 22 procs an entire night, and that is what sold me on it being too RNG.
I
Like,
think if you go into deliberately take damage, you can have a lot more procs than if you just play normally.
I was deliberately taking damage that run. That
Guild
run
is
was
gonna hate you.
Purpose of that run was to find out how good Alkin Frenzy could be. Sappers. Damn it! I was gonna. Do you know that go? If Sappers can proc
It didn't when I tested it. Like Sappers didn't. I tried Sulfuron Slammers. I was trying Dark
I knew
Runes.
Sulfuron
that would be
Slammers
huge.
wouldn't. And I knew that Campfires wouldn't because there was a specific patch in Wrath of the Lich King, like the original one, to take that away from Boomkins.
So Campfires was weird. Like the cooking version didn't work, but like if you're in a town and I sat on a campfire in a town, it procced it. So I don't know if there happens to be a campfire in a raid somewhere that could maybe proc
that would
it,
work.
but,
Campfires
or like
are
a flame
considered
somewhere.
Yeah, any self harm doesn't work. Self harm won't proc it. It has to. It says I think
attacked, so it literally you need to get attacked.
Yeah, so
it says attacks.
Whatever that starting zone is in Borean Tundra, there's like the horde thing. That little campfire was procking it for me, and I was like, yes, it's gonna proc off of everything. And then it's not procking off of everything. So this is more like something me personally, I'm gonna be trying to put those 2 points at least in there on certain bosses to try to cheese, get that extra little bit of damage. But do I recommend it for everybody for like a full run spec, like a W key spec? No, probably not.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see someone getting top world parse with using Alkin Frenzy.
For sure.
But that's
Oh,
I mean it's 10% it's 10% damage. It's massive. But the likelihood like the stars have to align for you to get that. And you have to not only god roll Alkin Frenzy procs, but exactly. But also god roll crit and your eclipse procs. Like you have to just god roll everything. But that's exactly what's going to happen. That the number one Boomkin's going to have just the perfect possible scenario.
The Boom Londos.
And I'm not for it. I'm not for it. I'd rather be a little more consistent.
So it also nobody's mentioned this, but it also restores 2% base mana every 2 seconds.
The mana is huge.
Just saying.
If you're getting hit on trash packs, like even by the one mob that randomly like gets away from the pack and like comes and hits you and procs it, then you're getting that mana back while you're casting your hurricanes. It's nice. I want to
Alright.
say it's like 200 something mana like per tick, but like every second, I think it is what it does. That's just like
Not bad,
random
yeah.
Must be
numbers.
700 mana over 10 seconds.
Perfect. I can't show you text because
76.
beta is still
No, wait,
down.
no, base. It's 10% of your base, right? And our base is 30, what, 3,600?
35.
3,500?
2%.
Yeah. It's not massive,
Yeah.
but it's something. It's on top of 10% damage done.
Oh, it's
Just a
70.
little-
It's only 70. I was probably thinking of like the mana return from crits. So yeah, about 70, 71, I think is what it comes out to.
Yeah.
Per
So it's
second.
not the mana's not huge, but it's there.
Yeah.
Boomkins
So like
and their mana
7
talents.
700 mana back. Yeah.
You need them. I mean, the more mana talents you take, the more that Innervate conversation comes up, you know?
Alright.
Eclipse we talked about. That's the whole focal point of this. Is like when Boomies began to get their
Actual
like their
rotation, yeah.
identity of
Yeah,
Eclipse in all of retail. Like they go through so many different variations. At one point, there's a meter above their head and telling them which one to cast. You remember that? Like this is when Boomy
Yeah, I
becomes
do remember that
Boomy.
one.
I love the Kata version. Oh,
Yeah, dude. I do. People
With
hate
the
it on
bar.
that. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
People hated on that, but I actually really like that.
I would like to touch on Treants.
Yeah, we're on. Yeah. Go ahead. We already talked about Typhoon, so yeah.
Yeah, so
Get that info.
Treants, number one damage GCD that we have. I think based off of like logs of me and Crix, it was doing like 40,000 damage from one GCD.
It should
They
actually be higher, I think. Yeah.
They receive
Mm,
raid
yeah.
auras. So any auras that are out on the raid, they can be buffed. They can receive heroism.
They don't snapshot then, right? Because they
They
have a
do
pet bar.
not snap. They do snapshot. So it's weird. It's weird. So they snapshot based off of your nature spell damage, and then everything else after that is based off of what is affecting them currently.
Mm-hmm.
So haste is whatever gets put on them afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So you're going to want to put them out before hero gets called, or they're not going to get the haste buff, but they do receive all raid auras. You can pay your, paladin to judge
To
them.
buff them, yeah.
They're warriors, by the way. And then luckily, Kibler's Bits did not work. It will buff one of them, but not all three of them. And I'm
So you're saying,
happy.
how is that not more of an issue of having to buff all three of them with like a weak aura or something?
Well, so
dude, wait for Dars to program a weak aura. If you know Dars the hunter, he's gonna
fuck me out hard in this.
Yeah, he's gonna
I
have it,
really-
and you're gonna open your
really-
character screen and have to press it 3 different times.
I really don't want it. I do not want it. I was so worried when I tried Kibler's Bits on the beta, and one of them got buffed, but then I couldn't click. I thought I was clicking all three, but they were actively attacking, so I thought all three of them got it. At first I thought all three of them got it off of one Kibler's Bits.
Well, even if one of them gets buffed, then don't you literally?
you
Obviously,
get
I'm
these
just
3
saying, like
bits?
for the min maxers, we kind of have to.
So I think the math came out to less than 0.1 DPS difference for a Kibler's or something, like over the course of an entire 4-minute fight.
Wasn't it something
I
other than
think-
Kibblers? It's something else now.
Yeah, the mammoth treats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Kibblers are gonna be
mammoth
cheap
treats.
as shit.
Well,
it all
it's the
depends.
same thing. It's just
What
the bigger one.
I don't know
Oh.
is I don't know what their damage scales off of once they're out. I don't
Mhm.
know how big of a deal strength is. I don't know. It's probably 1-to-1 attack power kind of thing. I think what it was for your nature damage was like 2 times your nature damage as attack power.
Yeah, scroll them too. Yeah.
Yes,
It's really
something
weird.
like
I'm not
The only-
scrolling them.
Like, would
I'm
you
not
even
doing
be
it.
able to scroll them? Because they're not in party though. They receive raid auras, but not party-wide buffs, right? So like they wouldn't receive like a
Pets, aren't
horn.
I think that they count as
that. I
pets. They're
think
not
they
guardians
do,
anymore.
yeah.
They
Then you
receive
wouldn't even
party
be able to
auras.
scroll. Just say horn me.
Yeah. So
Someone's got a GCD.
yeah. But is
They
Horn
don't
Horn's
taunt
party?
now.
Hornets raid.
Raid.
Okay, Horn is so they're just
Yeah.
receiving all these. I don't think you can scroll because it's not gonna stack. Kibblers I don't think is even worth it. I mean you're gonna get the min maxers who's still gonna slam
Like,
one on one of them.
I think Kibler is gonna be worth it when you pre-pop them, like right before the boss. You just pop a Kibler on it.
I still think that pre-popping before you pop, like I think they should be, you should pre-pop potion and then hit them as you're running into the boss, because they should. I think that they should still be cast on the boss to reduce the lost damage from them traveling to the boss.
Agree.
Yeah, that's true.
Are they spawning
agree.
on?
They
Then
spawn
you
on
have
your
the then you have
Yeah.
the trinket as well, so you can pop trinket and they will be even stronger, right?
So yeah,
Target
yes,
spawn 30 yards.
but we're still trying to figure out if it's worth it to trinket them or if it's worth it to not trinket them, because you might end up where your first lunar eclipse you can't pop your glove engineer glove enchant, which is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot.
So I think just pre-popping wild magic and then popping trance is gonna be enough. Now you're gonna have the treant aficionados that are gonna take brambles and just beef them up just for the memes, but I don't think that that's gonna be a real thing.
Yeah, I think we will have to see the sims, right? But I think if you get a good trinket alignment, so like let's say your second or your third treants might align like perfectly with your
Yes.
trinket. I think that's where you would pop it.
Yes.
What's the cooldown?
But you would want them to be out.
3
It's
minutes.
3 minutes. You would
3
want them to
minutes.
be out
so
prior
you're like
to
maybe getting them a second time on bosses,
Yeah.
but now they'll
But
get
they
reset
reset.
after the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Yes,
get it
then
every
there's
that's what I
changes.
wanted to. That's what I wanted to hit on with the raid resets. You will always have treants up for a boss now. Before it was like, shit, I've got 30 seconds. That means the entire hero is just
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna miss it. But you're gonna want to pop them first thing to ensure that they're getting heroism, because that's, I mean, their swing speed goes from like 1.8 to 1.3.
Yeah, I know.
With
Remember, it
hero?
was very, very big.
And so, and then if a fight lasts longer than 3 minutes, then you're going to be looking for that window that's like, is the boss still has enough health for them to do damage, but you're also buffed from, say, your cloak or your light weave embroidery and your trinket maybe.
I know we're gonna touch on this later, but so I'm gonna save you for that. But I don't think tailoring is worth it, and I'm gonna give you the math later.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Wait,
That's
we got
fine.
we got a whole
I
profession section for
love
that.
it.
I can't wait.
I have so much math for this. I had Tuki do like 20 hours of math for me.
That's
I
what I
love
want to
seeing
hear right
math.
there.
Yeah, I'm excited
Okay,
for the math,
okay.
dude.
Is there anything else left talent wise? Or no, continue on treants if you want to.
I didn't buy my
I'll talk a
tailoring
little bit
kit
about
yet,
treants.
so
Go ahead. Talk about them.
So like, yeah, I tested treants a little bit, but it's hard because it is that 3 minute cooldown. So like, I just got bored of standing at the target dummies waiting for 3 minutes to come off cooldown. But I did test like the Greater Blessing of Might, and it added like 2k damage to the overall. So I was getting like 49,000, 50,000 if I'm popping it like at the foot of the target dummy. And I want to say like the same thing for wild magic. It wasn't like a significant overall damage buff. So like I'm kind of like weary about when to pop wild magic myself. Go ahead.
wild magic is going to be a pre-pop
Wouldn't you
and
pre-pot anyways?
mana
Yeah.
potion later, or so a second, like, just from the sims aren't done. They're not even close to done. Treants aren't even treants and 9-6 where I'm not working. It's showing like a 40 DPS increase, which is, it makes sense because I mean destro potting right now for Boomkins isn't really that much DPS overall. It's like 30 DPS for destro potting. Now if you high roll crits, then of course it compounds on itself. But it's, I mean, you can mana pot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'll touch on that more when we get to the
Probably
I
won't
word
need, if
discussion.
you need a mana pot. There's only one boss I need a mana pot on if you're getting ready to hold still, unless you're obviously
Right. But when we get to the I word, we'll go over it.
Dope.
So the big thing was bloodlust. So like I popped the treants and like I immediately had bloodlust popped and it was like 16,000 extra damage. So it went from like 49, 50k to like 65, 66k for like one GCD, which is it's huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But that's the thing with like pre-popping it too, because like I popped it at my feet and had them run to the target from like max range, like 36 yards, and they lost like 7,000 damage, and I was without like having lust on them or anything. So like that felt like a big DPS loss, like damage loss from them popping them at your feet.
Oh yeah, it's like hunters back in TBC that use Bestial Wrath. Whenever like someone asked me to like review their footage or help them improve, it was a lot of times it's like someone doing Bestial Wrath and then sending their pet in, and you're just like, that makes no sense. It like
Yeah.
that's 3 seconds of your biggest cooldown that you literally just wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not up. Tuki said that Trents will work like frost schools. It snapshots and won't scale further. Same as Gargoyle. The coding for all temporary summonable pets is the same. All permanent pets are dynamic.
Yes. So
Yeah.
like if we get say we do have Lightweave Embroidery, we spawn treants and then we get the proc off of light, they're not going to get that extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
They scale off of you at the point of summon, and then everything else is in the raid's hands to buff them and debuff the boss.
Yeah.
So if the mage pops focus magic on our treant, then maybe they can have Innervate.
Nah. So actually, yeah, another
It would
thing
only
about
buff
treants,
one.
they have a 1% base crit chance.
Yeah, their crit is
Oh, wow.
abysmal.
Wait, really?
It's terrible.
Yes, they
So
have the normal NPC base crit chance of 1% that is buffed by Moonkin form, like all that stuff. So it does get buffed up. You will see a good bit of crits, but yeah, they don't have a lot of crit.
I think I was getting like 52 to 55 like total attacks from them, and there might be 2 crits out of the 55 attacks. It was pretty small.
Wow. Okay. That feels bad.
Yeah.
Still the #1 GCD that we have.
Yeah, still so big. It's crazy how
Yeah.
powerful summonable pets are in Wrath of the Lich King. Like if you're
Yes.
looking at almost any class that has some sort of summonable pet, like that is so strong from that 1 GCD. And there's always this sort of snapshotting effect that you can do that like is just so powerful that it's pretty sweet. I'm a big fan, and it also just makes openers so interesting.
So maybe Cares or Toto can help me with this one, because I don't think, like, I know Fairy Fire doesn't like buff their damage anymore. So like no boss debuffs are gonna improve their damage, right? It's only like the raid
Really?
ores and stuff like that.
It shouldn't, from what I've know, but I'm not 100% set on it either.
Yeah, I didn't do enough testing in a raid setting to see what they were able to do, and
Wait, why would it not? Is it are their
don't know.
attacks not melee attacks, or they're
their
literal?
attacks are melee
Attacks are
attacks,
melee, yeah.
and I know in Burning Crusade, Fairy Fire would buff their damage. Any kind of armor pin on the boss
Maybe
would
it's
buff their
just
damage.
the target dummies. Do target dummies just have 0 armor? Is that why?
Target
maybe?
dummies also have 1 HP, so their scripting is
Yeah,
really
they
weird
have 1
testing
HP.
Yeah,
things.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I tried it on dummy as well and like properly tested it in a raid setting. I just got
Okay.
up like 10 people tested with me.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
it could be
that
doing even more than like 50k, 60k. We could
Yeah,
be
I
seeing
think
like
the
75k
maximum-
damage.
The maximum I got in a raid setting was like 48k.
Yeah, I was
Mhm.
only seeing 40 to 50k and from treants, but I also only did the first round, or I did the first round of raid testing and only 1 raid the second round, and then I haven't been on the beta since.
We can find out right now how much they do.
It's paid up again.
Yeah.
Just got up, yeah.
Oh,
Patch notes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's the patch notes? Oh, should we go,
Blue
should we
buttons?
go see if the raid's
Yeah,
open?
good luck.
It's gonna be quite a
oh,
while.
please go.
Yeah, they'll do
Let's see if
patch
the raid's
notes in like
open.
a couple hours.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
We'll see if the raid's open. When you guys talk about it.
Yeah, all right. Like I said, treants are gonna be huge. Get them beefy before heroism gets popped.
Yeah.
Which I mean, phase 1, it's easy to do that because there's not really a lot of bosses that people are gonna try and take advantage of, like an execute phase, because everything's too fast. It's usually gonna be right off the rip.
It's
so-
all going to be buffing gargoyles right now, phase 1.
Oh yeah, so there you go. It's you're just gonna when you
Not open.
basically when you see the gargoyles, drop the trees to or to do it right off the rip, and get it going.
Yeah, because you want bloodlust on yourself before the gargoyles, so your trees are you're just
Yeah,
spawning
so-
early. 3-minute
spawn 'em
CD, you
early.
try to see if you can get it back up or something. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see how much damage you're gonna do right now. I can't Starfall because there's a bunch of ads.
Also, another thing, talking about the cooldown refresh after boss is dead, bring a lot of reagents or get the glyph for battle res, because you're going to be doing it a lot. That's got it does get reset. And
Didn't they say that's going to be one of the ones?
What did you glyph that?
There's
'Cause I
no way they
yeah,
let
yeah,
that,
so
right?
you could glyph that. No, they are letting it because it's the same thing as a soulstone.
Yeah, are they letting Soulstone go through?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe
Did
so.
they like
Because just
confirm that
lay
they're
on
gonna, or
hands.
like they just haven't?
Lay on
addressed
hands
it?
is not going through, I think it was,
That's
right?
Treant.
Yeah, lay on hands.
Yeah, but they also
and,
took away everything of
Ankh.
like a shaman. They took
Yeah,
away like
Ankh
6
doesn't,
things.
but I
you can't
think
even
there's-
astral recall.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, Rebirth is being affected by that cooldown reduction. So it's gonna be big for speed. So you get a guy on trash, just falls over. After every boss, every trash or every boss, you're gonna have Rebirth up.
They're gonna have to change that. I'm gonna
trans
go
game.
ahead and say I'm gonna have to make a cheesy video. I'm like, that's so busted.
Yes,
I don't
that's how
want
it's
it.
working currently.
Because I like
I don't-
using
yeah,
my
I don't
battle res
want it.
on trash, so I get it out of the
That's-
way and don't have to on a boss.
Do you know how much mana that costs? That costs a
Am I
lot
the
of mana
only
to
one
do.
that's like super hyped for that stuff? Because
Rebirth
I
is
think it was
2300.
speedrunner potential.
Yeah, so 2300 mana every time you do that on top of a cast time.
Yeah, and then the mana from shifting back to Moonkin.
Yeah,
Treant
Yeah.
did on that one 46k.
yeah.
Easy.
So
Can you check the average damage per melee attack?
Normal hit 689, hits cast 885 on average.
Is that
DPS
with Fairy Fire or
1.1.
without Fairy Fire?
No fairy fire.
Can you
And do
test
it
it
again
with
with
Fairy
fire in
Fire?
50 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Typhoon. Looks like this. Watch how far it goes.
is it glyphed?
Yeah, you should test the
God,
glyph
I
too.
haven't
Rocked
glyphed.
See the range of the glyph, dude. It's insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty.
You'll stand in Goldshire and hit those
Do we
targets.
know how wide it is?
I'll find out right now.
'Cause I
Why-
believe it's like 10, 15 yards like wide on like
It's
the
supposed
cone
to
of it.
it's supposed to go wide. It's not supposed to
Let's see
increase
how wide it is,
the
ready?
depth of it, but it is.
It goes
apparently.
deep.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like how many yards wide
How
is
much
it?
damage it does. That's a lot much damage.
See, yeah, you hit the
Killing
targets
rough.
over to the left. Try and
Yeah.
not hit the targets to the left, and you'll probably still hit them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
4 seconds.
All right, aim at the dummies on the right.
Yeah.
I wonder what this is like a 180 thing damn near. It feels like 100 degree. 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
like
huge.
so.
I mean, it may be like 45. So
Yeah.
like,
That
for
must
real,
be
like-
like.
I'm
like
a firm
90%
believer in
thing.
glyphing.
It's right here already.
I
Right there.
I would 100% go and freaking practice outside of raid
Yeah.
to not grieve your raid
I-
with it.
Alright, there you
I
go.
think you always glyph it unless you need the knockback for some reason.
You're-
yeah, I
saving
swear to
a
God,
tiny
they
bit of
just
knockback.
added
It's
this
so
clear casting
bad.
thing recently. Because I've been no lifing in Boomie and I've never heard my clear casting sounds proc this much in my life.
Oh, so they might have added like
this,
DK
I'm talking this
procs,
just
too.
changed.
They
bro.
might have they might have fixed something with it.
Yeah.
It's just
We've
changed.
been
I'm
loading
talking
in
like a couple
custom
days ago, within the past couple days.
Weakwarez.
The only implications that I saw for like using Typhoon knockback would be like glue ads.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like-
what I was thinking of as well. That's probably been seeing it as well.
What? That's the whole problem is mana. You have no mana. It's gone. You have no mana issues anymore. It's fucking gone.
is Typhoon
Yeah.
procking it too, or is it just Hurricane?
Okay, we
Typhoon
have
as
we have
well,
no
yeah.
AoE mana issues.
Wow.
No mana.
Literally
Yeah,
no
now-
mana
now
issues
the-
at all. AoE or
Now
single
the next
target.
question is Starfall gonna proc it as well? Because I believe it did in the private
out, ready?
servers.
No, it that shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't believe
You're
it
not
should
actively
either.
casting it, and it's like it's like an aura on you. It's not an actual cast per se.
And I'm not getting my hopes up. This is sick that it's working like this, but
Yeah,
we
we'll
still
see.
have like a month until it comes out. So like, I don't know.
I'm casting it right
I'm-
away
I'm
too. Every
hesitant.
time you hear that sound, that's the clear casting proc.
Yeah.
So big,
It's like an
actually.
Ellie shaman, bro. What's happening?
No, it's permanent. Look at
It's
that.
literally-
The big
it's-
thing is, from what I've seen, it seems to proc more often if you have more targets as well.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
Bro, this is my only bane. Not even have a bane. I have no life. I've been no lifing Boomy on a beta, and the only thing that's annoying is my hurricane mana. That is such a big deal. I'm doing heroics after this, so we'll
Yeah.
see it. But that is, I can't express how big of it is. It's hurricane is the most expensive AOE in the game. Nothing comes close to it.
I couldn't stand doing heroics on the beta
Crazy.
because it was like you're like useless on trash. You're just constantly trying to get your mana back. Like if you go join a heroic group and you don't see like a paladin or somebody who can give you replenishment, you just leave. You just don't go to that run.
All right, here's treant
Crix.
damage. I put Fairy Fire up this time.
What was your treant damage normally?
46k. This is with. I just now put Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire
What
first.
was the average before?
885.
Oh wow. Okay, I tested with Fairy Fire now. Mine is lower, but maybe a better gear. So
Yeah, because they
you're
scale off the
flat.
nature damage.
yeah, you're flash and stuff, so that's why. Mine was 828 without any buffs or anything. With Fairy Fire up.
Now they did 49, so about 3k more, and it was 910 per.
Okay, yeah, so it increases it by like 3%, 2%.
Did you have procs before you popped them
No.
the second time?
Nope, nothing. It was dry. I'm like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this hurricane change, dog. I'm kind of like,
Yeah,
Dick
dude,
hard
that's
type shit, bro.
sick.
listen to
That
that.
is sick.
Do you hear all
It's
that
not-
fucking clear casting? Are you trolling me?
It's still not consuming it though.
Yeah.
So
I
why
think it's more of
does
a
it?
UI bug where it's not consuming. It might be a UI bug where it's not consuming it.
Okay, I am actually like, this is insane. Like my timer is not even like going below
Yeah.
14.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
This is like broken. This just became like they were already got. This is crazy, bro. I don't know what to say.
That's
I'm at a loss
So
for words.
it-
To be honest.
let's-
So it's not consuming it.
I think it might be, and it's just that it's like, well, look,
It might be a UI bug, yeah.
yeah. Oh no,
Okay.
no, it's not. Look, it might not be.
Okay, so
Wait,
it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
wait,
it's for
that's-
sure not. Look, you're not losing any mana.
Yeah, it's not,
casting.
actually.
Wait, the easy way to
I'm
test
not
it is to do
refracting.
this. I'm just casting Starfire now. Okay, no, it's not consuming.
Okay, so it's just gonna. Okay, it's gonna get nerfed. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
there it goes.
Way
boys.
to go.
Hey,
we
Nobody
can't have
watched this podcast. We're not put on YouTube anymore. Nobody knows about that.
Yeah,
It's on the VOD.
Cut this out.
there it goes. It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, but then the
I was happy for a day.
That's
big thing is still the
crazy,
proc rate of it now is crazy.
So yeah,
Yeah.
if it is, I'm hoping when they fix it, it's just gonna consume it, and we're still gonna be able to proc it.
Yeah. Well, should it proc it? That's normal, right? Have you looked at like the old
Private
back in the
server
day
is it
shit?
proc it?
So
I'm not sure about
it's-
back in the day, but private server is definitely proc it. Like,
yeah,
the
private
same as
servers
it
it
do right
definitely
now.
did. All we can find like back further before private servers and like the original Lich King is that we don't know. It's just conflicting information back and forth. We can't figure it out. It's
I think that it
there's people saying
should
yes, people
proc
saying
it.
no.
But obviously,
Yeah,
it should consume
mages
it.
do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Mages do
literally
it. Yes, consume it 100%.
That is, and obviously you guys know because we've all been playing the beta. I can't express how excited I am to do this again because that was like the only thing. It's like, yeah, you fucking moved them out of the hurricane.
Yeah.
Dash up, hurricane. You fucking moved them out of again. It's like
I've been saying that so much. We've just been doing like leveling practice with Windforce, and he's just moving mobs out.
like,
Nothing
what are you
to do
doing,
more.
dog? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold still. That's a crazy proc. I mean, it wasn't procking it. That means if you're in a situation ever, which you are a lot when you're spamming heroics or even holding W in good dents, where you're spamming hurricane for 2,853 mana.
By the way, Typhoon just procced Clear Cask as well.
Yeah, Typhoon does.
Really?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's what I said. Typhoon does when you do it.
See, Typhoon, I think is such a like. I thought that was a good spell, and you guys like on specs weren't picking, and like I feel like that's like
Who wasn't picking it?
a free.
I didn't pick it in my spec, but I
Yeah.
need to like work
Yeah,
it out.
I run the shit out of that. Y'all was yelling at me
so
about that.
so for someone who's respecking for bosses, like they're not doing any speed. I could see not taking it for a boss and
Mhm.
having it separate for trash or whatever. I don't see as an overall build why you wouldn't take it.
Mhm.
The
Yeah, you
big
should.
thing that I have going for Typhoon is, especially in Naxx and speedruns, trash is already dying like so fast. Like you basically get like 2 hurricane ticks in. As
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
why
that would
this
be
is
the
gonna help
only
so much,
reason
bro.
Typhoon you wouldn't pick Typhoon back because it dies so fast.
That's why
We'll have
this
to
clear
see
casting
too,
thing on
though.
Hurricane is that big of a deal because of
Yeah.
that reason, because we only can get 1-2 ticks off a lot, and it's better to
Yeah.
get they're big ticks, so you'd rather get those 2-3 ticks off
Exactly.
than not do it. But now the fucking mana is gonna be beautiful on that. That's insane.
Yeah. You just have
Allegedly.
Hurricane for
Jeez,
every
yeah,
pack.
if it
Allegedly,
sticks,
yeah.
yeah, that's fucking
Yeah, if it
insane, bro.
sticks.
And things will die slower now that we have AoE cap.
yeah,
We'll see.
for sure.
Slightly. I mean,
True,
it's not like
yeah.
we're
And the mana
doing
bug.
too many 20
Yep.
pack pulls, but yeah.
Even proccing like insane. Like I'm getting on one mob right now, and it's still proccing like every second.
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah, it seems really high. We'll see.
This is
Fine.
like 60%, 75% something.
That's what it feels like. It feels super high. My
Yeah.
Typhoon's trying to ask with it. It feels like as soon as I do it, it's gonna proc right away. Instantly. It'll proc again
Is this
before
gonna
I
be
can
a
even spend it.
There's gonna be a play on like super long boss fight, just rank 1 Hurricane fish clear casting.
Yeah, if you're fishing clear
Yeah,
cast.
but you can't rank 1. There's no point. It's the same mana cost.
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
I made that same mistake earlier. I feel so much better now.
It's just the same mana no
Look
matter
at you,
what.
caster mains.
Oh
I haven't made it yet.
Yeah.
I do have some uses for rank 1 spells though, but we can get into that later.
Yeah, because some rank 1 spells are still mana cost less if like a rank 1 dot like would if for whatever it should. I don't know if Moonfire rank 1 is a shorter duration though. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. So it's a different mana cost to you because it's a shorter duration. But I don't know if there's any times. I don't know if you any times that you'd want to put a rank 1 fucking Moonfire out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Unless you're
If
moonfiring
you
that
need
rat
to do
in the
that,
corner
you shouldn't
for...
do.
Well, it's only 100 less mana. Like it's still 600 mana for Moonfire.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
Yeah,
fucking. And in what is insects like
For, like,
300, 380?
42 damage.
With
a
insect
hit.
swarm?
Max rank is.
Oh, I'm sorry, 280 insect swarm. So I mean that's why I don't mind insect swarm. Like when you guys said you don't use it, I use it when I'm if I'm moving. I have nothing else to cast. I'm putting the insect swarm up on somebody. Nothing else to
same.
do. Instant cast. You can put on as many targets as you want, and it's only 200 something mana. I got to move for whatever reason. There's a swarm up.
Yeah, super mana efficient way of getting damage out. On the move, 100%. I mean that's how it is right now. In Burning Crusade is your rotation. You're not casting it normally. It doesn't do enough damage, but the second you start moving, if everything else is up on like Fairy Fire and Moonfire, why not?
Yeah, I definitely would proud Moonfire probably over insect swarm if you're moving.
But
Actually,
I
kind
mean,
of depends.
if
That's
you
all
took
dependent.
Typhoon, no, that'd be better GCD than Typhoon.
Well, yeah,
but
especially
if
because when
everything's
you
up-
plant your feet, you're gonna go back into fishing again. So I'd still rather put a curse. Put a.
Yeah. No.
There's always times like
Joke.
where you're moving where like if there's something you can do while moving, like
You want to be
do
doing
that.
it.
Yeah.
ABC.
Even if it's not usually gonna be more helpful, it's like hunters in TBC. Like we if there's like a fight where we knew we were gonna have to move, you used to save Arcane Shot, and sometimes you even like Serpent Sting. But like in a single target normal situation, like you're not Serpent Stinging. Get the heck out of here. It's just there was nothing else you were doing at that time. Yeah.
Insect swarm does amazing damage, and Glyph Moonfire is a trap. We talked about Glyph Moonfire earlier since you're not using it as much, and I don't think Insect Swarm doesn't do that good of damage. Both the dots actually really don't do too crazy of damage.
I
but
feel
Moonfire does more.
like you're basing it off of an affliction lock, and
No. I'm basing off of playing the Boomy and looking at the damage of the dots.
So
afterwards.
Insect Swarm does do good damage. It's just doesn't
It
do enough
does,
to
kind
warrant
of.
its existence.
Like once you get 2-piece tier 7, you have the 10%, then it's kind of a little bit better. And if you're going to be putting it up for the improved insect swarm anyways, then like it does decent. But outside
Yeah.
of like
Unfortunately, the
single
right-
target stuff, like even on trash, like I don't like it on trash myself. Like
no, that's just
yeah, like
Hurricane and Starfall for trash.
even like moving in trash though, like I don't like to even use it if I'm moving.
That's where it's on
Yeah.
Typhoon.
Because that's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
what you have to look into for applying dots. It's not just the damage that they do; it's also the bonuses they provide through improved insect swarm if you're taking that talent at all, which we don't know based on the sim yet. But on top of the insect swarm damage you're getting, you're also getting an extra 3% damage to your wraths. On top of that, just for putting insect swarm on the boss, you're doing 3% damage more with another spell. So you have to factor in the extra damage that you're not seeing on ticks.
Yeah,
I
if
wanna
you will,
say-
insect swarm when you're wrathing is what you do. That makes sense. But I'm talking about just straight flat out like when you're moving and you have to go with one dot. Insect swarm's not doing too much damage. We're gonna find out.
We'll see when the sim's done.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it's
That's-
good.
it's
I think
such,
it's
like, a
better
good
damage
basis.
than Moonfire in terms of how much mana it costs to fucking cast it. Because 700 versus 200. Insect swarm is 200, right?
Yeah.
The thing I just don't like is it can't crit. So like Moonfire, at least you can get a Nature's Grace proc and maybe have like 1 or 2 casts hasted after using it. But Insect Swarm, you just don't get anything.
Right.
I need to ask, what is your guys' stand on improved Moonfire talent?
Improved Moonfire.
I think it's a trap.
Versus what?
10%
That's the thing.
crit.
What else would you really take? I think in an improved insect form spec, you're gonna have to take it.
Yeah.
But in a mana spec, you can definitely take something else.
Like moon
Yeah,
glow.
you're gonna take in a mana spec. You're just gonna take Moonglow.
Yeah.
But the question is how long are we gonna need a mana spec? Really.
I think hard 2-3 weeks into next, and when you swap to the normal spec, I think.
I was gonna say depending on gear, and how much you're playing the game, to get like Pre-BiS items, even though raids are out, 3 to 6 weeks.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I'm just
Um,
looking at my Pre-BiS list. I know we're gonna go to later. That's 15k mana unbuffed.
I don't even know what
It's
mine
2-minute
is.
rotation. Doing it correctly. We had shit procs for the first. I had like 20 rats out before we got a shit proc, so it kind of be better. So it's gonna put insect storm up more than it is.
40k.
But my list is also very different compared to yours because I'm not running tailoring. I'm running Druid crafting instead.
Yes, and I'm super excited to hear your thoughts on that in a minute.
Yeah,
When we get to that.
The math on that is actually pretty crazy.
Okay.
Is that just for like speed running like strat, or is
It's
that
overall
overall? Okay.
for anything.
Okay.
I was
I
like,
haven't dropped enchanting yet for tailoring, so
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Okay, I'll go over my spiel when we get to professions.
let's
I'll
look
have-
at
So
your guys' BiS list then, because they're different, right?
Yes, they are different.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the sim 100% working yet, or even an alpha. We don't know, and that's
Yeah.
the end of it. There's breakpoints you're gonna want to aim for and try and not like. I mean, so you've got the haste soft cap, and you've got a crit soft cap. Haste soft cap is 100% obtainable in phase 1.
Mhm.
And what I mean by soft cap is the point of where once you have a Nature's Grace proc, your Wrath is going to be under one, like clip the global cooldown. So once you hit that point, once you hit that haste soft cap, it doesn't necessarily mean that the value of haste goes to 0. It drops the value by about 30%, 30 to 40%. So haste can still be used after that, and it buffs Starfire really well. And then crit soft cap, 45% chance to crit on character sheet in town, or is that with buffs?
I think that's with buffs.
Well, no, because it's only 40% from Eclipse.
Wait,
So that'd be standing in town to hit 100% crit in Lunar Eclipse. You where Starfire literally cannot not crit.
You can hit that?
Yes, that's gonna be late. Like ICC will hit that. And then that's where the argument's gonna come in as to whether or not we even need Wrath, because except for the proc Lunar Eclipse.
Okay, so yeah, my Pre-BiS is right now on screen. I want to see your opinion on it.
Okay.
I have a different version of it as well, because I'm not sure if you know the world drop neck, the hit haste, the spell power one. Is that a next drop? Do we know that, or is that
That's
just
a next
normal?
drop.
Okay, yeah.
That is a construct wing only drop.
Okay, yeah, because I had that first in with the
it's
Titans in Maze.
mislabeled. It's mislabeled on that. So the best trinket I think for Pre-BiS was I gotta pull my own freaking BiS list up.
So I'm running Pendle Sunfire.
Hmm.
It was a
And
bad.
Prisoner.
Yeah. Oh, encircling burnished gold chains is gonna be the non-JC option for BiS.
Yeah.
It's a hit neck.
Yeah, I think it's 25 badges, like the
Mhm,
heroic.
it
Yes.
Yeah, that's 25 bad. Yeah, yeah.
Emblems.
25 badges.
It's on screen. If you need it.
Because I've been playing around with 2 different sets, and this is the second one.
See, I like your Spellblade because I know Cares had is it a mace? The mace has like a lot more spell power, the crafted one,
Yes.
but it just has different stats. Like the mace doesn't have
Yeah.
hit on it, and it has a little bit less crit on it, but it has some juicy spell power.
Right.
I think the big thing is we don't know if the spell is gonna be out yet. It's out on beta right now, but in the original Wrath it came in Ultra, I think, right? Something like that.
I don't even remember. I was very young.
Yeah, I think there was
Wow.
something I heard about that too. Yeah, like one of them just didn't come out because like they said the devs forgot to put in like a weapon for a certain class or something.
Yeah, so it would make sense for them to release a spell
You get
bit now
hit
and then.
and more crit, and you lose the spell damage.
Yes,
But the crit factors into like your haste procs, right? So like the crit.
yes, it factors into your lunar or your lunar and solar eclipses. And I'm gonna be like transparent on my sheet. I agree with going for the more crit. The current, I'm literally updating my BiS every time a new update for the sim gets pushed.
Yeah.
In the event that the sim is not ready by the time launches out, I want to have the best possible setup that we can feasibly come up with.
Yeah.
So right now on the sim, it's simming the other one higher. Which one is it?
The
Where's
mace.
mine? Yes, Titan Steel Jardian.
Do we know if they added the Idol of Shooting Star to the vendor yet?
Idol of Shooting Star.
I've seen it
hard.
in I've
supposed to
seen
be
it
on
in
the Valor
Valorant.
vendor.
It's not in the one like since I'm Horde, I don't know how it translates to Alliance, but like there's 2 vendors in like where you hearth to nearby, and like
Yeah,
it's not on
'cause-
that vendor, but it's on a different vendor.
Wait,
The
which-
idol
which
it's
vendor?
item?
supposed the Nax idol is supposed to be on the Valor vendor, but I don't
Yeah.
think we're gonna be able to get that before the raid.
I
'Cause
thought
the
it dropped
idol-
off at Vesuvius.
The idol
It does both.
Both.
and
Oh,
relic
both.
vendor is still even on here has they changed it. They took away no, they still have like the ICC idols and gems, so we don't know.
Yeah, so yeah,
Okay.
we're not gonna know if that's gonna be available, but that is going to be
Yeah.
the better
Yeah, because I
On
see
private
it,
service that
the better idol.
was on the vendors. Everyone has bought that, right? But I think if you don't have that, you would just go with the Raven Goddess idol.
I kind of like the Wrath idol, honestly. I don't know, like I love Wrath. Like Wrath is hitting so hard. I'm having a ton of fun like with all the Wrath crits, like
70
being over
damage to
10k.
Wrath.
So like
It's fun.
I could
I
see
don't
that.
like Wrath. I'm
It's
backwards.
Fun. Is it optimal? Is the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really care for. I like it when you're just machine gun turreting them out, but
Yeah. So the thing is you didn't play Wrath or TBC Boomkin, so that's literally Starfire's all we've been casting for the last
so you like
forever.
casting
So
something
it's
else.
casting something else, just change it
Yeah.
up at least for a little bit.
It just feels a bit better.
It just hits different.
No, but I've been playing around. Either we got the Raven Goddess idol, or do we go Moon Goddess?
I am heavily leaning on Raven Goddess.
What's up with the idol of the unseen moon? Your Moonfire ability has a chance to grant up to 140 spell damage.
I
50%
tried
proc
it.
chance.
I
50%
tried it a lot, and I feel like it didn't proc like that much.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
mean,
idol swap? Is idol
I
swapping a
felt
thing
it
that
did
you do?
proc a lot.
Idol swap is a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. I don't like it. I probably will never do it. It could be the most optimal thing to do, but I'll probably never do that. I'm a big fan of you're in shit gear, or at least scale out a Sunwell gear at 80, like right when you hit 80. Idol of the Raven Goddess is still 1% crit. It's just a flat 1% crit,
Which is still
This
very nice
has-
to like.
this
which is
has-
still really nice.
This has no ICD.
The
See,
idol has no, yeah.
Yeah, it has no ICD.
So, and a 50% chance to give you perma. You pretty much have 140 spell power up a lot of the times. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah,
Versus-
I tried it and it
versus-
just it was very low uptime. I'm gonna try to see if I can find a log on it, but it was very low uptime on it when I
Yeah,
tried it.
the uptime's not that great, especially when you're if you have like Glyph of Starfire and you're extending the Moonfire uptime per cast. You're not going to be casting it as often.
So
Which
wait,
means
this
you're
is
gonna
not
get less
casting out
benefit out of
ticks,
that.
right?
No, it's just the
Oh,
the first
initial one.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
Yeah,
the
the
initial.
initial.
the
That shit is
initial.
ass.
Yeah.
I thought you were okay. I was about to say it was off of ticks. Never mind.
So Yeah,
There's a
I'm
use
leaning heavily
for it.
towards Raven Goddess. Just
Garbage
for the
ass one.
just for the early crit when we're freaking
You don't even
sucking.
Moonfire all the time, so no. What do you mean? Even
Yeah. So like, the Raven Goddess isn't 1%. It's like it's 0.81. So like I think that's a big difference. So like,
Okay.
that 0.8% crit. I know I'm like nitpicking, but like,
No, it's big.
yeah, like I think it's a big difference. So like, 0.8%. It's gonna help all of your stuff. It's gonna help your Wrath, your Starfire, Starfall, everything. But like the Wrath cast, getting that buff is really strong too. But like the one thing for the Idol of the Unseen Moon that I had somebody like mention that they were gonna do was you just start with that idol and you swap it on your first Moonfire, and you could swap it to whatever other one. So like you're only gonna benefit it from like your first couple spells, but if you're star falling off the rip, then you could have 8 seconds worth of that Idol of the
imagine getting a
Unseen
good
Moon up
ecos
too.
proc early too. That'd be nice, right? Get a
Yeah,
nice
so
little
like
proc
it's not like
swap,
you're gonna have
Wrath.
full uptime on the Idol of the Unseen Moon. It's really only just like the very first one that you would have it on if it's like your first global.
Could
So
totally.
it's one of
yeah,
those
I mean,
little
I see the
tiny
viability.
situations.
Do you-
Yeah, it's
When relic swapping, do you get like a ICD? Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you bury it in another instant cast, you can if done correctly, you don't eat an ICD.
mhm.
Like the life tapping boas thing.
but it's
Yeah.
still 1.5 seconds regardless of your haste. So like if you're like using it in Lust, any idol swaps in Lust, it feels really clunky. Like I wouldn't suggest it at all. But maybe like if outside of a Lust phase, you could find some situations to switch them around. Like if you had the Starfire and the Moonfire, or Starfire and Wrath ones, maybe during your eclipses you can switch. With your Insect Swarm, you put on your Wrath idol. With your Moonfire, you put on your Starfire idol. Outside of Lust, so like it's you're clipping like you're whatever your GCD because it's going to be like a 1.25 second GCD without like swapping. So you're
Yeah.
losing like 0.25 seconds if you swap your
Yeah.
idol.
Because
But the damage gain is kind of big.
You can't use Blizzard.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can use, for some reason, you still can use Blizzard oil. Oh, they fixed
No,
it.
they just
oh,
fixed
they
it.
just fixed this.
They just fixed
Okay,
it.
cool.
I checked too. Yeah.
Oh, no more oils?
Yeah,
Cool.
you can't do it anymore.
Oh, that's
Okay.
okay. That's nice.
You know my ass was doing that.
It's three stats.
Oh, they're getting close. They're getting close, guys.
Oh,
Shit.
I'm
Hey.
looking on your Pre-BiS list right now. You're not hit cap and you're not soft haste cap either.
Who,
Yeah.
me?
Yeah. You were
Oh,
only
no.
like 12 something %, I think, for hit.
Oh no, wait, I'm not counting Draina. Yeah, you're hit cap, but you're not soft capped.
Yeah, I'm tracking
No, wait,
that.
you're missing 1% anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm missing 1%. I know.
I don't want to ever see the word resist pop up on my screen
same.
again.
No, I
wonder if they
know.
fixed
Like
that
I said,
1% yet.
I'm purely going off of Wait, did I put the right gems
You
in?
want to go over the hit and haste cap and crit cap stuff with them? Right here.
I kind of went over the hit or the soft cap. Okay, hit cap is 17% raid buffed. No more, just like every other caster, no more chance of that 1% chance that's always there. That's gone. Haste, I'm gonna look at my notes because I don't remember
Haste
these
is
numbers.
401.
401 haste rating is your soft cap.
And that is with totem down.
With totem of wrath.
Without
Wrath of
totem, I
Air?
believe it's
Wrath of Air?
yeah,
Yeah.
Wrath of Air. I believe with our totem is, what is it, 463 or something?
It's
It
585.
is 585 without the totem.
Okay, yeah.
585 without the totem. 401 with the totem. Crit cap is 45% in town unless you have 4-piece tier 7 or 4-piece tier 6.
Oh yeah, you get
4-piece tier
5% crit.
5%
from
crit.
The 4-piece, yeah.
So then it would be 40%.
Yeah,
Which is why
that's something I want to talk to you guys about actually. Because I discussed it with a Boomy guildie of mine, and he's thinking about running 4-piece tier 6 actually.
Okay, so I'm gonna always say this because it's important to note it so people don't flood the sim and be like, but the sim said this. It's still work in progress. It's simmed for like based off of my Pre-BiS right now, rocking gloves, boots, belt, and wrists from tier 6 was only 125 DPS loss.
Oh, okay.
Which is nothing in the grand scheme. When right now
Yeah.
I'm simming at 6,000 DPS. or close to 6,000 DPS. That's nothing.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
nothing,
if you have the 4-piece tier 6 and it's like the first week or two, I wouldn't replace that 4-piece tier 6 until you got 4 other pieces.
Yes.
Yeah.
But once
That's-
you get
Stats
those
have to
other
be
4
so
pieces,
significant.
yeah,
The
once you
stat-
get
the
the other
stats are
4
huge.
pieces, you
Once you
want
get
it.
4 upgrades, then you swap.
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
Instead of
Yes.
getting 1 upgrade, same thing Warlocks. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Just phase out your tier all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So back to the hit real quick, just so there's no like confusion. It's 17 cap. We get 4% from one of our talents, balance of power. Then we get 3% from either our fairy fire or like the shadow priest misery. So there's 7% there, and we have 10% left for horde to get from like our gems and chants. There's a food buff you could use too. Probably wouldn't use that, but like your gear. And then if you have a Draenei in your group as alliance, you only need 9%.
yes.
Seeing this fucking.
They reduced the honor points needed for brutal gladiator gear. The two-handers are now 10,000 less. They're 1,900.
Oh wow.
Dang.
Okay. If you're
And all
if you're
one-handers are 9,500.
if you don't have a Sunwell weapon, you might as
Oh
well
my
get
god,
the staff.
that's so
Yeah.
easy. Yeah.
Get the S4 staff if you don't have a Sunwell weapon.
The spell power one-handed maces are 14,000 now.
Wow, that's cheap.
That's
14,250.
kinda- That's cheap.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
That's
good.
so
I like-
nice. Holy crap. That's crazy, dude. That reduction is insane. DK gear is still not in the game in case that might come in. But yeah, like buy that staff for sure. 19,000.
Now what if they also nerfed honor gains?
You know what? That's a great question.
Uh,
But also they're transferring like your arena points. So if you have your character
Oh,
already,
yeah.
just
Oh, yeah.
literally like get as many arena points as you can before it's over. You know?
shitter fives every week.
Yeah. So
And
easy.
to touch on something Yaz said in chat, the TBC Hellman chant from Shatar rep does give a
Mhm.
little hit.
Yes.
And if you don't have hit cap and you're like a couple points away, then yeah, you might still be able to use that Hellman chant to get that cap in pre-patch, or like not pre-patch in like the first couple weeks while
Pre-raid.
you're getting your new rep up.
Yes.
Mhm.
That's a good way to
Close
go.
that,
with it.
please. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Go ahead.
Yeah. So then how much of your gear is like BOE and stuff like, or how much? The only things rolling over I see is Amisa the Convoker and Idol of the Raven Goddess. The rest of it's all from.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's still other items that are still big. Like, I'm not going to touch on Dark Conjurer's Collar because you should be engineer and you should be getting the goggles. What is it? The Sunwell pants are still good.
Mhm.
And then what else is still good?
There's
If your
some
jewel
chest.
crafting paneled sunfire is Pre-BiS.
Yeah, if you're
According to
dual.
me.
Okay, yeah.
Pennant of Sunfire.
Now not Pre-BiS or
Oh,
close.
the necklace you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Skull of Gul'dan will give you a little bit of hit if you got super unlucky. You're like in the first, however many runs you did before the first week of Nax, it'll work. It'll give you a little bit of hit and haste for like your lunar eclipse.
Yeah, if you don't have Mark of the Sun Prisoner, then yeah, you can use that hit from there. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark is fantastic. But a lot of casters are going for it. I'm pretty sure because it's like just
It's BiS for everything but mage,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
so you're gonna be fighting with a lot of people over trying to get it, and it's a
The
drop
best
off
thing
of
you
a
really
buff.
the best thing you really can do is just do like what's it called? For cloth armor or armor type run. So you do like with one melee tank, then he's like
Yes.
plate or something, then you do with a hunter and his mail and stuff.
What about
And then you
Yes.
form an heroic.
Yep. That would be the most efficient way to do it.
What about Ember?
What else from other things you need from Burning Crusade is you're gonna want your Aldor or Scryer rep items. before you get your Sons of Hodir rep up, the shoulder enchants are comparable to the exalted Aldor and Scryer ones.
Mm-hmm.
So until you get your Sons of Hodir rep, you're gonna want to throw the Aldor and Scryer enchants on your shoulders.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to think of when it comes to stuff to bring from Burning Crusade.
Well, that's barely an upgrade, to be honest. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They
6
should-
spell
the- it
power, 5 crit.
Yeah, the Aldor one should be an exact copy of the early.
Yeah, I think it's
Sons of Hodir
honor,
one.
the honor rep one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's about it. Lightning capacitor. One really weird interaction. It's not like raid BiS or anything. If you're doing solo AoE farms, either in Utgard Keep or out in the world, Starfall procs lightning capacitor.
Huh.
Wow,
That's
that's pretty nice.
that's interesting actually.
Probably still trash, but yeah, it looks
it's super fun. It's got one use. I still wouldn't even say that it's gonna be better for like AoE trash farming or anything. I was seeing somebody do the Utgard Keep solo, and they were getting some good results out of it. Just a little bit of damage. But yeah, just if you got it, it's fun. It's fun to mess
Good to
around with
know.
Pop Starfall, and you see little lightning bolts shooting out. It's a little fun.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. That's good to know.
Okay, that was gearing, right? All the gearing?
Yeah.
So if you can, I want to talk about, I'm interested in this, the stackability of Boomies and Raid, which will lead into Innervate discussion, and then something about Focus Magic, so you can kind of bundle it in together.
You want one.
I've
At least one.
been fighting for this.
I
I'll be
feel like
fighting
you
for
can
two.
bring more than one, bro. I feel like
You-
2 is so
you
fucking viable. As
you absolutely
insane.
can. You
They do so much damage. The Innervates are the utilities, whatever, but they have Innervates and another besides another B-Res and an Innervate, they're pumping. Like it's like
I'm gonna say this: with the cooldown changes, you have Innervate on everything. You have BiS on everything. There's no real reason to bring just for that utility. But I think the reason you would bring another one is if you do a mass AoE pulse and you need a lot of like
yes.
big AoE.
Or even just to keep the tempo up, because they slam so hard on a trash pack, you could just alternate and just leapfrog with Starfall. Because I mean in Nax I was seeing that like if you have 2 Boomkin Starfalling, that trash is dead before Starfall even finishes.
Yeah.
So I think exactly. So if you're bringing 2, you're gonna want to leapfrog them. One's casting Starfall while the other one's on cooldown, and just kind of they just stomp trash packs so hard that it will be interesting to see if it would pay off to bring 2.
So
I
you're
think for
arguing
Max-
for 2. You're arguing specifically 2 though, right? Not
I
I
don't
think
know.
I think personally more than 2 is kind of waste because trash has dies already so fast. I think
Yes.
having another one would just make it not even that much fast.
like having 2 of them, you rotating 2 of them when they're Starfalls is fine. Rotating a third one, that first one's Starfall is coming off cooldown or off cooldown.
Exactly,
By the time the
yeah.
third one
Yeah.
even needs to put a Starfall up. I 100% am 100% advocating for 2 Boomies. If there's 2 Boomies that know what they're doing and they're pumping and they're using their shit right, it's insane.
Yes.
Single target, cleave, everything all just well-rounded
The merit
spec.
of the CD resets is huge. We have to see. I don't know why they would keep Rebirth in for that. Is Rebirth now a short cooldown?
It's 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
It's down from 20 to 10. Yeah.
What a world, man. I feel like that's a CD that they're overlooking, allowing it to reset on bosses.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna have it's got huge implications. You know, like if somebody dies on a pool or something, it's less damaging to say like a speed run.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously it's gonna make a difference, but if you can literally if every druid can literally battle res every fight,
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy.
You're just
Seems like
never
a
gonna slow
version of
down.
oversight. And I think Blizzard is looking at some sort of potential for allowing a relatively competitive scene. So I think they'll look into it.
I don't
I think
know
they might
about
have
that.
they might have
I think
overlooked it,
that
to be honest, because it's 10 minutes and just didn't even.
Yeah, I
that
think
were
they
the
straight up
case,
just overlooked
leveling playing field, then they wouldn't bring back raid testing if as long as everything's fixed.
Oh yeah, but I mean, Huygen literally didn't do Huygen dance, and they wrote that as one of the patch notes.
I'm tracking. I'm tracking that a lot of things like they fixed one buff and made 4.
Yeah.
I get that, and that I prefer that the raid testing gets done, but I'm just saying in terms of a level playing field, as long as people can test the content beforehand, it's never going to be level.
Yeah, but everyone that's gonna go for the world first is gonna have their own realm that they're playing it on. Realistically, it's
realistically,
like serious guilds are gonna be able to play.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have 2 Boomies in the raid group I'm in, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, we might too. I might too.
We're struggling to get somebody to play Boomie for a second raid.
I can't say anything, so I'm gonna be quiet here.
Yeah, I'm like,
can't find anybody to play Boomie. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's.
I know
insane.
you're pushing for it.
Like,
So.
Well, we had somebody and some real life stuff came up, and so we're just. I think they might have filled the spot.
It's kind of the same for us though. I don't know. We have only 2 Boomkins that's like decided to play Boomkin already. So it's not the many want to play it actually. It's like.
Okay, fine. I'll make make an EU Boomie. That's all you got to say, Toto.
Dude,
You know
everyone's
what I mean?
over here like,
Just do it quick. Just send it.
did you hear about how good DKs are?
Oh yeah.
Warlock's pretty sick, right?
Oh, the demo look is pretty cool. I heard pretty
Boomies.
progress.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. 100%. There's two Boomkins is promising. It's very promising.
Yeah, and I'd
especially with the
on
mana changes. If Hurricane's keeping us good.
Yeah, I was going to say with the mana changes and with that Omen of Clarity shit, those clear casting off Hurricanes is a big deal. There's literally no. You won't have any mana issues anymore. It's gone.
I think
if Hurricane keeps proccing that, you're fine.
For AoE.
Yeah.
I think in Nax, you will run 1 or 2. I think in Uldor, you almost always run 2. Just because the trash actually lives longer.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have more unholy DKs. Got it.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Stack them, let's go.
I've been thinking mainly on Nax, and I keep like kicking myself for doing that and not thinking about the other raids. So is Boomie still good on like Sarthe 3 Drakes? Because it's single target.
You're phenomenal. You know why? Because you have the same single target you've been seeing and been hearing about that you know of. Plus you get the Starfall on cooldown, which naturally pads the other ads, so you're fucking really carrying. You know what I mean? I
think on Patchwork, my single target DPS was like 6.5k or something, and imagine that on a Sapphire Free Drake
short fight. Yeah.
I had a God roll Patchwork where my opener was like 9.7k.
Oh, I had
10K,
something as well.
And it was like I was just like, nobody talk to me. Like, just shut up, let me do this.
I do that.
And then as soon as the opener was done, it was like no crit, no, it like just done. And I was like, Yeah,
that was the best part. It was me and other Boomie. Both of us that had like insane God roll on that fight. We both were like sitting at like 9.5k, like 30 seconds in or something.
Yeah.
It's like
miles
above.
Yeah, the opener's strong. The opener's very strong.
I think that's almost the strongest part because you get everything. Just
all your cooldowns,
so hard.
and then you're also buffing them with the pre-pot, and it's
you've got your trance. Yeah.
And it's like the one, like, at least as far as we know right now, it's the one time where you're gonna have both dots that are buffed from wild magic, both of them up while you're starting your first like lunar cycle, and yeah, it's just a lot of damage for the opener.
Yeah.
And I know on the other raid, was it Obsidian Sanctum? I was topping meters pretty well on that fight. Like before the whole like dragon phase where you're flying around, I can never do good on those. Like Oculus, like I'm terrible damage on that.
I have Eternity,
yeah.
I have Eternity. Sorry,
I didn't do any testing for I have Eternity.
Yeah, that one felt pretty good.
Comfy.
There's a lot of movement in it, but we do well with the movement, I think, with nitro boost and everything.
Yeah, I did watch Crix get some sparks and then proceed to low roll into the fucking dirt.
Yeah, that low roll chance.
I did a fight in Ellie Shaman, and that's so much fun. You just do so much damage.
That was my favorite. Yeah. Ellie's like is off topic, one of my favorite. It's like the most fun spec to me, in my opinion. Yeah. So much fun.
It looks a lot of fun.
I don't know. I played early too much in this expansion, so I kind of just like want to get away from it. But I'm still gonna play it in alt.
I've never played it
Yeah.
before. That's probably why I'm backwards. I've never played a shaman in my life, which is probably why I like it so much.
Hans is
That's
so
the thing,
fun, dude. Come on.
I started as Boomy main in phase 4. Then I went to Ele main in phase 5, and Hans main in phase 6, and now in Sunwell I'm back to Ele main. So yeah, I've been abused and thrown around a bit.
And now coming into the next expansion, it's like now your
I'm,
class is actually
now
not
I can
just there to
finally
buff
play
people.
whatever I
Yeah,
want.
you're not just there to buff people. You're actually pumping, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And with a good rotation.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be a lot of fun. We just gotta watch out for plateauing in the end. In the
Yeah,
end
how
phase.
does it look currently for Boomkin's scaling throughout the phases?
So once we cap out on both crit and haste, like I said, they're soft caps, so we're still gonna get benefit. It's just not gonna be as much. So like it's just we're gonna start to plateau. Now there's gonna be some ways we're looking into to try and get creative.
Standard Druid sim crafting.
Yeah,
Like how creative can we
some,
get?
changes to rotations, picking weapons that might not be BiS, like thought to be BiS, but because they give you so much more spell power than crit and haste and stuff like that. We're gonna like shift over to there because we don't really need more crit and haste. It's gonna take some creativity and TCing to keep us from plateauing completely. But
Yeah, I've been
we're definitely
looking-
not going to be like a dead class or anything in ICC. It's
I've
not
been
going to be. It's not
looking-
bad.
I've been looking at Nack's BiS list and just
Mhm.
made my own, and it just you get so much haste and you can't get rid of it.
Yeah. So the P1 BiS list that I have is like 102 haste over haste soft cap.
Yeah, I think mine is about the same.
But it's like it's not a dead stat. It's still a good stat to have.
It's still a good stat, yeah, just that your wrath goes way lower. I think your
And
wrath
then,
goes
well, then do you just hit like a haste cap, another haste cap, where then you're just like literally again just only wrathing to get those lunar
Yeah,
procs, and then you're just going back.
that's one of the creativity things that I was talking about is we're gonna have to explore that as an option for how to change things up to stay relevant.
Mhm.
yeah, we need like modifier rotation to maximum DPS it.
Yes,
I'm all about that, dude. A
So-
Hunter TBC, I totally knew.
it's definitely gonna evolve throughout the expansion, which is I think it's gonna be a lot of fun because it's gonna keep it from getting a little too stale.
For sure, you're gonna have to change it up almost every phase when
Yeah.
you get them gear.
Yeah.
And then you also need to think about, because let's say you get a haste piece that's BiS for that phase, but the piece you're replacing is a crit piece. You maybe don't want to replace it that early because you just get fucked with your DPS and stuff. So you gotta
Yeah.
have to think what items you want to prior to get and stuff.
That's gonna be fun. That's really cool of a
Yeah.
class
Yeah.
to be able to do that. Yeah.
There's a lot of
Um,
options like that in pre-raid, especially where it's like you could have in mind one piece that has crit on it, but then you go into a heroic and a piece that drops haste for that slot drops, and you pick that up and just switch another piece around to like get everything in line.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when I made my Pre-BiS list, because I had the neck that drops an 8-bomb wing, and the mace first, title mace. But then when I found out that you can't get the neck, I had to change around some pieces to actually like, be on like perfect soft cap.
Yeah,
So you need to like mix and match a bit with that.
yeah.
So
I think
it's quite fun.
I think going over haste soft cap isn't gonna be like detrimental to your rotation.
I
or
don't think
anything
it's
like that.
detrimental, but I think if you can get stats somewhere else instead, it's just way more beneficial, right? So
Yeah. Or if it's losing 30% of its value, then just if you can itemize around, seems
yeah,
like
for
a
example,
smart...
I'm on exactly 401, so it's perfect soft cap.
Yeah, mine has like 409, I think. So I'm like just over it. But while we're touching on haste again, one thing that we don't want to really have is the trinkets or any proc things really that proc haste. Because if you have that
Yes.
haste proc in your solar phase, you're screwed. Like it's a waste of a proc. So like Embrace of the Spider, that's a trinket that I don't think that we're gonna have any interest in.
No, not at all. Any haste you can't control, you don't really want.
Mage Cryo.
You would, I think with trinkets, we would just go Dying Curse and Dragon Soul.
Yes, Dying
See, and
Curse
I-
being a bigger upgrade than Dragon Soul is.
Yeah, I think you replace Mark of the War Prisoner with Dying Curse. Otherwise, you just
Yes.
keep Mark the War Prisoner until then.
Yes.
And I'm still leaning towards just keeping Sundial because the Dragon Soul trinket, like maybe I'm just sleeping on it and it's gonna be better than it is, but like having to ramp it up, like if it falls off, it's gonna be really great maybe on like Patchwork. Always got to go back to Patchwork, but other fights where it's gonna drop off, you have to ramp it back up again. Like I don't like that style of trinket myself. So my phase 1 list just has Sundial still and Dying Curse.
Yeah. So I mean,
What do you guys have a phase 1?
Dying Curse is 100% going to be a massive upgrade.
Send through phase 1.
Illustration is good. How much DPS is it over Sundial? We don't know yet, but it's within 50 DPS.
Yeah,
which is crazy to think that that's like super close now.
Yeah, it's like
when-
50 DPS is like
Yeah.
massive in TBC. It's like-
Yeah, and I mean, I in Burning Crusade, I get excited for like a 4 DPS upgrade.
Well, trust me, as
Oh.
a min maxer, I get excited for like 1.
Speaking of 4 DPS upgrades, that's how much 8,500 gold is.
Yeah.
Is
Or
that
the
only
rings?
4 DPS?
The
For the
It's
ring?
It's 4 DPS above.
Wait, what would it use
um,
instead then at that point?
That is going to be, you're going to use the 2 JC rings, or you're going to use
Oh,
Northern Tiers with Band of Guile. Yeah, it's 4 DPS over currently with I gotta keep saying it. But yeah, no, currently it's only simming 4 DPS over that, and I do not value
Yeah.
4 DPS at 8,500 gold.
I'm gonna do it just because if I swap out the ring, it's gonna be more DPS for me in my set because I lose so much haste from it. I lose like straight up 28 haste rating.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like maybe I went and biased. Like my BiS list literally has the ring on there, the Kirin Tor ring on it. I'm not gonna get it. It's just
I've been saving for it. I don't even have that much gold. That's gonna be
I
like
saved up for it, but now I've got a hunter in our second raid, and that I guess he's getting a DMCG, and that's just what's
Oh yeah,
gonna
then
happen.
just fucked up one because I like 50k probably or something.
Yeah, well,
have fun.
I've saved up the gold, but now I've got one less thing to spend it on.
See, and I like it too because as soon as I ding 80, I can get that and have that to like help me boost through heroics and stuff to help get other pre-raid gear. So it's just an instant upgrade for me too,
Yeah,
and
I've
I'm
been-
keeping it.
Is the further upgrades on them not worth it ever for Boomy? Like down the road?
That I don't know.
I haven't
I-
looked into it personally.
Is it
I
I
don't
Amazing.
have the
made
information.
I made some business for later phases, but
Yeah.
I don't think AT
I
Upgrades
thi-
has the upgraded version on it.
I think what the thing
Uh,
was is since the rings are really contested, if you don't happen to get a ring upgrade during Nax, like phase 1,
Yes,
then you get the upgraded Kirin
Yeah.
Tor ring
but
phase 2 to start with.
yeah, the upgraded Kirin Tor ring, yes, but the base one, it's just so close to 2 other rings. It's 7 DPS over Band of Guile and 4 DPS over.
Okay,
The-
I'm comparing it to Manifested Pain right now, and it's 9 crit rating for Manifested Pain, 8 spell power. That's the only difference
Yeah,
from Manifested Pain and the upgraded Kirin Tor ring. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
very very small.
Upgraded version.
yeah. So that is the
Well, at that point, you've already
That's the
bought the
base
base one.
Oh,
yeah. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's just gonna be one of those things where how bad do you want it, and it's going to, since the upgraded versions are cheaper, like 1175 or something.
I think it's 1.5 even.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's to get to the next level. It's just one less contested slot. You know, you're always going to be able to get something in that ring slot. So if it makes you feel better, go for it.
Yeah, if I was leveling on a fresh server, I don't think I'd be trying to spend all my gold on that ring.
Oh my
But-
god, it'd be so expensive
yeah,
on
for
a
sure,
fresh
no.
server. No
Yeah.
way.
But for mine, like it's still gonna take like half of my gold. I've got like 15k saved up.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been saving hard because I know I'm gonna have to buy like 4 or 5 BOE items. So I'm sitting in like 70k at the moment.
Yeah, it's gonna be especially
And
over on Fire Moth. Everything's about to be so
Yeah.
expensive. You know it.
I feel like Titan's spell is gonna be like 20k alone. So
Mhm.
Depth Shake Cloak is probably 10 or something. So I'm
I'm
still feeling I'm short on gold.
still tripping on this hurricane thing. Changed the Omen of Clarity, bro. To be honest, that's all I can think about.
It's so nice.
I
It's
can't
so
believe
nice.
that, dog.
Okay,
imagine-
so from what I'm reading, it seems that it's just Hurricane's Hurricane is broken, is all it is.
Why?
Is
I'll
that
see, that's
Hurricane is procking it way more than it should, and you can't replicate it with any other spell.
Well, he's doing the same thing as Blizzard, right? That's what it's doing. Exact.
No, but
Blizzard's
he was-
proccing
you
just
were-
as much.
You
pretty
guys
much.
are procking it like almost 100% of the
If I
time on
get on
single
my
target.
mage right now and start blizzarding, it'll proc that much. I promise.
I think if let's say like Moonfire would be AoE, it probably proc the same because I think it has a chance proc per target, right?
Mm-hmm.
So more targets, it probably procs more often.
I want this to be the case, but I've literally looked at the dev notes when they were talking about Omen of Clarity, and they do not want this to be the thing.
Don't say it as fucking. Oh,
I want it to. I really want it to be like this. I don't know if they're gonna let it slide.
Wait, somebody was saying the Feral Discord's losing their minds. Like, what? Did it change something for Feral too?
No, they're just saying. Basically, they're talking. I think I kind of scrolled really quick, so maybe they did, but they're the ones that said that it looks like it's only working on Hurricane.
Oh, because they want
because
they want
look how
Omen
many
to work
people are
for them
hitting
too.
It's
Yeah.
hitting this many people, right? So
They're like, what Omen for me, dude?
Yeah.
That is
Oh, yeah,
bull.
Omen is proc on direct attacks, whatever it is, right?
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
hitting
But
they
multiple
fix
targets,
that?
right?
So
So
it's for them it's a 3.5.
Rack is
proc
procking.
per
Yeah, I
minute.
got a proc off Wrath too earlier.
Well, yeah, Wrath always procced it,
Yeah,
or like
Yeah, it's
not
supposed to have
always,
Wrath,
but
yeah.
it's just a shit chance, you know.
yeah, I mean,
It
it
just
just
proc
is
just now.
what
I
it
just
is.
did it just now. Yeah. I'll plus all of them and see how long it takes. Proc off my first Starfire.
Maybe they just adjusted the Omen of Clarity
Yeah.
for
Let's find out.
spells.
Here's Starfire.
like
Yeah.
for a couple. I don't know. I just
That would be the most
Early.
I don't know. I just
That's what
was
I can say,
playing
yeah.
on the Feral and it did not seem like anything changed.
So I was seeing something like how they can get their instant cast if they use their 5 combo points. So they're using the 5-point instant cast for a Wrath to proc it.
Wow.
That sounds kind of crazy.
That is something, yeah.
Oh, to be
yeah.
a Feral.
Yeah.
I've got so much respect for them.
Feral's
Yeah,
so
they-
much
they
fun. Feral's
just-
one of the most
they
fun. It's probably
TC the
just-
fuck
bro.
out of that spec.
Yeah, well, I've been
Yeah.
talking to Avoid a lot lately, Sarthe, and he's been like
Just
practicing
much
so
respect for
hard on
them.
the beta. He's been
Really,
playing
yeah.
like 4 or 5 hours a day, just like playing Feral to get used to it.
Because
But, like-
it is honestly, it is like when you first go into it, you're like, this is like, there's a lot of things to pay attention to that are very different on all of your different situations. So that like to focus on overall means
There's
a
a lot
lot.
of procs. Okay, maybe that is a
Yeah.
little bit too much procs. It is quite a bit. It's a little.
Like, yeah, see,
One
you,
channel's
your
procking
time,
5.
like your time is not going below 14, really.
Yeah, literally 14. 14.
Like, yeah, 14.
14,
it just sits
14, 13, 14.
there. Like, yeah, you see what I mean? It
Instantly.
just sits there.
That's, yeah. Crazy.
I mean, to be fair,
To be
what
fair.
is the difference between it procking off of every chance? Like, if it's procking guaranteed with this many mobs, what's the difference between procking first or second tick?
Not
It really
really
doesn't matter
much of
since you're not
anything,
going to
but
be
yeah.
cast out right
Yeah.
away, right? So
Exactly. So I don't know. I don't think they're gonna keep this.
I think
I
that
want
it
to,
just
but I don't
procs. If it's procking 4 or 5 times per channel, that's a lot, and they can nerf it a little bit.
Yeah.
But as long as
Yeah.
it, I mean, we only need one.
I'd
per
be okay.
I'd
with
be
just-
happy with
just
1 or 2
initial.
per channel. Yeah, just one little nice
You'd
beef
be
one.
okay with like initial.
Mm-hmm. Well, the initial
It
no, but
seems
the initial if it
very
procced a
strong.
lot. But I don't know if it's
Yeah.
gonna proc a lot off the initial, right?
Yeah. Well, just give me a little proc. Just a little,
Maybe.
just one little proc. Just give me the proc.
What's next? Let's Let's talk about it, boys.
Moment of Clarity is ruining this discussion right now.
No, it's a beautiful discussion because we like a moment of clarity.
Yes, we do. But the next discussion we're about to have, Moment of Clarity, is throwing a wrench in all the information that I had prepped.
That's true. Well, it's about Innervate, guys.
Innervate. Like I think we talked about it a little bit ago. Moonkins are mana negative for the first 3 to 6 weeks of Wrath. We're mana negative. It's ours. Sorry. After that, depending on, it's gonna vary Boomkin to Boomkin whether or not they get the gear fast enough. It goes to the needs of the raid. And
which generally you think would be.
Generally, I think that will be whoever can prove that they can get the best use out of it.
I will say that I disagree because unless you're holding, well, first off, stipulate if you're holding W or you're playing normally. Okay, if you're playing anywhere normally at all, I do not fucking need my Innervate the entire time, except for Thaddeus.
I generally the information that I like to put out is stuff that the average player is going to be dealing with. I know I don't speed run. I know a little bit about speed running, but very little, or like very little in the grand scheme of things.
Wait, so why do you need Innervate if you're in a regular normal run then?
If you're in a regular normal run and you get up on patchwork in the first 3 weeks, you're gonna run out of mana on patchwork.
I mean, yeah, maybe you might be right. It depends on gear. Yeah, I can give you because it's long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long fight.
I'm gonna say this.
This is the only one I had troubles with mana.
I'm gonna talk from more of a speedrun perspective then. I don't think we should get it all.
Please do.
In a speedrun, we shouldn't get it. We should give it to a healer. We should give it to a paladin.
Yes.
Yeah,
because you're short healers. Because you're doing a speedrun.
Like 3 healers and the paladin's just bombing heals nonstop. Yeah, 100%.
I remember we tested the first version of Patchwork where he could crush, and I was fine on mana, but the healer needed it, so take it.
Yeah, because he hits so hard.
So,
were you running Totoo? Were you running any mana talents when you're on that run?
I was running full mana spec. Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I all my runs I was not running any mana specs. I don't think any mana talents.
Yeah. You gotta remember though, mana was broken for a while there.
True. Yes, you are right.
Was
true.
And
first
out of combat mana regen. So right now we're anticipating the first 3 to 6 weeks, depending on gear, that the Boomkin's either gonna have to hold or use in emergency situations for a healer. For normal dad guild raiders like myself, and then. I'm a firm believer that it's good practice that week 1 of your guild progressing, the Boomkin gets to decide until he gets comfy with the fights. But then after that, whatever does the most damage, whatever helps the raid out the most, that's where it needs to go after that.
Yeah,
it could come down to
that'll end up probably being healer a lot in the faster situations.
Yes, right? In speed situations, it's likely going to be a healer. As for normal cases, I guess other classes can try and make their case at the time.
I would say healer if you're speed running because you're short healers on it. Boomies, I feel like I'm still gonna say I don't think we need that many Innervates in a Nax unless you're holding W. If we're talking about not holding W and you get the normal way of just, if you're holding W, you listen to your raid leader. Don't listen to us first off. Don't even listen to us if you're speed running. You listen to whatever your raid leader says to give it to. If you're doing a normal, you get to sit and drink and pre-pot and all that shit, you're not going to need it as a Boomie, period.
Right.
And besides on Thaddeus and I guess Patchwork, I need it on Patchwork, but I guess on Patchwork. Outside of that, you're running that to a mage, dog. You're running that to an arcane mage.
Oh yeah, and then you also have to take into account
unless the healer needs it, right?
If a Boomkin battle reses, he's more likely to need that
every time. Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Every time you battle res too. Every time you battle res too.
That is just,
other than that, I'm telling you right, other than that, no one's going to need the mana except for a mage.
Luckily, you
Shadow
can,
Priest
you
don't
can
need
battle
mana.
res every fight.
Yeah,
I could have swore.
You're right.
Somebody came to me recently and said that I think Enhance might be trying to make a bid for it.
Oh my God, no, dude!
Wait,
Enhance is gonna use Shamanistic Rage.
I know nothing about Enhance, but somebody was saying.
I think honestly, Hunter's not a terrible idea though.
All I'm saying.
Hunter is a phenomenal idea on trash. I'm just gonna say, because there's a lot of trash that you can't suck their mana with a Viper Sting.
You can just mana pot, come on.
We'll mana pot, but I'm just saying.
You even have
guys get it.
Viper aspect,
it.
what it's called. You get mana back for free.
Quit
Yeah,
it,
but
Sarthe.
we do
Yeah,
50%
free-
less
free mana.
damage while we're in that.
But it's
I
free
mean,
mana.
you guys.
It's,
Okay, I'm gonna say
I
this.
feel like you guys don't understand.
For a W perspective, you can innovate yourself on trash. You're gonna give it
Yes.
to the healer and boss it.
Well,
Yes.
no. Here's the thing. That, just like Lastcares said, what if we don't need to innovate ourselves because of this? Whatever
No,
they're doing
you
with
definitely.
Hurricane. That's why I
I'm
said
just
if we're
dropping
open,
this
Yeah, that's true.
straight up.
If we don't need to,
If you
then-
If
don't
we don't need it,
to,
I don't give a. If they leave Hurricane like that, you guys can fucking fight for my internet.
Or-
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You can have it on them.
If you don't need it, I'm gonna be honest. When in between mana pots and in between pulls that we can like Viper Sting, if we're moving quickly, it actually could legitimately be a huge boost to the DPS of the raid.
Bro,
I'm
getting.
also gonna say
it's-
this.
okay.
We have to see how fast you're moving, but yeah, go on.
Great. Now we have to have another
also-
Innervate talk on the Hunter D. We're having an Innervate talk on everything with a mana pool.
Okay,
So
what about
well,
Warlock?
we had to do it on for this one, but
What Warlocks have free mana on a free GCD?
that's
He's
a
joking.
GCD
He's
though.
It's
fucking
it's a
joking.
GCD.
It's a GCD.
that doesn't hit them for half
Hey.
of their DPS, half
Hey,
of
it's
your
a GCD.
damage.
Okay, so
Oh my
It's a
god.
GCD thing.
You can do that in between
I will say one
running.
thing. I will say one thing. If people from a class come to the Druid Discord and try and tell Druids that they give it to that class, I'm going to tell everybody don't give it to that class
Yeah, true.
because that's what that's.
I'm gonna say this. Whoever asks me for
looking at
innovate,
a
I'm not gonna give it.
specific. I'm looking at a specific class right now. But
Does it rhyme with rage
yes,
for some reason? Okay.
Um,
I don't think that's worth it though.
so but if they're cool about it and it's a DPS increase for the raid to give them an Innervate, I've got no issue with that. But
I mean,
Yeah.
they gotta be
no.
cool about it, and which a lot of them are.
Which,
I don't know. I'm
my,
just
my
looking-
guild's mages are awesome. They don't ask for it. I watch their mana and just hand it
Yes,
to them.
that's exactly what I do as well. Like if I see someone's mana going low and they need an innovate, I would just give it to them.
Yep, just hand it to them, and then I usually get like a little thanks, man, and it's great. It's good stuff. I don't know why the toxicity has to come in.
If they weren't using Spirit Scrolls and they weren't using Kriegs, they weren't getting
There
Innervate.
you go.
Right? Yeah.
Like-
Why
It's
do
like,
I gotta
if
try
you-
harder for
that's-
their parses?
That's true. Yeah,
If
them
you're
earn it.
putting out the work, then yeah, like.
Also,
maybe.
what about
But
since we're talking about the mages, you can segue into this. Sorry to cut you off. What about the focus magic? How do you feel about focus magic? We're on Boomies. Am I stupid to think that we need it? That's like a good.
It should go to war. It should go to.
No, Hunter,
Malak,
shut up.
according to me.
Imagine not giving the Hunter Innervate. You guys are crazy.
Boomkin bid for focus magic. For one, we can get out of the mana negative faster because crits give us mana. 3% more chance to get a crit would give us more mana, which means we can give our Innervate away easier. It would definitely be a very good trade for an Innervate.
And look at the crit compared to other casters.
For me,
Yeah, but then
if you
we
want
might
something from
not.
me,
We're
Then
critting
we might
more
as well
than other
crit for like
casters as
20
well.
seconds.
Starfire's at 65-70% crit on some shit. What other
Yeah.
casters crit? Destro locks crit a lot. Ellie crits a lot. I know that, but like outside of that, your AF, Demo, Shadow Priest, mate, like
I'm a crystal lost
we're
twice.
critting more than mages, right?
Who gets the most
so- do crit
DPS
tongue
gain
true.
from having crit? Like, who has the highest like crit modifier? Like, what is? Crit
crit
do
modifier, I'm not sure.
Fire
Starfire's-
Mage, 100%.
Starfire's
If-
only 170.
Once you start running fire,
Yeah.
I would say Fire Mage for sure. Once
Yeah.
they go fire, I wouldn't even talk about focus magic to anybody else.
Yeah,
To be
no.
honest.
Unless your raid only has one mage,
Yeah.
then and that's the only time we would have this discussion. I mean, the mages are just going to give it to the mages,
Mm.
and then they're going to have to find another way to pay me for my Innervate. But yeah, so I mean, that at the end of the day, it's just whatever helps the raid out the most. And at the end of the day, it's my button, and I'm going to press it how I want to.
Bro, Demo Lock is not on a priority for focus magic quit. As much as I would like it to be, no. There's other classes
Yeah,
that
no,
can do a better
I
quit.
do
Just
agree
stop.
that the fire is a better selection than Boomkin, but we crit so much.
Yeah, I think in early
We
phases,
crit very
Un-
much, and early
until-
phases.
until mages go fire, it's either us or them, according to me.
For
Yes.
overall, right? Because like there's so much critting moving throughout the raid, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but
And you-
also because of our gear level, at least in early phases, like each point of crit is just massive to get us to a state where Eclipse becomes more more likely to happen, just more consistent.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
we just get mana back from
And
critting as well. So
Yes.
Linello makes a point on Esprie's is good for it as well. Boomkin would be ahead of it. I think it'd be Boomkin, Esprie's, Fire Mage, Desher
but
Lock,
the
Demo
Esprie's
Lock,
crit
Arcane,
that
Af.
much.
I was just thinking about the dumbest YouTube video I want to make about Innervate to Hunters. It's so annoying.
Oh no, do it.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
So if all I'm gonna say is, if a hunter asks me for Innervate, I'm just gonna ignore them.
Focus magic on Assassination Rogue is 100%
Just
uptime.
wait until we look at
There
the
you go.
numbers. It's all. Potion
Yeah,
bags on Assassination Rogue, dude.
That's the thing.
Oh god.
Yeah, no.
That's-
Mind Flake,
I don't
That's,
Yeah.
know.
Mind Flake's fine.
But yeah, give it
that's
to
the
who.
best thing.
Give it to who's gonna put it to use.
Yeah.
That's in the story.
It's either gonna be us or Shadow Priest. Then yeah. But
Yep.
I have to say it's gonna be Boomkin because we're gonna crit more.
Boomkin makes
Yep.
the most sense. Like by far. I feel like someone just
At
sent
least
me something.
at least before they go fire.
I feel like someone
Yeah.
sent me an actual like I'm gonna look real quick math on
Yeah,
this.
someone actually done a breakdown on this.
I think so. I
I-
think someone did. I just remembered. Let me look and find it.
I don't like looking at the math yet when there's a couple sims that aren't done yet, or even in alpha yet. Hashtag ours. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
could
know
throw
how,
it
I
out
don't know how
there.
the math can be done on.
Well,
know,
you
when
can't
there's-
because you can't like compare, right? But we could
Yeah.
look at just like Boomkin's who draws a lot of damage on crits moving through a raid, right? And Boomkins have a lot of AoE that gets a lot of crit stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause I was thinking
but
about
then
that as
so
well,
does
like-
the demo, right?
Yes.
But Starfall.
Yeah, that's what I was
Starfall-
see. That's what I was thinking, right?
Starfall crits so much as well.
Yes.
Mhm.
I mean, I've
So
been
that's-
saying that
that's
it
what
should
I
be
was-
the Boomie in it, unless it's Fire Mages. I think that's 100%. People thought I was coped out.
Yeah,
I'm just glad we're here because everybody thought I was coped out about Innervate and Focus Magic.
I think if you're in a one mage situation, I think that Boomkin would be a very good choice in phase 1.
I saw someone mention PI in chat. According to me, that should always be after prior.
Because it's more crit and more crit uptime for the mage as well. The more you crit, right?
Yeah, I think
Double
that
thing.
unless a priest is watching our character, they're not gonna time the PI properly, and we're gonna get it in a wrath when we're already haste soft capped. I think that it's gonna be negligible at best.
Oh my god, a haste
For-
buff for the class that's got haste soft cap.
Yeah,
that
like
they're
for
always
an-
hitting.
For anything, it should always be after.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
right.
I'd agree that Avi could get more use out of it. There, like I could probably make a scenario where it would be better for a Boomkin, but the chances of somebody being able to actually replicate that in a raid setting would be nil.
Yeah, like there's people don't replicate that very well. Because I need to like track all of your procs and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to Innervate. I think it kind of depends on like how many druids you have in your raid too. So like if you're running a minimal amount of raid or
Yeah,
druids,
you said stacking boomies. Remember you
Yeah,
said that,
but
Toto.
if you have 3 druids and you have like 2 mages, then it's gonna be kind of like hard.
Is stacking
So,
Boomies like
like-
dueling pianos?
Let the Boomie give their Innervate away to one of those 2 mages. Like
Yeah.
if
I
you have
know
like
that-
4 druids, it's maybe one Boomie can keep it. If you're stacking Boomies, like one Boomie keeps theirs, the other one ships it to a healer or a mage.
Yeah.
Girls don't need
I
it for
know
bear weaving
that-
though. It's so easy to bear weave.
I know that Resto, I believe, is mana negative for most of phase 1. So they're probably going to be holding theirs in phase 1.
Resto Druid.
Resto Druid is mana
Yeah.
negative. As for Pharaoh, I literally those guys are so far ahead of me that I don't know what they're doing.
And they've got a complex rotation.
Yeah, I've never even I like hop in there to be like, hey man, I'm looking, like with a fairy fire thing. I'm just like, hey, would this be easier on you guys? Like, how you guys want to handle this? And that's about the extent of what I look in for feral DPS.
They probably were all like, "Yeah, you're the Boomkin, just fairy fire."
No, I got like one person said yes, one person said no kind of thing, and I was like, and then they like I don't know. Those guys are just
numbers.
they're off doing their thing and just killing it right now, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know how they do it. Mad respect for the T scene that goes on there.
Yeah, they're great, dude. The cat scientists are geniuses.
Yeah.
They go hard.
I remember in the start of TBC when I like the Troll's Blood potion for cats. Oh god, that was something.
Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
god.
Does that still go next to their name on the Discord? No, it doesn't. They changed it.
Yeah, no. Fuck that. Troll's
Well-
Blood thing was so annoying.
Yeah, that was
Well,
something.
The juicy shit's over with. Now we can go to some leveling. I know Go has some stuff out there. So go ahead and if you could do like kind of what you would do is like I guess there's only one DPS spec anyway. Just kind of lightly touch on how maybe a spec for dungeon cleaving versus a spec for open world questing would be nice. Just so people watching, I'm gonna link it too so they can get it as well.
I think it was the same spec, right? Like, we try to find it. Like for my personal one, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've got a little bit different for open world than what you have. Just based off of what I ran.
Oh,
I'm interested in the thick hide though. I wouldn't discount you for that one.
I'm assuming you guys opening open world leveling on launch on your first character, or are you just straight
I am.
sending dungeons? Yeah.
I am
if I
open world
can, I
leveling.
will, yeah.
I have my route is a higher DPS or a higher experience per hour than dungeon farming.
How much XP per hour are you expecting?
It's the first 3 levels, 700,000.
Okay. Yeah.
700 to 750,000.
I can't say anything, but
you better buckle up. Yeah, there's a little bit more than that in the outside world, pal.
I know
have,
there is, and I found one, but I don't. I found one that I can near 1 million, but I don't know if I'm gonna go with that route. Let's just say that.
Get it?
Yeah,
dog?
mine's 6 million. It's not a big deal. Yeah.
mine is like 8 million.
8
I'm
million.
gonna be 8 in like an hour.
I got a
Yeah,
1.3
exactly.
million out the gate until 74, boys.
shit, mine's only
Ooh,
450.
I wish Kara
Yeah,
still worked.
I wish.
Oh my god,
I had
Karazhan
life
was
tap or
so
something.
busted.
I wish
Is
I had
Carol-
life tap or something so that I could have
Oh,
a
yeah,
limited mana and I
Affliction's
could run
just
around
cheat. It cheats,
dotting
though, yeah.
because I
Yeah,
have
Affliction is
I have
so
a
big.
priest on my
cheating.
other account. I could sit there and heal myself,
Mhm.
but nope, I play Boomkin that doesn't have life tap.
It's cheating.
If Kara still worked, it would be like 1.5 million an hour. I think we got it to.
Yeah, it's fucking straight cheating. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
lot of fun. Though. I'm really excited for it. I'm excited for launch. I'm super excited for it. I just don't want to dungeon cleave again. I did it for classic and like the 10-man raids and shit when we were all doing 10-man
dungeon
SMs and shit. And it was ass.
Cleaving
And then TBC was just
Yeah,
even more
slave
ass.
pens
It's crazy, dog.
was so lame.
I really so I thought about doing dungeon leveling and then like a new school semester started up and I don't know where I'm gonna be
Mhm.
school wise. I think I got like a final the week of release.
Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because so I decided to do as much research on open world leveling as possible, and I guess obviously I still don't know about a couple secrets. So hit me up after this. We're not on the same server, so it's good.
Well, you're up in
So the
addiction.
open wor-
No, I'm on Pagel.
I'm giving away all my secrets to everybody else off server, so then I don't gotta worry about it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to the last possible minute.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, go to this spot.
Yeah,
He like makes a video the day after it comes out. He's already passed all
Yeah.
of those levels. Yeah.
so we'll see.
Yeah, the open world stuff I'm just like really hesitant on because I just feel like the spots that I'm interested in the most are just going to be contested. So my
server
my
you on?
safety net, I'm on Mancrick. It's a pretty smaller server compared to like the major
Yeah.
ones. It's only like
Cozy?
5K,
Ooh,
Yeah.
cozy, yeah.
Look, cozy
maybe
server.
5 or 10K, something in there. It's not
man.
like 30K.
I'm on benediction, bro. It's about to be 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Uh,
me and Crix, I guess we're gonna be living in dungeons because outside world
Yeah.
is gonna be
Oh,
It's
I would-
impossible, dude.
I'm out
Yeah.
for.
I would
I'm
not
in the open world,
bother.
dog. I'm
I would
ben.
not
Yes.
bother if I wasn't on Pagel.
I'm in open world as well somewhere.
Yeah, we're there, baby.
Sometimes.
Together. It's gonna be a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
live
fun.
in.
I'm excited. Well, the worst comes to worst is the raid comes out 9 days after. If something just tremendously
the
bad
thing.
happens and you just
Yeah,
for
you
some
don't
reason,
need to rush.
oh, I can't
really.
be done in 20. I was done in 30. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean?
I think.
Oh yeah.
I think the math was to not miss the second reset of heroes and to hit 80 within like 32 hours or something like that.
To be perfect.
Yeah.
What about
Like,
32?
32 hours was like if you weren't 80 before 32 hours, you miss a second heroic lockout.
Yeah. There you go.
Something like that.
Yeah, the thing is, like, get you 9 days of heroic, so you only need 2, 3 tops.
Oh.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
So
Like,
so
it's like
happy, so happy I'm in a dad guild.
I
Yeah,
I'm just gonna coast through leveling like, oh, you know, I can get some. I'm gonna take a nap, you know.
meanwhile I'm trying to have
I
like
hope-
2.5 characters done by
I'm like-
raid in 9 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's the same. Like I hope we're done with leveling of like 20 hours. Then
Or,
I'm
like
happy.
barely
with it.
any sleep, 9 days in raid, just on my third
Oh,
character,
dude,
just hating life.
I've taken
Yeah.
2 weeks of work for just
Yeah.
for that place.
Yeah.
Yo, should we take off work, guys?
I did.
Yeah, me and you, Crix.
Yeah, sorry, do you want to take
No.
some work off for this?
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna have people freaking. I'm gonna send them Quizlets and they can quiz me on my final terms.
On their phone, like sitting there while
Yeah.
leveling or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, while leveling, just quiz me on them.
My girlfriend's
before
gonna,
this
gonna
boss
be
pool.
feeding me for
Yeah.
like the entire time. I'm not gonna lie.
We didn't touch on leveling the specs. I guess if is there anything? I guess usually this leveling section because we have more than one DPS spec on here, so I guess.
Owlkin Frenzy is massive for leveling.
There you go.
It is so
Yes.
good for leveling. It removes all spell pushback when it procs. You get 10% more damage, some mana regen. It's huge. Brambles, no shit. Brambles
Wow.
is actually pretty good for leveling. It increases treant damage. It increases your thorns damage, which I think was doing 174 damage per hit at level 70. Which is like way more than it does now. It does like 37 right now. And also like treants days and some other stuff when you have that, so you can get out of some stuff in a situation. I prefer the AoE specs, so obviously Typhoon, Gale Winds are gonna be big. What else? That's really all I got for those.
Yeah, for my AoE specs, like outside of dungeon, like solo AoE in the open world or soloing Utgard Keep, as long as that's not nerfed for Moonkins. Like that's my preferred way to level
How is that?
is like in that order. So like open world AoE grinding, and then if that's too contested, go to Utgard Keep, as long as that's not nerfed.
You got a video
but
of you
both
doing
of-
Odkar, right? On your YouTube?
There might be like a live video, like that's an hour long or something. It's just kind of
Yeah,
like a
that's-
VOD.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm gonna
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah.
But for those
I'm-
specs, I do have 8 points in the feral tree just for a little bit of extra armor. That's not really too needed. It reduces your physical damage taken by like 2.5% or something. But it's just kind of like that safety net since I don't have Shadow Meld to just be able to have my escape button and get out of jail free. So like I kind of like having that little extra armor, and I plan on using like a 4-piece brutal set as well. Just for like the AoE stuff, like the dungeon grinding spec, like I have a completely different spec for that, but like
The
I
amount of-
don't have any of those 8 points in there for sure. Like those 8 points go.
I'm
in better
making my
spots.
spec right now. I'm gonna send it.
fine.
Show you.
I'm gonna shoot behind the footage now is the UK solo for the Boomies.
Is this efficient XP per hour?
It's like 450k,
So
and like
dungeons-
I think
it just
somebody got
depends
it.
on how you want to do it.
There was somebody else who got it up much higher. I think he was sitting at about 700k an hour. He was
If you
he was
do
doing the
just the
runs in
first-
5 minutes and
yeah, that was a hard no.
5 minutes is like 40 seconds or something.
Mhm.
And then he was like able to go and do some AoE farming in the open world while he was waiting on resets.
Yeah.
And he was
Yeah.
getting like much more efficient runs.
If you do the first
he
room
also
5
uses,
times,
oh, go ahead.
then yeah, you'll get locked out in like 35 minutes from that, and then you could go out, and that'll be like 400 and like just over 400k XP from just that first room of 19 mobs.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you do that and then go
Okay,
out,
so that's pretty good.
find
yeah.
somewhere else, then yeah. But like me, I'm just gonna do like I think 2 runs of the first room, and then do 3 runs of the first room, and then stealth through the first boss and clear like the
Damn.
the hallway of zombies. So
Okay.
it's a little bit more XP, but like I'm still just stuck in Utgard Keep. I don't have to worry about people out there questing, tagging mobs, or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not like
This looks
it's got
intense,
less
bro.
per hour, but yeah, dude, like
If you
those
miss a
mobs
typhoon, are you dead? You're fucked if you miss a typhoon, huh?
you need the typhoon glyph too. Like
yeah.
the
Yeah.
3-second
Yeah, you
reduction on
can't
it.
miss a typhoon that way. It's like-
Bro, you miss a typhoon here, you're dead, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Your
I wouldn't
mana's
suggest
fine, too.
anybody do this if you haven't practiced on the beta. I wouldn't try to just go in there if you're trying to like speed and get to 80. Don't think you can just run in there and do this farm like day one with
Yeah,
no
it is
practice.
not near as efficient as Mage.
Yeah, it's
we
way
can't,
harder.
we can't pull the Proto Drake room. And then we can do stuff like what after the first boss.
Yeah.
Oh, can you knock back proto drakes?
No,
Yeah, they don't get dazed by typhoon
Well,
or
yeah,
get
no,
knocked
no
back.
slow
Yeah.
either. So they just
Yeah.
And no snare either. Like you
They
can't
just
root
shit
them
on
or
you.
anything.
Damn. Okay.
Another option to instead of solo boomkin farming is duos with. I prefer a warrior tank.
Yeah.
Utgard Keep. You skip all the bosses and just plow to the end. You can do it in about 9 minutes. And then you would just have like another character outside to reset. And I think we got that in at about 650 to 700,000 an hour.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I've been seeing a lot of
Yeah,
boomies
not
with
bad at
tanks,
all.
boomies with warriors, or boomies with prop pellets doing a lot of grinds.
For that, you don't go into boomkin form. You're just casting Starfall and healing the tank. That's why I prefer a warrior. Warrior's still like
Output ridiculous damage.
Yeah, they make up for the time your Starfall's on cooldown.
Yeah.
So
Because they could solo this place in like 11 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Maltese
I
has it down
tried,
to now 1.3 million an hour, I think.
What
I
is
tried.
that?
Go on, Sarf.
Oh no. I'm just saying Maltese. Like I know his warrior solo in here is
Oh, okay.
is.
No, I've been
ridiculous.
trying dual leveling, like open world leveling with Afterlock, and that's been really nice.
I bet
Yeah,
you it would be nice, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they just keep running. You just keep going.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel like as an affliction lock,
Boomkin After is so
as an
nice.
affliction lock, everything's gonna slow you
Energizer
down
Bunny.
at some point. 'Cause you
Just
never have to
Energizer
stop.
Bunny, just go, just keeps going. Other things, I mean, obviously dungeon leveling. I feel very useless in dungeon leveling if Starfall is on cooldown. I think everything dies too fast, and I feel like while Starfall is up, we're gods, but I feel completely useless in a dungeon setting early on, with everything dying instantly.
Without the Starfall glyph, you feel very useless for so long as well, because it's such a long cooldown on it now.
Yeah.
Minute and a half.
Yep.
Every 2 you get a free one, right? Or is that what it'd be?
What else? What else is there options? Questing. Questing is enjoy the world, man.
Boomkin solo questing is pretty fast.
Yeah, it's really good. Pull everything in Starfall.
Pull everything Starfall.
Pull everything with insect swarms.
Loot it. Go turn in your quest.
Mm-hmm. It's a downtime between waiting your pools. It's like you do a big pool, insect swarm, Starfall it down, and then you have a pool without Starfall. You just do some damage. You just do whatever without Starfall, and then you have Starfall up and you mass pool and do it again. But you can let it mass pool as long as you watch your leash. You can just mash pool for so long. It's actually like crazy. I'm just taking pool with it.
Yeah. I know that. Yeah, you pull a little bit smaller when Starfall's on cooldown. Hurricane does just fine. Insect Swarm Hurricane does just fine down on mobs at level 70 to 74
There's
ish.
a mana on Hurricane. Oh, I guess now, unless that stays as is.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's definitely you're gonna have to drink every pool if you're only using Hurricane. You will have to drink every pool.
Even if we get,
no, that's just why you don't Hurricane. You're not playing with Hurricane like that. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we get this Omen proc in the pre-patch at least for a week, I'll be happy. If they patch it after that, that's
nice.
fine. But give me a week. Now that it's on there. Yeah, let me have that week of fun with Omen just being broken.
Level up instantly, like it's like you're never stopping. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Boomkin leveling in a nutshell.
My friends, thank you so much. What about races? This line you can talk about whatever.
There is only 2, right? So
you literally
you got one option. You got one option. Alliance has one option. Horde has one option.
I really should start not using copy paste templates on these sometimes, huh?
Yeah, and even I mean even then it's like both of
No,
those
the
races
build's just
don't
better.
have any like class altering, you know,
Other than like the
Assets.
shadow meld.
shadow
Shadow
meld.
meld
is
is
the
just-
only.
Shadow Meld,
Yeah.
I would say, is just a very nice, like,
It's nice for leveling.
quality of life.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So I can't tell you how many times when I first got the beta, I used shadow meld while I was leveling. I use it probably 5 or 6 times an hour.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll say something like that as well.
yeah.
So you know, just biting off more than I can chew, or like, you know, not paying attention. Like, oh, you know, let me pull, you know, 15
The
mobs,
fact that
and
it's
then
in
Starfall's
combat
on
is
cooldown.
so OP.
Yeah, for
Oh,
those
yeah.
for those that tuned in late, you want to just break them down for the new shadow meld one more time?
New shadow mode can be used in combat, and as long as you are not in a group in a dungeon, it breaks combat. So
There you
do
go.
that what you
It's
will.
a vanish, dude. It's a
Yeah,
fucking vanish.
it's a vanish as long as you're solo. As long as
Yeah.
you are solo.
Yeah.
If you're in a group open world, it also works to vanish.
Oh yeah. Which racial do you like more? Look
Well,
what
then we can
Go
just go ahead and
posted.
skip over that racial section, delete that out of the agenda, and go about. Here it is. Are you ready?
Oh, now
Oh,
it's time.
yeah. Finally, Toto's been
time.
waiting this whole time.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been waiting for
Professions.
this.
Professions.
Okay, should I start? Should you guys
Fucking,
start?
of course you should start, baby.
Let me start, and then I would need you to
Okay.
like ruin it.
Okay.
You come in and ruin it. So right now, as it stands, it is widely accepted that tailoring and engineering number one, like by far, followed by tailoring, and then slightly followed by jewel crafting.
Go on.
Okay,
Uh,
are you
Wow.
ready for me to
Yeah.
shatter this then?
So let's hear it.
Okay, so I have some math on this, because a tailoring cloak is 60 seconds to turn a CD, which
Yes.
makes it worse on average than jewel crafting, because you need an average duration across the entire raid of 3 seconds uptime for it to be more DPS than jewel crafting, and at that point it's 4 DPS more.
Is that accounting the ICD starting at proc point, or because
Or on proc point.
So it's 45 seconds after it's
Yeah.
over.
Mhm.
So you need a 3-second average duration over the entire raid, basically. So if you have 1 second here, you need 4 seconds in another place.
Is that accounting for the fact that it perfectly lines up with Eclipse?
Yes. It's counting in everything. It's like it's counting in if it procs late on a pack, like when there's 1 mob left, when it's basically dead, and it's counting in for a perfect proc.
Mhm.
So on average, if best case scenario is 4 DPS better than jewel crafting.
Literal
is like-
best case scenario.
Yeah, exactly. So then it's like, do you want to gamble on the best case scenario with 4 DPS, or do you want to go with consistency and do 4 DPS less than average?
Always consistency.
Yeah.
I will say too, like I find myself a lot like just buffing like before a boss. My procs are just procking, and
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
not going
just
to be
procking that
up
as
with
well,
the
so.
first 30 seconds of the fight because it just procced. Like, is the raid going to wait for you to like get your proc internal cooldowns off before pulling the boss, or like? So I'm excited for this case for jewel crafting, because one thing I didn't like about tailoring is it takes your cloak enchant away, so there's spell power you're losing by having the proc on the cloak.
Yeah, just from having jewel crafting, I think it is 127 you get in spell power. 144 even. If you count in the new cloak enchant from engineering and the red gems that you would use. It's 144 spell power just overall for everything.
And
Wait,
that's just always consistent.
Yeah, so with the proc you get
23 from the cloak.
Are
Yeah,
you
27 I think even.
27, and
Yeah,
then
27
the
on the
gems
cloak.
make up the rest.
do you
Yeah,
have this math like done out to look at?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
That'd be awesome. No, I'm not gonna look at it. I'm gonna have somebody else that's smarter than me look at
Okay.
it.
Here is that's the math. You have either you need 2.95 seconds uptime overall, or you need a 50-second ICD for it worth it. And that is like it starts at 50 seconds.
Okay.
The break even is
idea.
too rare. That like it is. I think this is like a universal for so many classes, is just the consistency of jewel crafting versus the necessity for tailoring to be better. Is like, it's almost so many classes, it's like you need perfect uptime for such a small gain.
I do enjoy the big crits. Like that's my favorite thing about Boomy is getting that big Starfire crit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why I love the proc from the cloak, but I also definitely see like the lower, like higher crit by having jewel crafting. But
Normally
yeah,
I would be happy for consistency, but man, jewel crafting is just so much more expensive to level.
I leveled it recently, and I know it's fire, but it's probably gonna be a bit more expensive. But it was only 3k to 375,
That's not that bad.
so it's pretty cheap.
And I could probably just,
I'm
I mean,
not
I
looking
literally
forward to
just,
leveling everything.
I just
next
leveled up a
week or this
Boomkin,
week.
another character with
I
mining,
know, that's what I
so
gotta do.
Yeah, so then it's perfect. You have everything ready.
That's
yeah,
the only thing I'm
I'll be
doing
good to go.
on Prepatch. I'm gonna boost my characters to 70
So
and
yeah, we'll
profession them out.
keep the theory crafting going on the professions.
Either way,
I'm-
engineering
I'm
tailoring
not
or engineering
smart enough to
JC,
understand the
boys.
math.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Yeah.
me neither. I just had someone do it for me.
Engineering, take
Yeah,
engineering.
there we go.
Now we're gonna get into something that's probably gonna get me laughed at here. Phase 1, I'm tailoring, or I mean, I'm skinning phase 1
I
For
like
gold
it.
farming.
for gold
No.
farming and for the crit, for the consistency with early, like
Yeah,
'cause
the crit.
early on your crit is in the toilet and you can't proc eclipse as consistently, and but and gold. Since
I
I'm
wish
leveling,
I could, but I can't. I just have to min max.
yeah, that's like I said, you know, sometimes I'm happy to be in a dad guild.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
And but on top of that, my AoE leveling route is about 70% beasts. So
Oh, that's perfect. You're making gold
yeah,
while
just
leveling.
making gold while leveling and just
Yeah.
you know, watching Netflix and stuff, just chilling out. It's gonna be
That-
fun.
Hey, I miss those days. I miss those days of like when I was dungeon grinding for classic or for TBC and classic. I got to just watch whatever, and now I can't really. That's another reason why I don't want dungeon cleave, because I can't just zone out and look at like South Park or
Dude,
whatever. I gotta like talk to people.
Up in TBC, there was actually straight up like a good 10 hours that I just turned my stream off and watched movies. And I was just like, I can't do it. It's
Yeah.
it's so zoning and brain dead.
You put the hoodie on and you pull the
Yeah.
hood up and you sink all the way down to your chair.
Yeah.
But now the downside is I'm trying to go to fast in the open world fighting mobs, so I gotta sit there and pay attention even more, which is gonna be fun too. I'm not gonna stream
just
for the
gonna
first 2
do,
hours, probably.
I'm just gonna do a little picture-in-picture Netflix on the top corner.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
You're like chilling in Discord, but like not really paying
Yeah.
attention because you have the route all figured out perfect, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just sit there watching a movie or TV show while pressing buttons.
yeah.
It'd be
Starfall
perfect.
and run forward.
Basically.
What
Alright.
are other good gold farms? Because I know you
Thank you.
can do dungeon stealth runs for things also, right?
Go knows of a few. I barely did a little bit. I'm banking purely on my second druid. Because I don't intend to stay skinning for outside of phase 1. Or even, you know, later on in Axe, if we're pushing like an Immortal run or something, I'll actually, you know, do my part to not be a sandbag.
I have one spot in Ice Crown that is very nice if you are enchanting. It's like, I don't know if you know, by like the cauldrons, it's like a big altar basically, which is a bunch of mobs.
Yeah.
If you have the Hurricane slow glyph, you can just solo that shit, just pull everything and solo it. And
You don't even
all
need the glyph. You're
you don't
fine
need it?
without
Okay,
it.
that's perfect.
Yeah,
then,
so I mean, I usually I pull big. I just pull big, and then use the minute cooldown that I'm waiting on, you know, Starfall to be back up to
Yeah.
drink and stuff like that. But usually I barkskin trinket and I typhoon barkskin trinket to typhoon to pull as many mobs as
Yeah.
possible, and then immediately barkskin and trinket Starfall into a hurricane.
Oh, that's perfect. Then, yeah.
Usually everything will die by the end of that hurricane. You might have to do a second hurricane.
I think this is like 15 mob something, so you can't really face tank it, but it's perfect if you just do like that, yeah.
With gear, you could probably face tank it because that's how I'm leveling
Yeah.
is 15 to 20 mob pools.
So yeah, they all are humanoids. They all drop cloth and they drop greens and blues and BOEs and stuff. So you can just disenchant everything and get a bunch of cloth and
So that's probably
farm
going
like
to
that.
be a good spot for like leveling tailoring too.
For sure.
If you decide to go the
remember-
tailoring route, you know, because the tailoring gets extra cloth drops or whatever through their
Yeah.
passive, which I didn't think was working on the beta because I tested it.
I remember
Um,
people
I
using this
didn't think
bot on
so
private
either,
servers as mages and they just made like tons of gold. I had
Yeah,
a friend who made like 20k in like 2 days just doing that
Just
farm.
farming that? Oh my god.
Yeah.
yeah. You get there's
Yeah.
a lot of greens to be found in the open world, a lot of blues. I think just from my journey from level 70 to level 80 open world farming, I got 12 BOE blues and well over 100 greens.
Yeah, so that's imagine if you're enchanting that as well, right? You just
So
make so much extra gold.
which I am enchanting currently, so I might
so-
I might just
I-
keep it, but
honestly,
it
I
just
think you should
depends on
just-
how I'm gonna level.
But then the thing is, if you want, what pay more gold, enchanting or skinning during leveling then? I feel like it would be enchanting, but skinning might be more.
Everybody's gonna be slamming dungeons, which is gonna produce a lot of greens and blues.
Nobody's gonna be
True.
enchanting though. You're
But
gonna be
that's
the
also
one
the
guy.
thing. How many people are gonna have enchanting in the dungeon group?
Yeah,
Everybody has to have a guild enchanter, so there's gonna be at least one in each guild.
Yeah, but it's gonna be
Um,
one in each leveling group. That's a big one.
Yeah. So I haven't really sat down to think about it. I just know that skinning would allow me to be cozy and shut off from the world for a couple days.
For sure, yeah. Especially if you're
and
gonna
then
use it
the
during the
crit.
raid.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
the crit early on is pretty big. Because what, it's 40 crit rating?
Yeah.
So it's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same thing
Yeah.
as Raven Goddess, just
It's
another one.
1%.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah,
0.8 something.
Yeah.
0.897 if we're being specific. okay?
Yeah.
I think it's even
Yeah.
0.897, like
just like
4 or
them.
5.
Yeah,
Repeating, of
repeating of
course.
course. Yes, dude. Yes. I love it.
but yeah, any of those dungeon farms that have like mine nodes or herb nodes in them, we should be able to get to most of those. Like if a rogue can get to it, if you've seen a video of a rogue doing one, you can probably do it too. If
Oh, yeah,
Farrell's
we can
made a
definitely
video
get
on
there.
any of that, we can clear any of the little tiny mobs that are going to be around those nodes. So
Yes,
yeah,
I
like
know
dungeon
Utgard Keep.
farming's easy.
Utgard Keep has like 2 nodes, and each one only has 1 elite next to them. And so you just
Yeah.
handle the elite, and then the non-elites just fall over from 1 starfall.
Yeah.
And then there's Oculus skinning. You can clear the whole first little level in Oculus and skin all the Dragonkin in there. So
Oh, wow,
that's
yeah.
perfect for
Yeah,
carries.
and I think that,
And-
that's an increased chance for Arctic Fur in dungeons.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then my only other gold farm would be like Halls of Stone solo, like normal. I can clear all the trash I can clear, and I can kill the first boss, like the rock boss. You can just kite that boss around and kill him.
That would be
but-
massive in the beginning, just to farm relics of Eldor and sell.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
the relics. So
That's gonna be a lot of
on
gold.
my full trash run, I got 49 relics on like one run. So
Oh,
I mean,
wow,
if you want to
yeah.
average
That's
it-
disgusting.
Wow, dude.
That's
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
lot, yeah.
So that's like 3K rep right there because it's 500 rep per 10. So or not
Yeah.
3,000, but yeah, 2,500 rep from a run. I want to say it was like 45 hours or 45 minutes just chilling. So that's where I'm gonna be going. Like once I get to 80. And I mean, you can even go in there and try to like level 2 and solo it at 77. You can kill the trash. It's not going to be great XP per hour, but if you're trying to like get some
Trying
gold,
to make some
and
money at the same time,
XP.
yeah.
yeah, then you can go in there as early as 77
If
and
you're not
clear
racing
even,
it,
like,
the
yeah.
trash.
Even if you don't want to make money, just like farm the rep efficiently, you can
Yep.
just do that as well. Because I don't think you get to Exalted right before the raid release by just doing dailies.
Yeah. Oh no, the dailies
So
are
it's-
terrible on
Yeah,
rep.
so it's just perfect just to do to farm relics as well at that point.
Yeah.
Big
Halls of Stone.
Trying to think if there's any more like noticeable
I wonder
ones.
if I
mean,
can go
just-
do that.
probably.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that'd
I'm
be
also
fun. That would be
an
good.
engineer, so You can scavenge a lot of the mobs in Halls of Stone too. For
Oh
some
yeah, that's
bolts.
gonna help out with a level.
Yeah,
well,
like
you're gonna have to
That's
level
another thing.
to what are they 425 or 450 in Halls of Stone that they're required to break them down?
Yeah. You
yeah.
can level before
or
that.
not
You can
450.
level in
400.
Borean Tundra
Yeah,
by the down place.
the drop rate sucks in Borean Tundra for anything. It's I think I sat out there for I think I did a full hour of farming and walked away with I think like 11 or 11 engineering levels maybe after an hour of farming.
Wow, that's really bad. I tried
Yeah,
it.
it
I
was
did for like
not good.
half an hour or something. I got like 20 levels something in half an
Oh
hour.
Jesus.
Oh, that's
well,
not,
no,
that's pretty
yeah,
solid.
because
Yeah.
you don't get skills from bringing it down. It's just the stuff that you get to level it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing, maybe at some point we could get in there and heroic and kill some trash. I don't know how viable that would be just to get that the runic mantle, the BOE blue shoulders. Because correct me if I'm wrong. I
Oh,
think it
yeah.
only drops from heroic, not normal. So
Yeah, it's only heroic.
yeah, so maybe you could like find like a couple mobs in there that are easier to get to kill. A lot of them are like 3-packs though, and kind of hurt. But still, like if you can get in there and early on in heroic and find a way to like kill things viably, then yeah, you could maybe sell some BOEs if they're going for a good price.
Which I think Rune Man is gonna be the most expensive one as well, right? So,
Yeah,
and it's perfect because it's our Pre-BiS if you don't have Amazon Undercover Worker. So,
Yes, and I don't have it.
oh, that's perfect. I got it last week, so
Yet.
I'm super happy.
Yeah, yet.
it does proc
in
pretty
about
awkward.
30 minutes, I'm gonna go copium up and hope it drops. Same thing with Film
Yeah.
Staff.
Oh, I have both of those now already.
I'm still rocking. I'm still rocking
Toto set.
Zardoom and tier 6 shoulders.
I'm missing Skull. That's all I'm missing from my leveling set.
Oh, I got Skull, so that's the trade-off.
I started playing this Boomkin like for real halfway through Sunwell, so I got like, everything in like half a face.
I passed on. I passed for like the first, probably third of what we've done so far. I just passed on everything.
Yeah,
I just
that's
except for
fair.
tier because I was just going 4-piece, so that I wouldn't have to worry about competition and I was just gonna vibe out. I'm like, it's Sunwell, it's the end. We're gonna kill everything, because I don't speed run. So I was just chilling.
It's okay, because if you were speedrunning on the Boomkin, they wouldn't have given you the gear first anyways.
True, actually.
True. Actually, yeah. I mean, Film Staff maybe.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
That's the best thing. My fucking Elishama still don't have the leg scarf.
Oh, see, exactly.
And I was speedrunning on that, so.
Yeah, and that character was very seriously in every speedrun, Yeah.
I got the head like a week ago or something. I was running on like full like tier 6 base basically.
Yeah. That'll be a different thing in Wrath, so that's good.
For sure, now I'm gonna be top in the UPS instead.
Yeah.
Unholy DK Hunter who?
Oh my god, dude. You
The last
we just can't wait.
Unless of course you want to chime in if anybody after this. Oh yeah, I'm just vibing. I just listen. You guys everybody hears me talk all the time, you know what I mean? So I don't mind shutting up every now and let everybody else talk.
No, I was just talking shit, man.
Yeah, I'm pre-patch stuff. I have a build here that you guys sent. Is this your guys' pre-patch build? And just talk about what your pre-patch rating. This is the build, I assume, or if you guys have another build I can put up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick while you guys talk about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this.
Gearing, pre-patch gearing would be nice too. If you can talk about like a fresh, maybe like think about the fresh Boomies, what they can kind of do to get some gear too would be nice.
I've given zero thought into pre-patch other than like what I'm probably gonna do, so I don't really know the best ways. I probably wouldn't take Alkin for.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I'll probably drop Alkin, but
I'd probably drop Alkin and get.
I guess you just put in Pharaoh.
Furor. Yeah, just go Furor. Yeah. And I mean, we're not dropping Resto Druids just yet, or at least our guild, my guild isn't. So since Gift of the Wild is a raid-wide buff, I might just put those points in it as well and offer to buy the Resto Druid his reagents for raids.
Yeah, we're running like 5 or 7 splits or something, so we're gonna have all the carrots we can get. So I'm probably gonna be lone druid, so I'm probably have to take it.
Yeah.
The only bosses I saw Alkin proc on was Muru, and it procced like both phases. Phase 1 with Muru and phase 2 with Entropis. I don't know what it procced from, but it gave me
Probably his
10%.
AoE because he hits you.
It's probably just
AoE.
that little.
Oh, did it not
Yeah,
proc
that
then on
little-
Felmis though? Like
Felmis
Felmis does that
Felmis
just
was-
like aura.
It was bugged. Felmis was
Oh.
bugged. She
Yeah,
never
it was.
landed.
She never landed.
So I
What
never
about
got to try it
Brutalis?
with that. Brutalis,
Every time-
I didn't get burn, so I don't know if burn procced it.
What
But
about
it's
Meteor
meteor
Meteor Slash?
slash.
Yeah, because with meteor
Meteor
slash
slash
probably
now.
must proc it.
I'm
No,
sure it can.
I didn't see any.
You
could-
must
I
have really
mean,
bad.
Yeah, it must have just
Yeah,
low rolled or
'cause
something. But I'm
I
like,
only
I'm
have
like
2 points too,
pretty
so-
sure it's supposed to.
But
Because that was
yeah,
one of
that-
like the fucking. Because I was gonna take Alkin just for like stuff like that. AOE pulse
Kate-
stuff.
too. But I only tested Sunwell. But yeah, it was proccing pretty well, I think, on KJ.
Oh yeah,
Oh, no.
probably from like those
Guard.
like orbs and stuff.
Yeah,
The shadow or the shield
God,
orbs. Yeah,
everything's
shield
gonna
orbs.
die so fast in pre-patch.
Oh yeah.
It might actually be worth it to run 2-point Alkin as from 1-point Dream State.
Yeah, I had 2, and I think I only had.
I am very sure that bosses are not going to live long enough to warrant a mana talent.
That's true, yeah. But then the
I
question
think-
is,
I
where
think
do you
with-
put that 1 point?
I think the math was done, and like Muru's going to die in 1 lust.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm saying that if it dies pre-darted at the moment, it's gonna die like before Lust even ends.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I mean when I'm saying Entropy is dead, possibly
Yeah.
within the first lust. Depending on how much research your raid did on how to play their class, if it changed a bunch.
Yeah.
I think like we're probably gonna be looking at like a 2.5 minute Brutalis, which 2 minutes is about the extent of our mana bar in
Yeah.
pre-patch, which is like one of the only things I actually looked into. I didn't look with replenishment. It might be extended a little bit more, but
Yeah.
because of we're gonna be like crit soft capped, so that mana return is gonna extend it a lot too.
Mm-hmm. Are you haste soft cap during pre-patch also?
I am
over.
just way the fuck over.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah.
So the whole thing we were talking
Mhm.
about where we might ignore solar, that's the first
Yeah.
thing that I'm going to be looking into, because standing in town, I will be 11% over haste soft cap.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I think
so,
at the moment something, I'm like 5-6% over. And
yeah.
that's even without the new talents and stuff, right? So
That's why I'm trying to get that Felmis staff. I'm trying to get rid of
yeah.
freaking haste. trying to
I
drop
have
haste anywhere I can.
Another
So-
thing I've looked at as well, just for like leveling, have you guys looked into Leather Gauntlet of the Sun? The right now leather healing gloves with haste on it.
I'm not looking at anything with haste on it.
Because I'm looking at it for just pure dungeon grind. Might be nice because it's stam in spirit,
Is
haste
that the
on power.
Is that the,
And 2
the
sockets.
crafted ones?
Yeah,
2
crafted ones,
socket.
yeah.
So you can miss me with that spending money on leveling stuff when I've got the leather trash
The
gloves
leather-
off from Sunwell. Like
Those haven't dropped for me, so I don't have those.
oh shit. You don't
It's
have a bunch of
insane.
mages? You don't have a bunch of mages that you can just like AFK
I
in
have,
Sunwell?
but I'm
Like,
just
just-
lazy. I just
like
haven't gone to
just
it.
look and trade and jump into
Yeah,
Sunwell with one of them.
I need to do it tomorrow.
I'm gonna get like I'm
Reason-
gonna get flamed for saying that. Like, oh,
I
telling
need to
people
do
to do
it.
that. Like, there's like 400 mage farms. Just hop in and AFK.
I just be sitting there, it just never drops. I was like a CBA.
That was me
I'm
first
just
getting
still
the
using
pole arm,
TBC.
dude. The pole
Yeah,
arm
I-
took me like 5 days of purely sitting in
I sat there
mage
for
farms.
I sat there for 2 days trying to get the polearm from Eyeliner, and just
Oh.
I ended up with mounting vengeance because they couldn't find a buyer. Like nobody was there to buy it, and I was like, I'll give you 100 gold for it, and they're like,
Yeah.
done.
Perfect.
Yeah. I wasn't getting a
but-
Polyon, so I was just waiting for that pole arm for forever.
Yeah.
That's the best thing. I
Trick-
got Mountain Vengeance on my enhanced within like 4 runs or something.
Oh, for sure.
So
I
I'm
saw
I'm
for
just
some
used
reason
to get
that dropped
spoiled.
all the time. Yeah. I saw Mountain Vengeance drop like so much, and then like on my other hunter in one run, like 5 polearms dropped early on. I was like, what the heck? It was like
Jesus.
my ult had a polearm early, super early, because it just dropped, and we just like gave it to everybody, and then I like took it on my ult. I was like, okay, yeah. Apollyon hunter weapon, actually.
Okay then.
So much stamina. Yeah.
But yeah, make sure to get that extra 1% hit in the pre-patch so you're not getting resists.
Oh yeah,
That's a big thing to
yeah.
look at. All the resto gear or all the healing gear switches to spell power, so you have plenty more options now from all raids to get geared up. Even if it's like just Black Temple, SSE, TK, anything, all that resto gear is looking good. Sextant is a really good trinket, I think, in pre-patch. If you have a Sextant laying around, or if you're still rolling through SSC, the crit on that and the 45-second proc chance on some spell power is really nice.
I would still go Skull, Hex Shrunken Head, or Skull Sliver if you got it.
See, like the double on use,
even
like
being-
doesn't work too well, I don't think, unless it's Caligos. But who cares about Caligos? But I mean, who cares about anything in the pre-patch? But
Well, yeah.
two on
that-
uses
maybe-
just doesn't
maybe
seem
that-
to work too
Maybe
well.
that's why I'm just rocking 2 on uses, is because I just don't care.
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
working 1 on use. It's so nice.
yeah, one
I mean,
on use, one proc is
I have
nice.
Sextant, so I'll probably. I really want to see what I can do being so high over Haste Soft Cap, and then getting Hero and Skull during like Starfire, during like a lunar eclipse.
It's gonna
and
be the
just-
star 1
just-
second starfire.
Yeah, just rail Starfires at like 1 second apiece.
That's gonna be nice.
And that's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna fuck around on
The
pre-patch.
pre-patch
It's
is
gonna
just
be a lot of
like
fun.
gearing and prep. It's gonna be a lot of gearing and prep, but
gearing
it's
the
gearing and prep.
alts, gearing the DKs,
Yeah.
and just the fucking
Everyone's
off, I guess.
swapping characters. You're just running a billion splits. You're just gearing those characters. Like you don't care about like
Yep.
min-maxing your DPS as hard. I mean, it's gonna be fun. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, it's gonna be really fun, but still, gearing and prep.
I'm ready for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Timbles for leveling, someone asked.
What?
Timbles for leveling, somebody asked. What's some good leveling trinkets if you can think of some?
The only one I would say the trinkets you're wearing right now are fine for leveling. Timbles, I don't see. I know that when I was doing dungeons, I never casted my dots, even rarely on bosses. They just died too fast. Open world leveling, you don't have the mana to be dotting everything up. Unless you're just pulling with Insect Swarm. Even then, Timbles, I don't think has the proc rate that's gonna warrant wearing that. When you can instead have a on-use trinket to buff the damage of Starfall and Hurricane.
Yeah, if I can get, I mean, I have Skull, so like I think Skull's huge. AOE farming or dungeon grinding, it's always nice. And then Sliver, if I can get my hands on Sliver.
I don't think Sliver is worth it for dungeon leveling
I
personally.
suggest
because
this trinket to everybody right here.
you have to be stationary right with Sliver, so I just don't think that's worth it for grinding. And that's the trinket I farmed as Crix,
Yeah.
and I think that it's
This
BiS
is
for leveling.
fucking insane. They give it gives you
Insane how
34
good it is.
crit, which is whatever, but it's 50% chance to increase your spell power by 80 for 30 seconds. You know.
I
10
tried
second
that.
ICD.
I tried it in open world, and I had perm uptime.
That's what I'm saying. It's broken, bro. This is low key shit. It's not low key because I've been telling everybody, but I never hear anybody talk about it. It's pretty much
I can't be
permanent.
bothered.
It's not that bad of a grind because you can buy
It's
it all.
good.
You literally can buy it all.
Yeah.
You go to
Yeah,
Lastcares and you
I'm-
spend like I spent like I don't even know.
Take-
How,
All y'all with all your money, not everybody has a lot of money, okay?
That's the best thing, Crix, right? I didn't even buy it. I just straight up farmed it because I
Yeah.
need a quest for pre-quest.
there you go.
So
yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. No, it's a very good trinket. Very good.
So
trinket.
me and Marcos have for like 8-9 hours just farmed.
Yeah, see,
Hell
it's,
yeah.
it's really not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's nap time.
It's 6 gold to buy.
It's,
Yeah.
You go that and Hex or Shrunken Head, I think, for leveling.
Yeah.
Or like
I- I
Sextant.
Well, I liked how you said sliver, but you gotta think about sliver is you're moving a lot. But I guess I forget that you guys aren't moving, so you are planting. So
Yeah,
you
we're
can plant
just
with,
planting
yeah, so you
and
can plant with the sliver.
Sending it.
Boomy weak or
Yeah,
exclamation.
and
Yeah, I got you.
I think Skull is gonna be a little bit underrated as well.
Oh, Crix, is that the
But
updated
depending on
one?
what you're doing.
It's just whatever one that's I'm using
Is it-
in game.
Did I send the upgraded one? Is
there a new
I
one?
don't know if I
Yeah,
did or not.
If I was open world grinding, I would use Skull 1-pack with Starfall, and then the next pack I would like Sliver or
Yeah,
something
no,
like
yeah,
that.
Oh,
and
yours
also-
is yours is different than the one I use. Okay.
Also, remember to trinket swap. Just carry trinkets on you. Like put icon on cooldown, put hex on cooldown, put
Yeah,
skull
I
on
think,
cooldown. Well, you probably won't need that many, but you get it.
I think running Sextant is not a bad shout for when everything is in cooldown.
Here, I've also got this week aura, which will give you glow on your screen for Eclipse procs.
Where? Oh, I'll try it. I got an Eclipse one, I think. I don't know what
Oh,
it
do
looks
you?
like. Oh, it's an add-on actually.
Twing Eclipse.
Yeah, it's an add-on that someone made. I don't know why my
Oh.
right there. Okay, that's it. It glows for any procs on any character.
The
So
brutal
far,
gear is
it's worked on
so
all my
cheap.
casters so far. I just got it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, you have basically the kata version of the Eclipse proc.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, it was supposed to be based off of retail. I don't know how. I'm not getting. This is the RNG we're talking about, by the way. There it is
Hell
right
yeah.
There it is right there. It just goes like this.
Yeah. You have one in crit, and then it does a proc it, and then you just
Uh,
never guess it.
That's the RNG that we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, no, this one's like full left side of your screen's kind of glowing.
Yeah, I like
And
that.
they
I
did-
like the glow better a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I like something in your face to wake me up.
I just have an icon that tracks my internal CD and just sets the time, and then it just a bit underneath it just showing the proc.
Yeah, and it's called. 1 second. Sorry, what were you saying?
I kinda like your weaker though, Crix, that you have like the panel in the middle.
Yeah, that's what we need to. I was like this simple.
It's kinda nice.
I have double this. I already removed it because it lays out some of it's all weird. Spell activation overlay is what it's called. In my Discord and add-on channel if you want it. Otherwise, it's just called activation zip. Well, is that it, boys?
Uh,
Oh, I fucked up. 1 second. I had to post that.
think we got everything we can
I
right
think
now.
got everything, yeah.
Yeah.
If there's a fresh Boomy out there, like I would say maybe focus on Shatar rep, doing your Architras
Helm
Botanica, yeah, your Helm enchant,
Yeah,
and
bro.
like a Scryer Aldor enchant, like work on those reps maybe.
Yeah.
But like gearing wise, yeah, like you just get whatever you can get.
PvP. If
PvP
you're
for
if,
sure,
if you're
yeah.
if you're a new Boomkin and pre-patch hits, you're in PvP. That is going to be your most efficient way to get gear. I mean, not most efficient way. If you got deep pockets, you can
You
get
just
geared out pretty.
spend, right? But
Yeah.
if you don't have pockets, just PvP and it's very nice. Just getting the
No,
arena
it
gear
is.
and the glad weapons.
And you,
Dude,
and you
they
value your
reduced it
Innervate.
all,
You
like, in
charge people
half.
for it.
All of the brutal gear, they brought it all
say
down
that.
by half today. So like, farm that gear if you're fresh.
Yes.
Holy,
yes.
that's crazy.
That's for everybody, not just Boomkins. Like literally everybody can benefit from that if you have a
What'd
new
you
level of anything. Get
They dropped
PvP.
the
yeah.
honor that it costs you to buy all the brutal the season 4 gear with this new patch earlier today in half while we were doing this.
Oh wow! And then season 4 lasts to like 675, 76, right?
Yeah.
Questing gear, so
Yeah.
it lasts you a while. I wonder how do you think the boosting gear is gonna be like what it is? The templates are.
No, it's gonna the boosting
I think
gear's
I
gonna
feel
be
like it'd be
worse.
worse than that, right?
They
I
showed
thought
it.
they showed it already. Yeah. At least
they did?
it does still have stats, but it's like I think I saw like 8 haste on an item.
So it's like some dookie.
Yeah, it's like the communal gear from
Yeah.
like the level 58 communal gear. It's like the
That
equivalent.
was rough.
Yeah, it's the
That was
equivalent.
horrible to level
you
Boomy with
might
the
actually
TBC gear.
struggle in Borean Tundra when you get off the boat.
Yeah, I might do some PvP. That gives you something
Not
to
as a
do.
Boomkin,
So I can
no,
boost them
not
and
as
at
a
least go
Boomkin.
hard farm honor for a day or two. on each
And
one.
then whoever is just like the one decked out glaive rogue or whatever, just go into battlegrounds and have so much fun for the next month because you're just gonna one shot
You already know
everyone.
that.
You know,
Just ambush
Yeah.
Spec.
red paladins. Oh man.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
brutal in there.
I actually have a repellity just for this one moment. I'm gonna have fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we covered everything for the most part. I would stick around if you're interested in playing Boomy. Go's YouTube is good, as well as the
Right here, bud.
the Druid Discord. As the sim gets more developed, we're going to find out more and more information about rotation changes and kind of the future of Boomkin and Wrath. So yeah,
If you're thinking about it, just do it. This is my favorite
Do it.
class
Just-
of
yeah,
the game.
just
I
do
would
it.
be maining this if I wasn't like permanently glued to a Warlock. I'm having way more fun on the Boomy than I'm on any other class out of all the casters. The mana's like the least of the issue out of all the casters too, so you'll never have no mana issues when you're in your dungeons. You're just vibing. So much control, so much power, so much single target. The AoE, the cleave, everything is fucking just absolutely insane.
I think if you
And
play
You
shout
bring
out
the
caster, right,
utility. You bring all the utility everybody fucking doesn't just want, they need.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
if you
bring
play like
shit.
caster right now, I recommend you try Boomkin Wrath
Mhm.
because you're gonna enjoy it.
Yes. Also, like you said, you know, you're also bringing the buffs to the raid that everybody needs. You're gonna find a slot. You're gonna find a spot in a guild.
Yep, you will.
100%.
I'm gonna make
Don't
some
listen to
drama
people
now.
when they say it's just putting
Yeah.
up a dot and spamming something. It's not. It's no more.
Yeah.
You can do that if
Oh.
you want to, but there's a little bit of there's you can sweat a little bit and have some fun, and you'll see
Yep.
the difference of it.
And you can get a legendary inval in there, steal it from the healers.
True.
And
It's
and
mine.
from your enhanced shaman, obviously.
I
if it's
said
a
I'm gonna
shaman.
take it. I was getting threatened by the paladin. I was like, nope, I'm taking it. Either you
I
guild
always-
kicked or you give it to me.
I always say Druid is my favorite class. It's the best class in the game. I want to say, bro. You got a bunch of different specs. All of them are good. Resto Druids are good. Feral's phenomenal. Bear tanks are
So
still
fun.
good. Obviously, they're not
Yeah.
as good as the other one, but they're still phenomenal. I've been doing heroics with a bear. I'll tell you this: after all my Boomy threat, I'm talking popping Starfall and then straight into Hurricanes. Only one, just the good tanks can keep him away. Bear has the easiest job keeping it off of me. Like, it's crazy. I cannot even rip off these bear tanks in these dungeons more than I have DKs, Pallies, everyone.
I don't know. Bear threat
Druids
is
are
just.
fucking.
I
Druids are
rip
fun, bro.
so much of bears.
Oh, I don't ever. Oh, okay. My bear was good then, because I never rip. Yeah, I don't ever rip off him. It's crazy, but it's just a lot of fun. And then you have all the other specs. If you need to heal, you can go help out heal. Transfer is good with your gear from Boomy if you're thinking about doing the dual spec, which a lot of people are. The gear trades perfectly into it. It's really nice, man.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Looks like a fun all around. I mean, I've been obviously messing around with Feral a lot, and it's fucking really fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, Feral's
that's
next
gonna be a
level,
fun
bro.
one
I can't
to-
wait for
Wrath-
him. Yeah.
they put a lot of work into Druid for Wrath. It's not the same. It's not the same class.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Wolf's Head helm is still going to be a thing? I'm just kidding. No,
Oh,
no.
there's no way. There's no way.
Just move that over for bear weaving. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Feral's fun, bro. Feral's next
Yeah.
week.
Nah,
That's the only melee class I'm playing in the entire expansion too, so I'm pretty excited about it.
I might actually make a
Weave,
rat pala, which is
Yeah, Ret Pally, it will be really fun late.
That's
Don't
good.
worry.
They're-
yeah. I'm gonna play.
Well, I don't hear nobody ever hyping up Red Paladin, dog.
Yo,
Nobody ever comes to my chat. It's like, yo, what's
I,
up with Red
I
Paladin?
always want
The other
to,
day,
but I
one
know
person
so many
finally
people
did.
hate on it, and
You
I'm
ha-
just
yeah,
like too lazy to die on this hill. You know,
Why are they just
like-
dog like that, dog?
I think it's it's very fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's easy. It's not like super hard, but like, is anything super hard? Come on.
Not really,
Have you played Feral
and
yet?
there's
Have you
been
tried
the-
Feral yet, Sarth?
Oh no, I'm going hard on Feral. Yeah,
Have you tried it
Yeah.
yet, though?
yeah.
Well, with
I
the
love it.
Hurricane changes with Omen of Clarity, it's going to be the Bear NATO spec now.
Maybe
yeah.
because it really does. Your Omen of Clarity procs when you're in Feral. I mean, in small things, I think seeing it versus a raid is super different. And then like I was running like more of a raid situation, whereas like in heroics, like realistically, like swipe is like when you're like 3 to 4 targets. When like in a huge pull, if you're in like if you have a different like tank situation, it's insane. But then you could just like glyph differently. Like it's fun. It's really cool. I need to learn a lot more so I can hit up Grifton and be like, yo, tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Fat.
Flower shifting might be back. Wrath weaving is a thing. Lacerate weave. I was doing lacerate weaving, so like that's really fun. Yeah. See, there's a lot. Feral's going to be a fun one to go over. Yeah.
And make sure to
Girls
ask for
next.
Innervate in the Wrath Reeve.
I'm
Oh,
too
yeah,
small
well.
brain to even watch that episode. Like, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. Well, was today Friday? Today's Tuesday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Today's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We'll see you
boys.
guys
Tuesday,
Friday,
yeah.
guys. I'm
Yeah.
stoned, my bad. Yo.
Yeah.
Next up, Feral, then Shadow Priest, and then Enhance, and then Ellie, and then Rhett, and then Locke, and then Hunter, and then Warrior, then Tank deep dives, some healer deep dives, and some Wrath prep episodes. And then whatever.
I'll
the
make
fuck
it a
we can come up
Convince
with.
everyone to give Hunters Innervate when they re-release these raid testings.
Rude. My
Am I making a
Hunter.
The thing
I'm
is
making a
about
comeback
Innervate
for
as a
the-
Boomy, I don't give a if I don't need it, I don't give a fuck where it goes. You guys can fight
For real.
over it until you guys can
Yeah.
kill each other over it. You
I
know,
mean,
as long as I don't need
you're
it.
gonna be spinning that GCD anyways. Might as well give it to somebody who's gonna get more use out of it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, get me in the raid, Sarth. I'll give it to you in the beta.
All right, deal.
You can send it, dude.
Just
Let's
hey,
go,
we
dude.
could try out 2 Boomkins and just feed the Hunter Innervates.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, let's go triple Boomkin, triple Hunter Innovate.
Yeah.
Oh my
there you
god,
go.
that would be so unreal. Like,
There's no
overall,
shot.
would be crazy.
There's no shot we had a longer podcast for Boomies than the Rogue one.
Yeah,
Wait,
which
how long
we
is
had
this one?
I did
Simon.
not
How long
expect
was
that. I was
it?
like, oh, dude, Rogue's 3 classes, 4.5 hours long. This is
Yeah.
one spec. One spec.
And how long is
To
it?
be fair, it was a
4.5.
complete rework.
Yeah, we were here for a
Yeah.
lot.
I'm done. That shit
Jesus,
was
4.5
like,
We've been
hours.
doing
Oh shit! I gotta go
think
raid.
go raid, Eddie.
we go
I
right
gotta
brother.
eat. I gotta eat lunch from
I gotta go
4.5
sleep
hours
at
ago.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
go.
Toto,
work,
it's so late right now.
Dude, I go work in like 6 hours.
Damn.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go spam heroics as a Boomy for a little bit. So
All
Do
right,
it.
boys.
I love you guys.
Yeah.
We'll post this
Thanks
8
for
a.m. in
thanks
the
for having
morning.
me.
Some shit we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being here, dude. Last year's
Absolutely.
go. And
Go
Toto, thanks
follow
for coming on.
Go's
I know it's
YouTube.
late.
Oh, there's the Drew Discord. Go click it if you're not in there. And then this is the best one to watch. Ready before it. Damn it. Wait. Let me find it. There, right there. That's the man right there. Click it. Lastcares streams. I don't know if you stream, bro. I was linking it earlier.
Yeah, you were linking it earlier. I don't stream anymore. I used to, and then health
Oh, there you
issues
go.
got in the way, and then now it ain't gonna pay the bills, so I'm full on in school.
Make Toto stream. Totoo. Well, Toto, it's nice to
Toto,
meet you, my friend. Thank
wait.
you for coming in randomly like that. I appreciate
Nice to
that.
meet you too, bro.
Yeah, I love you, doggy. And then
Yeah, loved your
Does
inputs,
Toto
man.
have? Is that his?
Yeah, no, thank you
correct,
for coming.
Twitch. I don't think it is. Is
But
that
mine?
yours?
No, it's total
No,
on
yours-
score of course. Wait, I'm not.
Yeah,
Thank
yours
you.
is Toto, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Just type it
yeah.
out.
And there's me in the middle of the fucking thing at the perfect timing.
Because Toto is taken, and Twitch don't wanna give me the name.
You know, it's so
That's-
stupid with that.
That's me trying to get what's it called, like just Sarth on like every other platform. It's like some random person on Instagram has had it for
Yeah,
like
it's like
13 years and they've never made a post and they follow 3 people.
that's the best thing.
Um,
The guy that has Toto with 1 T never does anything. I never see him do anything. The guy that has Toto with 2 T's, I don't even think he lives anymore. Like the guy is like no activity.
It's just yeah, exactly.
Before I started streaming or YouTubing and shit like that, Crix was available everywhere. And now, no matter what server I'm on, there's a different every version of Crix is taken. The K's and all that. It's crazy.
Like Cloud Chasers, of course.
Luckily,
That's a cool ass
when
name,
I was
right?
moving to
Right.
Benediction, J-Ru had Sarth, so
Yeah, Jim
was-
Sarf on
I hope
Farm
Jay
as well. I
charged
think.
you for that.
I know for now. For now,
You-
he does.
That's the best thing. He said yesterday, he was like, oh, I should have charged him for the name of benediction.
Oh my god!
You should have charged his ass.
Yeah.
All right.
I came over with like 5 gold on that server.
It's like, give me 5 gold for it, and you have
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and obviously if you're
Alright.
watching this, you know Sarth's here too, but go check out Sarth.
Oh shit! Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Just in case you haven't seen him before, on the 20th.
Who
This
is
is
this
the
Sarf
20th
Kevin?
episode, by the way.
Yeah, I'll be
we've been pumping.
hanging
I'm
out in
so
there
hyped.
Right?
soon to learn how to play my other class.
Yeah, I got you, dude. I
Thanks,
can't
And
wait.
you're gonna listen to Sarf for that? That's kind of bad. I don't know.
Nah,
It's
he's
like
great.
it must be
He's good.
someone, right?
Yeah, bro, this is the 20th episode.
Yeah.
Damn, you
holy
got on for
crap.
long now. Yeah.
Hey,
Huge,
That
huge.
sounds
And
like
we're
so
going
much more than
fast too,
19.
dude. We're gonna remember for a minute we were like we took like breaks, like hard breaks, because we were just like lazy. Now we're sending it,
We
boys.
said in a 5-hour episode right there. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's when I started watching the podcast too. Was like right when you guys started to take the longer breaks. And I was like fiending every week, and now you're like doubling up every week. It's like, yeah,
There we go.
sitting at work watching the DK, watching the mage, watching the rogue. Like, keep it up,
It's
guys.
because it's like, to be honest, it's because we're streaming a lot, and it's like it's hard to cut out. It's not hard to cut it out. There's just a lot of shit we have to do between YouTube videos and then trying to stream, but like balancing, taking time off from like not streaming to do it, and then these podcasts and getting a hold of everybody. But now, you know, we got a groove. We're grooving and moving, and they're fun.
Yeah.
These deep dives helped me a lot in Classic when Cargos used to do them, so that's kind of where.
Straight up, I like for Boomkin, like that's why I have so many questions today, because like I don't know it at all, and I like want to know all of the like highest levels of play, and like the best viabilities of it and stuff. So it's so fun.
And
So
it
thank
gets
you
people
guys
the
for
right
this.
information too, because there's a lot of people who don't like YouTube, so they don't watch YouTube videos, but they'll watch streams or vice versa, or they don't like streams, but they like Discords, or they fucking hate class Discords, but they'll watch a podcast. This is just like gets the people from all in around that can just go in any kind of way and digest it.
Yeah.
I'm usually against class discords. I don't know. I think most people are very, very casual in class discords.
Most
What is-
hardcore
most-
players
it is.
fucking despise
So,
class Discords.
I think that it stems from when you have at least I know the Druid Discord does it this way. It's you're trying to blanket, get it as general.
You're trying to get it to the masses, right?
And then and get it to the masses. You know, you're not going to be competing at a top 10 world speed level for 99.9%.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the big thing as well. It's so different to do a class on a high level as well for a speedrun, for example.
Completely different.
It's not the same class anymore then.
Yeah.
Majority,
I feel
at
like
least.
a lot of people don't like class Discords because they'll come ask a silly question and get fucked on by people, raging. Check the f***ing pins, and they start raging on them, and then they leave the Discord.
Yeah.
That was the best thing when we did a speed run in someone and we had an Ellie in there. The Ellie Discord went crazy. It was like, oh my god, they have an Ellie. We're finally getting something.
I do my
Ellie
best.
and world record.
When I'm responding to people on the Druid Discord, I will say it's in the pins, but then I'll also answer their question on top of it. I try to not be too toxic, because if somebody wants to learn the class, like the class Discord is a good place to learn how to play your class. Like they're there,
sure.
they're showing the initiative to want to play better than they are currently, and so I'm not gonna like try and shit all over them for that.
I think Discord doesn't make it. They don't make it like, I obviously check pins and things like that, but we know it because we live in Discord. But they don't really make it. Like Discord itself doesn't make it
so bad.
obvious on how to
Make it,
use the search feature and look at pins. Like it's kind of, if you're looking at that on your phone for the first time, you're like, where the fuck? What do you mean check my fucking pins? You know what I mean? Then you get frustrated and or like Sarthe. Like Sarthe never's on Discord. Like he's not a Discord person, which is crazy because I'm
so
fucking always on
antisocial
Discord.
with that shit. Yeah.
but
That's my main
the thing,
social media.
Because like I'm always on Discord. I check Discord like when I'm on the toilet, like when I'm at work, just on my phone everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's crazy, bro.
That's the one I look at non-WoW Reddit.
Sarthe, I don't think you want to look in Discord, bro.
Duh.
Yeah.
So many memes. It's just also there's just
It's
Just,
too
you know
much.
what? Not even-
there's so many DMs always, and it's just like I can't. There's like 100 notifications. And I'm like,
He
oh,
responds to
this
me,
gives
and that's what I
anxiety.
love. That's why I love him.
Yeah.
Well, boys, I'm gonna
That's
stop
basically
recording,
it.
and yeah, that was beautiful.